Hello, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to day two of Multi Mayhem Virginia here in sunny Sharpsville, Virginia at the Miller Center. I'm Zach Rydell, joined with
Stone Payne.
And Michael Nielsen.
we had an electrifying start to the competition last night. We saw two multi attempts, the first two of round one. We're going to see the third and final attempt of round one coming up here in about 10 minutes. Stone, why don't you give us a recap of what happened yesterday for those who did not watch?
Yeah, so I think these first two attempts were all about Joshua Gao, right? He's not in first. We have Andrew Tao in first with a 56 out of 60. But then Joshua Gao with a 50 out of 56 on the first attempt and a 53 out of 57 on the second attempt. If I remember correctly, both of those were PRs for him.
Yes.
Coming in third, we have Ro Hessler. His first attempt was a 48 out of 62, and then a 55 out of 64. And then we have Graham with a 49 out of 66, and then a 46 out of 64. Notably, Stanley in fifth. So one of the big storylines from yesterday was, is or isn't Stanley going for that world record? We saw yesterday Stanley attempt 63 cubes on his first attempt. Unfortunately, only solving 32 of them. That put him at 1 point for the first attempt. He was in last place going into the second attempt. He brought it back with a 46 out of 64. 43 out of 57 and 59.48. So he's currently sitting in fifth. Another notable result, Curran Wilson with an 11 out of 11 PR and 55.10. Then we have Ryan Farish with a 13 out of 16. We have Miles Greco with a 14 out of 21. Pierce Tickle with a 6 out of 8. Braden Adams with a 6 out of 9. Keegan Joyce with a 5 out of 9.
Yeah, definitely a very electric first day of solving, even with just the two attempts to keep us busy. Some notable things to look at. We have yet to see an attempt from Liam Chen, Noah Swart, or Tommy Cherry. I got to sneeze. Thank you. We have yet to see an attempt from them, and we should be seeing an attempt from all three of them today. I know Tommy Cherry is only going for 3 cubes.
Yeah.
Maybe not too worried about multi-blind solving, which is fair.
Yeah.
Noah Swore, we did see leave early last night. We were able to find out, unfortunately, had a bit of like a head cold going on. So took the time last night to really lock in and like we'll just like go for a good attempt this morning. And then Liam Chen also missing the first two attempts yesterday, so kind of having a lot more pressure on this attempt today.
Yeah.
Stone, do you have the attempt numbers for what all is being attempted today?
I do. So I think some of the notable ones, Rowe is going for 64. So that's going to be the same amount that he attempted yesterday for a second attempt. But hopefully, it's early in the morning. He's had a bit of sleep. Hopefully, he's going to be able to get a few more cubes. So we have Rowe with 64, or sorry, Graham with 64. Rowe and Graham with 64. Stanley with 57. Andrew with 62. Joshua Gao with 60. So he's going to up his attempt even from attempt two yesterday. That's going to be huge. We have Curran Wilson with 15. Noah, his first attempt is going to be a 36. Miles is going to attempt 19. Ryan is going to attempt 21. And then we've got Braden with 9. Pierce with 8. Rue with 5. Rich with 2. And then, as you mentioned, Tommy with 3.
So what was Joshua's first attempt yesterday? How many was it out of?
So Joshua's first attempt, he attempted 56 cubes. He solved 50. So a 44 PR, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so a good PR, but that 56, he ran out of time actually before getting to his last 2 cubes.
And he still did more on the second.
And then the second attempt, now that he has like a feeling for that rhythm, the Virginia time zone. Does he live in the Eastern time zone? It's not that deep. But he added a cube onto his attempt and then finished with time to spare on attempt 2, and now bumping that up 3 more cubes. It's gonna be very interesting to see what comes out of Joshua. Joshua, even though he's currently in second behind Andrew, I definitely feel like it's the guy to watch right now. I mean, he's been tearing it up.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how he does on his attempt, and then more generally just how everybody else does, because last night I think some solvers had a bit of a rough time because you have to go through your entire day and then do all your multi attempts. So I think people were having issues with being tired and just the exhaustion from waiting for those attempts, the anticipation all day. That can be pretty tiring. So hopefully with, an earlier attempt today, a lot more people can get the results they're expecting.
Well, I think we are about ready to see this third and final attempt of round one. There's still more attempts to come this weekend, but we are going to send it off now to the room where it happens here in the Miller Center.
Yeah. What are you guys looking forward to most today? I think obviously we've got Liam and Tommy. Tommy, obviously, I think multi-blind is more or less irrelevant to him at this point. He's only doing 3. He's definitely going to be focused on 3 blind, especially given that I believe this is going to be his best of 5, his first best of 5 round. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what we got going on.
Yeah, I definitely. May I? Sorry. You go first. You go first.
I'm excited about 3 blind. It's our fastest paced event. We'll get to see the best of 5 format, and it'll be a good change of pace, I think, from multi-blind. And then in multi-blind, I'm excited to see Joshua Gao attempting 60. I don't think he's done an attempt that large before.
Yeah.
And then hopefully we can see Graham, Rowe, and Stanley get more characteristic results today.
Yeah, definitely my thing that I'm looking for, as you mentioned, pretty much the same exact thing. Tommy Cherry, you see him on screen right now, current 3 blind world record holder. He's going for a multi-attempt of 3 cubes right now.
We're gonna have him starting first just to get his out of the way because he'll probably only take about a minute.
Yeah, he's not gonna take too long.
Yeah.
But Tommy is going to be getting 5 3 blind solves today. Of course, with the new reg changes and format, it's been updated to best of 5 instead of mean of 3.
Yep.
So going to see what can come out of this first round from Tommy.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that, like Michael said, and really Joshua Gao. Like he's now going for 60. We're really going to see like a world-class attempt come out of Joshua with his rapid improvement. World record right now is 61 points.
Yeah, 62.
61. So he's not able to get a world record even if he gets a perfect score. But I mean, getting anywhere close to 60 points, I think is going to be really nice to see from Joshua.
And here we go, Tommy starting off.
So the chair is a little bit in the way, but Tommy is only attempting 3 cubes here, kind of going for the fastest attempt he can.
Yeah.
Yeah, and something actually pretty rare you'll see here is a multi-blind attempt on a stack mat. So because Tommy is so comfortably below the 10-minute mark, he'll just use a stack mat here and get a more accurate time than the stopwatch.
I think what's really funny is that like he technically has 30 minutes to knock out all of these cubes.
Yeah.
But he'll be done in like 1.
Yeah, probably 1.5.
Yeah.
So definitely gonna be our fastest multi-attempt here.
Yeah.
Not if Pierce Tickle has anything to say about it. No, Pierce with a 6 out of 8 yesterday.
Pierce with a 6 out of 8 yesterday.
I believe he started with a 4 out of 8, then 6 out of 8. So maybe he can get the 8 out of 8
keeps
today.
Going up by 2. Yeah, hopefully he can grab that 8 out of 8.
Tommy here, memorizing a 3rd cube. This looks to be a 3 blind style memorization.
It looks like he's done a couple passes, but yeah, there he goes.
So let's see. We don't have a timing display, so we won't be able to have an exact time for you right away. But hopefully we'll see a success out of Tommy.
Yeah.
And that is not a good start, unfortunately. He's not taking multi-blind too seriously. Hasn't done a ton of practice for it, so don't think he's really displeased with that.
I will note that we have the top 75% advancement, but right now, because of the amount of DNFs we have, the threshold for the second round is only 1 point. However, this is Tommy's only attempt for the first round. So he is going to have to get 2 successes here to making it into the second round.
Yeah, I don't think Tommy's too worried about multi-blind competition. From what I've heard, it's really just a focus on 3x3 blindfolded. Again, being his main event. Looking forward to that. Tommy not solving, but solving all the corners on that cube. But maybe one of these limbo cubes of we'll wait to see how
he's just going to be an infinite. That's going to be a 0 out of 3 for Tommy, but I don't think it's anything that's too big of a deal for him.
Yeah. He's smiling and laughing about it. I don't think he's heartbroken at all. He was saying before his attempt that he doesn't really care. He actually had trouble deciding how many cubes to do and only did 3 because he brought 3 cubes.
Yeah.
So
yeah. But if something that we want to look at, if we're talking about 3x3 blindfolded solvers who are going for a real multi attempt today. Liam Chen,
Yeah.
former world's runner-up,
Mhm.
World Championships 2023, as well as the Mid-Atlantic record holder for 3x3 blindfolded solving.
Yeah.
He's going to be competing today, so
Yeah.
we'll be seeing every event he'll be taking a shot at today.
Also on the Nationals podium in 2023, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Yeah.
A lesser known fun fact, he has never triple DNF'd, and now with the implementation of best of five, triple DNF is kind of a thing of the past.
Right.
So he eternally has never triple DNF.
Yeah.
I have. That is my response.
You see Stanley Chaplin frame there. He has only had one triple DNF ever, and that was at his first comp. So he had a streak of, I believe it was 200 some rounds of never triple DNFing.
Wow.
So yeah.
We are going to see again competitors start filing into the room. Our setup, you're going to see on the left of your screen in a white hoodie is Stanley Chappell. Sitting above him will be Graham Siggins. And the blue table at the very top of your screen is going to be Joshua Gao. Blue table to the right of Joshua is going to be Ro Hessler. And the blue table to the right of Ro Hessler will be Andrew Tao. Tons of big stars.
Yeah, and generally you're going to see that our main focus competitors are going to be on the outskirts here. They prefer to be facing towards the wall just so that they are as avoiding as many distractions as possible. And then you're going to see our competitors attempting. You're going to see competitors that are attempting less cubes are going to be in the middle, just for space reasons.
Like Braden Adams, Curran Wilson, we see here Rue Klippinger down at the bottom. Curran with an 11 out of 11
11 out of
PR
11
yesterday.
PR, yep.
He started off round one, or started off the first attempt with 11 out of 11.
Yeah.
And then jumped up to 13 cubes on attempt two. He, I was talking to him after the attempt, and he said, "I already got the PR. I may as well just go for broke, see if he can get anything." Attempt two didn't really pan out for him, but he is attempting 13 cubes again.
Correct.
So hopefully we could see something.
And I do believe yesterday was his first attempt ever at 13 cubes. So I suspect he didn't do any more attempts last night, and so this will be his second ever 13 cube attempt. So it'll be interesting to see if he can keep up the N out of N.
Yeah.
And get to 13 out of 13 here.
Yeah.
Only time will tell here at the Miller Center. Miles Greco there walking down. You may remember last night, or yeah, it was last night.
Pretty much.
I'm used to competitions being during the daytime. We were able to, not commenting on that. I saw Pierce waving his hands in the air like a madman. We did have competitors fill out a survey form that we'd be able to have something to talk about. Notably, Miles Greco did not submit a form, which is weird because his dad is the beating heart behind this competition, Blindfolded Ambition, the featured documentary tied in with it. And we got no information about Miles Greco.
I think what's really interesting about Miles, though, is that he's one of our newer competitors. I actually didn't know this until last night, but he has a 2022 ID. So he's only got 3 to 4 years in the game. But he's one of our more experienced competitors, not only in the region, but just in general.
Yeah, and I mean generally just lots of young talent here.
Yeah.
Lots of post 2020 IDs. So it's very it's fun to see that this is an event where typically you get a lot more mature solvers who've been in the game for a while. So it's kind of a cool thing to see so many newer competitors. Well, newer.
Yeah, we're looking like I mean, I want to say like multi-blind has always felt like an older age event.
Yeah.
But that's maybe to blame for Graham Siggins being so dominant for so long. But I mean, when he finally lost the multi-blind world record, it was to Ro Hessler, another veteran of the cubing scene. Graham taking it back quite recently, but as you mentioned, yeah, we have some young guns coming in here. I mean, we have Joshua Gao, Andrew Tao, Stanley Chappell is like kind of an in-between age-wise. I don't know how old Stanley is.
He's in his 20s.
Okay.
So I don't know if he wants me to say.
Okay, that's fair.
Speaking of our
form, it doesn't matter.
Speaking of our newer competitors, though, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's Eli Rogers in the middle left.
No,
Is that Ryan?
That is Keegan Joyce.
That's Keegan.
on the
Okay.
middle left.
Okay.
I scrambled that attempt.
Nice. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the competitors who did not show up yesterday, who all is able to filter in this early
Yeah.
and make their multi attempts, and
Yeah.
if anybody just doesn't show up at all.
Yeah, we got some time. The calm before the storm, if you will. I mean, we have a packed day of blindfolded solving. Um, sorry, one of our studio lights just did a funny.
Yeah. It's chilling though.
It's chilling though. It's just not diffused anymore. Um,
Also want to shout out some of the staff. We've got Rylan Wilson up in the top right, more or less the head delegate for this competition, along with Pierce Tickle, who is competing right in the middle in the red, I believe, Great Lakes shirt. So shout out to them for sure, as well as Sean Mack, Caleb Kearney, Jacob Nobili. Yeah, all of our scramblers, delegates, Rich Tyag as well. I don't believe he's in the frame, but yeah, shout out to everybody who.
yeah, he would be like right below us here, but
Right.
he's sitting up against this wall.
And
Right.
do you give Ari a shout out?
I noticed that. I didn't hear
Yeah.
Ari's name get shouted out.
Totally aired him.
Uh, Ari Randers Pearson standing there in his sweater and blue jeans, looking around, confused. What is multi-blind solving? Now is a good time for the people at home who maybe aren't as familiar with multi, to kind of go in on how this event works. So competitors will submit a number of cubes. They can't change it at any point, but like once they submit it, it's submitted. And then they have 10 minutes for every cube they submit, up to 1 hour at max, to memorize all in one go every cube they have, and then solve or attempt to solve all of their cubes in one go in under an hour. The way that these competitors are ranked is by a point system. So it is how many solved cubes you have minus how many unsolved cubes you have, equals your final point value. And then any tiebreakers will come down to the time attached. And it looks like we are going to get started. Stanley Chapel going to be starting off the event. We're going to be keeping track of what time all these competitors start so we can hopefully give everyone an accurate time. Stanley starting at 10:25. Stanley's going for how many cubes again?
Stanley's going to be attempting, if I'm not mistaken, 57. So a bit of a drop from what we saw yesterday. Obviously, we saw him.
Like Ro just started.
Yeah.
Bro, also at 10:25.
Yeah, we saw Stanley with his first attempt do 63 and not do super well.
Joshua started.
Oh yeah, Joshua's also started.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm definitely going to be interested to see how everybody's feeling now that, I think everybody was super tired last night. And it may have shown in the results.
Yeah. Here we see Stanley Chapel. I mean, you know Stanley Chapel. For those who are maybe unfamiliar with the blindfolded scene, Stanley Chapel is the most dominant 4x4 and 5x5 blind solver of all time. I think there's really no debate to it.
Yeah.
Three-peat world champion in 5 blind?
4 blind.
4 blind.
Yeah.
In 4x4 blindfolded. So definitely just like a stellar competitor, also a great all-rounder. Stanley's just really good at everything. I mean, everything that he touches turns to gold.
Yeah.
An excellent violinist.
Yeah.
Also quite a good Mario speedrunner.
Yeah, very, very good at everything he does. It's very much a matter if Stanley wants to do something, it's best not to get in his way. He is going to see to it that he's able to accomplish all his goals. Recently hitting the 30 world record mark, which very few people get one, and then he is climbing the ranking of most world records. So it's fun to see.
Graham has also started here at 10:27. We do see Andrew Tao looking to start soon. So that'll wrap up like all of our big names. Andrew Tao did just start also at 10:27. So we'll keep everyone posted as the attempt goes on. These competitors are going to be looking to wrap up within the hour. So at 11:25 for Rose, Stanley, and Joshua, and at 11:27 for Andrew and Graham. Andrew Tao here, quite a lot to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what was really interesting about his attempt yesterday is that he kind of war farmed everybody. You know what I mean? Like he decided that he didn't need the first attempt. So he DNS'd it. DNS'd it, came in second attempt, 56 out of 60 in 58:43, a PR for him, beating his 52 out of 55, if I'm not mistaken, from World Championships. Let me go ahead and confirm. Yeah, 52 out of 55 from World Championship. He is your reigning world champion. So I think like we were saying yesterday, like obviously this is not a championship level competition in name, but in skill level, like this one is going to hold a lot of weight. And somebody like Andrew Tao is definitely looking to sort of supplement his world championship title with a competition like this.
Yeah, I mean, there's really the big names here to make it a championship opportunity. I mean, Roe Hessler kind of not came out of nowhere in a multi-scene. He was really chasing that world record. We see him on screen right now. He was chasing the world record from Graham for quite some time, and finally got there. And he's taken a little bit of a step back from that, but it looks like he's back in the swing of things. He did really good. Got a second not a second personal record, but his second best ever attempt in competition, just last weekend. So we have quite a lot to see from Rowe. Definitely one of the big names to watch. Something that's also like one of these big names that is at least coming out of this competition, and something that are someone who we should really be watching, Joshua Gao. We were gibbing and gabbing about Joshua last night, but really he's been crushing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely a great competitor. At his first championship, the World Championship this past year, he placed third in multi-blind. So absolutely just a great start to high level competition. And at something like this, it's similar. I think it would be similar kind of pressure to a championship event. So he obviously, I mean, takes to it very, very well, getting 2 PRs yesterday and then attempting 60 cubes today, which sets him up well to get a third PR in a row, which would be absolutely incredible performance. I mean, it's really just a fun watch when he's solving.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that most people did not have their eyes on Joshua Gao pre-World Championship. He's another one of our newer competitors. He's a 2023 ID. And before this competition, he'd only had 9 multi-blind rounds. So it is really interesting to see his progression. He's attempting 60 cubes. Like this is a world-class, maybe not world record, but world-class attempt.
Well, while you say world record, we conveniently cut to Graham Siggins, the most dominant multi-blind, not big blind, but like 11 by 11, 12 by 12, like big blind solver there is.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from Graham. His attempts yesterday didn't go, I think, as well as he might have hoped, but the schedule is kind of flipped today. We've got early multi today as opposed to late multi-blind attempts yesterday. So hopefully the sort of wide array of times for attempts helps some of our competitors here.
Yeah. Graham got his first continental record in 2018 and his first world record in 2019. And he held the world record until just 2025. So it is really interesting to see his dominance and the way he's sort of over the last few months traded with Rowe, because we know Rowe's definitely been on his tail. Like Rowe has been going for that world record for years, and it is really interesting to see how Graham just snatched it right back.
Yeah, I can definitely speak to a little bit of personal experience with like when you have a record and you lose it, getting it back is, I mean, it's almost sweeter than getting the record for the very first time because, you undoubtedly have a little bit of doubt and, can I get this record again? Can I do this? And then you prove to yourself that you're still as good as you've ever been.
It beats any of the like fluke accusations, like, oh, they didn't really deserve the world record, like going back for seconds, you know it.
And I'm certainly not fluking it, but the being able to have these little like bumps in the road and recover from them is just very, very sweet feeling.
Bumps in the road. I think that is a great segue into Noah Swore that we see here solving. Noah dropped out of the first attempt just minutes in due to a bit of a head cold going on. And then Noah also chose to not do the second attempt later that night. So this is Noah's first official attempt, even though he got here yesterday. hoping that he's able to secure something to make his way into the next round.
Yeah.
He really only needs a success here.
Yeah, I think we talk a lot about that bubble, right? And we're really interested in seeing what the threshold is going to be for this next round. Because for a lot of our top competitors, it won't matter. But this is Noah's only attempt for the round. And so he's going to need at least a point, I think, to successfully make it into the round.
Yeah, and multi-blind is just an event very sensitive, where you're very sensitive to your conditions. So I think Noah choosing to opt out of the first 2 attempts is a perfectly reasonable thing. If it's something like a 2x2 round, it's, you can finish up in about 15 minutes and you only really have to be paying attention for about a minute in total. So it's, you can kind of grit and bear it a little bit more for something like that. Whereas multi-blind, you have to be on top of your game for a whole hour. So it's a lot harder thing.
Yeah, and Noah, an incredible 3-blind solver like we see with Liam Chen here. An amazing 3-blind world solver. I mean, we see their 3rd place at 2023 World Championships in 3x3 blindfolded. As well, I know we were talking earlier, never triple DNF'd, and it will never happen.
Yeah.
Assuming that we just ignore that the formats change, and like you totally could still, but it's not the same.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Liam has been a phenomenal blind solver for a while now. In 2022, he reached 4th in the world for 3-blind mean. So, just kind of goes to show he's been at the top for a while and just, a great 3-blind solver.
An odd choice from Liam. I know I was scramble checking his attempt. I don't think a single one of his cubes is the same.
Yeah.
I think each and every one of them has something different about it. And an odd choice, but maybe that really works. Yeah, but Liam definitely going to be great to watch later on in the day with 4 and 5 blind, and especially 3x3 blind.
I think where I'm most interested to see Liam is 4 and 5 blind, especially 4 blind. He just recently, a couple months ago, put down a 132 in 4 blind. That placed him 15th in the world as of right now. So I'm really interested to see what he's going to be able to pull out. I assume he's been practicing. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm really interested to see what he's going to do later today.
Also, the national runner-up in 4 blind, if I'm correct. And
yes, national runner-up.
Yeah, and Liam Chen, his 3-blind solves are I'm always find it very entertaining to watch. He looks incredibly relaxed whenever he's turning. It's he doesn't seem to be bothered at all by the pressure.
Yeah.
Seeing Ryan Farish here, the hometown hero.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where he's located in Virginia, but as you saw there, the 3-blind Virginia record holder for the last 8 years.
Yeah.
I mean, when we talk about levels of dominance, like Graham Siggins in multi-blind, Stanley Chappell in 4 and 5 blind, I think like Ryan has this aura of the same aura that these competitors have in a streak of dominance.
I think what's really interesting about Ryan is that he's been around for a while. He has a 2015 ID, but he only has 7 multi-blind rounds, not including this one. So it's going to be really interesting to see with this many attempts, like how he's able to progress, because he's an experienced competitor, but not so much in multi-blind, definitely in 3-blind though.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if that adds a bit more pressure because of the scarcity of attempts. So hopefully he can do some pretty nice here. How did he do on his first attempt?
On his first attempt, I believe he did 16. Sorry, no, he did 21 on his first attempt. He only got 12 of those though, so he lowered his number to 16, and he got a 13 out of 16. So that's that places him 7th right now.
Yeah, so he should comfortably make it into the final then and get 3 more attempts. So that'll be huge if he's been doing some multi-blind work.
Yeah.
Speaking of huge, Miles Greco carrying the Greco name, legendary. If we want to call the Grecos have been big in the blindfolded game. Even if Michael Greco doesn't do any competing. Miles Greco, fun fact about him, his middle name is Drake. That is what he submitted on the form.
Very nice.
The information we have been dying to get.
Yeah.
But yeah, Miles Greco, an excellent competitor. He did drop his attempt number down to, I believe, 19 cubes.
That is correct.
Yeah. So Miles is going for 19 cubes today. He did start off What were his attempts yesterday? I believe
Yesterday-
this is like a significant drop.
Yeah, yesterday, so we did a 14 out of 22 and a 14 out of 21. So that 14 out of 21 is what's placing him 8th right now. So yeah, that is somewhat of a drop, only 3 cubes. So I don't know. I think he's probably taking it easy. He's probably locked in for that second round, so
Mhm.
he can probably relax, know that he has a little bit more time to stick with the 19 cubes.
You know, and he got 14 on both the first attempts. If you write a 14 pretty poorly, as I tend to do,
Mm.
it can be read as a 19. So I think we could bump it up to a 19 out of 19 here. I've got high hopes. I think it can happen.
Yeah, I think he's really trying to game the system here and
Yeah.
Yeah.
exploit poor handwriting.
Yeah.
It's a good thing I'm not on the scorecards.
Only you judges can fix poor handwriting. If you are judging at a local competition, please take your time. Speaking of taking your time, Graham, Siggins, everybody, I'm awesome with segues.
Yeah.
That was
Sure.
for you guys to start talking.
Yeah, it looks like he's about halfway through his cubes here. He's got working on it looks like his 4th pack. So not sure how deep into the attempt we are, but yeah.
Right now we're starting. Graham is only about 12
12
minutes
minutes in.
into his
Wow, okay.
memorization phase, and he's already set aside 4 packs, and it looks like 4 packs deep of memo.
Yeah.
Yeah, and something interesting that we spotted yesterday. So some of the competitors, in addition to their blindfold, are wearing sort of like blinders to block their peripheral vision. In these very long, mentally straining events like multi-blind, you try to limit distractions as much as possible. So it's very easy to see that most of the competitors have like headphones on. A lot of them will put earplugs on underneath and then headphones on top. And a couple of the competitors here even went as far as getting blinders on so that they don't catch anything in their peripheral to distract them and they only see their attempt.
And I'd really like to see that for a sighted attempt, the blinders, really see
Yeah.
if it makes that difference. I mean, Stone and I, not world-class competitors, but Michael, you are an excellent competitor. We got to see you do a Pyraminx round with these blinders on,
Yeah.
see if it really makes the difference.
Yeah, I try to limit my equipment as much as possible in Pyraminx just so that I don't start thinking about other things and distract myself. But there's definitely, you know, great solvers who have all sorts of things. They get their camera, their towel, their, you know, all the equipment they can imagine, and they still do, you know, just as well. So
That is a PR trained answer right there from Michael Nielsen.
I
mean,
think speaking of
what's the
limiting speaking of limiting your equipment, I think Braden Adams is somebody who's really interesting because he'll sort of look around the room a lot. He'll,
Yeah.
you know, sort of get a sense of where he is in his space. And I think that's really interesting and
yeah.
a stark contrast to a lot of our other competitors.
Even going as far as to minimize his equipment, rolling up his sleeves
Yeah.
yesterday. I mean, he's doing hard work
Yeah.
out here. I think he rolls up his sleeves on this one. This is a good
Maximum
attempt.
I
range
mean,
of motion.
when you see like chess athletes, chess people who do chess competitively,
Mhm.
Yeah.
let's settle down. They they go through so much like not mental anguish, but just like high level complex thinking that they feel exhausted after.
Mhm.
You can only imagine how these guys feel
Mhm.
going for big attempts like that. Braden Adams here, not rocking the QZ today, the quarter zip, instead going for the North American Championship 2024 hoodie.
Over under 5.5 times that he moves that hoodie up and down on his head.
Takes the
Ooh,
hood on and off.
Yeah, like
yes,
takes the hood on.
Braden
I don't know why I
is
said
a
it like that.
big fan of putting on the hood.
Mm.
But I feel like if he puts on the hood, it's staying.
I think 5.5 is a little high. I'm gonna take the under.
Taking the under.
I'm also taking the under on that one.
I guess for variance, I'll take the over and confidently lose, but
Yeah. Well, now we've covered everything, so that's good.
Joshua Gao looking to be about. I know he mixes in between packs of 4 and 5, but these look to be just 4 packs of 4, which is the 4 packs of 8. How many cubes is that, Stone?
32.
32 cubes right now have been looked at by Joshua Gao. Still got 28 to go, still left to memorize, but I think he's got it. I mean, going for 60 feels extremely confident.
Yeah, I mean, well, and really, what does he have to lose? I mean,
Right.
he's gotten, you know, he had 2 phenomenal attempts on the 2 attempts yesterday. So even if this one goes poorly, I don't think anything's lost.
Yeah, I mean, it's as you mentioned, it's whatever. He's still got another attempt today,
Mhm.
and then he's also got 4, 5, and 3 blind. So being able to see maybe some more, maybe just like not even though he's going for such a large number of cubes and what could be a potential personal record for him or a world-class result,
Mhm.
maybe not caring as much about it, thinking like, oh, okay, like I can go for this and see if I can do this again next round. If he's not close at all, then he knows his limit for this weekend. But if
Mhm.
he gets anywhere close to 60 cubes solved, then we might see him go for even more than 60.
Yeah, I think that'd be super cool, right? Like he started his weekend on 56. Like if he keeps at it, we could see a world record attempt from Joshua Gao. Yeah.
Yeah, potentially. And I mean, I think this attempt right here is the perfect time for taking risks if you're Joshua, because you're locked into the final round. There's not any question about that.
Hmm.
And you've got some momentum going. You got two PRs in a row. I don't believe he'd done a 57 cube attempt officially before. So it's, I think everything's going in his favor. Why not go for 60?
Hmm.
Yeah. And we see here three competitors who aren't really vying for the podium in any way, but still like at the very beginning of their big blind journeys.
Hmm.
Again, we see Curran Wilson, a competitive swimmer just like Joshua Gao.
Hmm.
The swim buff is real. We do also see Braden Adams on the right. And Pierce Tickle right front and center.
Yeah.
Pierce being a delegate from the lovely state of Virginia, where this competition is taking place, attempting 8 cubes, just like his first 2 attempts, hopefully going for more than just 2 points.
Yeah. Fun fact about Pierce, I do believe the first 4 comps he organized all had records, which I don't know if there's many other organizers that have that, but that's a little nugget
I
about
believe
Pierce.
I think I've still only delegated one world record,
Yeah.
being
Well,
Zane's.
there were continental and
Oh,
world
okay,
mixed in
okay.
there, but it was like
Continental, like Michael Nielsen, Pure Minx.
I did start the streak, and then I was not able to continue it at a comp, and Stanley clutched up big time and got some 5 blind world records. So that was good of him to keep Pierce's streak going.
Speaking of a streak, I think Graham is gonna try to keep his. Obviously he had that very long streak of 6 years, with that multi-blind world record. Obviously getting it taken from him in early 2025, bringing it back though at the end of the year, and I think he'll really try to keep it from Rowe. Yeah.
As I say, I mean, Graham is overall like a very lax
Yeah.
person, a very chill. If you ever get the chance to talk to him, it just like it feels like he's floating on a cloud.
Hmm.
But I can only imagine, like as someone who has held a world record, you've like the feeling of losing it, as you mentioned earlier, is like at least like a little frustrating, right?
Yeah, it's definitely frustrating. It's I think you just take a little bit of time and just kind of deal with it, and then if you still like cubing as much and you still love your event and you still think you're capable, you can use it as a bit of a fire and some motivation to go back at it. And that's, I think, a fairly healthy way to handle these sort of failures is use it as a little bit of motivation. And so it seems like that's exactly what Graham did here, and you know, he was very successful in that.
Yeah. Speaking of motivation, I think somebody who we really have to talk about is Keegan Joyce. He's never competed in blind before, if I'm
Wow.
not mistaken.
Yeah, that is jumping in the deep end for sure.
Yeah.
So it's a brave move. And I mean, it's not a weak attempt at all for jumping into this comp. So
Yeah, 8 cubes for his first ever, not just multi-blind attempt, blind attempt, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I believe that
Or he had some attempts, yeah, yeah. He
yes,
had some attempts.
from Great Lakes Championships we
Yeah.
did see down there.
Yeah.
Portland.
Heartland. Wrong country, sorry. But yeah, only the one 3x3 multi-blind attempt before. We don't know how many were attempted, but it is just listed as a DNF.
Yeah, he's got some 3 blind rounds in there as well, but he is like, it's really interesting to see him sort of shoot up in the amount that he's like doing. It's really interesting to see him like rise in the amount of cubes that he's doing, especially given his lack of experience.
Yeah, definitely a name to look out for. I mean, we did see him PR
Yeah.
on the first attempt. And when it is your first successful multi-blind attempt, then of course it's going to be a PR. But
Yeah.
still, what is that? A 5 out of 8?
5 out of 9.
5 out of 9 on his very first multi-blind success is really impressive.
And I think what's interesting is that on the second attempt, he went for less cubes. He went for a 4 out of 8. So I wonder what that mindset shift was there.
Yeah.
Maybe just knowing your limits and understanding like what is actually achievable.
Mm.
I mean, this is like that. His first attempt was his second ever multi-attempt in competition,
Mhm.
and maybe getting a feel for like 9 cubes is a lot of cubes. I should at least cut back on one of them and getting a feel for it. We should see him move into the second round.
Yeah.
With one more attempt tonight.
Yeah.
So I'm fairly confident we'll see a rhythm start to come out of
Yeah.
Keegan.
Yeah, and it's very nice to see him doing a bit bigger attempt. A lot of people start off multi-blind with doing only 2 or 3 cubes, but he's already hitting the high single digits, and we've got some of our for this comp intermediate, but still very good competitors like Braden Adams or Curran Wilson. They're doing similar numbers to Keegan here, but they've been doing multi-blind officially for a bit longer, so it's definitely exciting to see Keegan kind of jumping in the deep end here.
Yeah. Speaking of the deep end, I mean, Ro Hessler going for how many cubes is he going for?
64.
He's going for 64. Yeah. So again, another world record attempt from him. Yeah.
I mean, Ro is just like what is there to say? He's a veteran of cubing. I mean, when you have to talk about experience, I mean, I think the first thing that you need to get any sort of world record when it comes to cubing is a cube.
Yeah.
But second, right behind that is experience, understanding the competition. Understanding
They're really profound.
Understanding the competition environment and how to handle nerves is something that some are a natural with, but some they get it through time and years of fighting. Ro getting a 2x2 world record very early in his career, several 2x2 world records early in his career, and then a world record drought until just recently with multi-blind, an attempt, or not an attempt, but an event, I think, way further from 2x2 than anything else.
Arguably the furthest from 2x2.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the range both in time and in events that he has there, and it's I think just a testament to his experience and skill. I mean, he's been cubing. I mean, his WCAD is 19 years old now, which is crazy to think about. His ID is old enough to vote, so that's he has been around the block and he knows what to expect from high level competition.
Yeah. We said this yesterday. His ID is as old as me. So he has been competing as long as I've been alive. So to see him not only that dominance for so long, but the range in which he's able to be dominant is super impressive.
Yeah. So here now with Andrew Tao, the multi-blind world champion. I mean, Andrew, just a great guy to be around. I don't think I've ever seen him not smiling. He's just a very kind of happy-go-lucky guy.
Yeah.
Even during his multi-blind attempts, very just like expressive. Yesterday, I think he DNF'd a cube and he was aware of it and he did like a oh darn. It was just kind of
during the attempt.
During the attempt,
Wow.
and then sets the unsolved cube down. So
Yeah.
just a very doesn't take things too hard, it seems.
Yeah.
Very just happy guy.
And I think what is also really interesting about Andrew is that not only is he he's very particular about the way he does his attempt, and he's very dialed in because of it. You know what I mean? He has the stopwatch placement down to a T. He knows where things is. He's one of our competitors that's using blinders to block out as much peripheral as possible. So it is really interesting to see like just how much Andrew is dialed in.
Yeah, I wonder if that contributes to just how relaxed he is. He knows exactly what to expect. He has a plan going in, knows how everything is going to go.
He has the confidence to sort of do his attempt his way.
Yeah, exactly.
And it looks like we've got our first competitor finishing up in the back there, Rue Klippinger. Not exactly sure as to what the result is. I think I see at least one DNF. And Braden Adams here.
Braden just chilling. His multi-blind attempts are one of the more entertaining ones to watch.
Yeah.
He'll slash down in his chair, sit back up.
He's definitely, I think he's definitely the most expressive competitor we have of the group. You know what I
Yeah, you
mean?
can definitely he kind of wears it all on his sleeve. You can tell
Yeah.
exactly how it's going just by taking a quick look at him.
Yeah. Great aerial shot of the competitors here. Still unsure what Rue's final result is going to end up being. Rich coming in, another of our third attempt. Unfortunately, a DNF for him, so that is going to be a triple DNF for Rich, and he is not going to make it out of the first round. Unfortunate for him, but he still had the experience. He still had the 3 attempts, so
Yeah,
I think he's still going to walk away happy with the amount of competing that he was able to do, and then he still has 3 blind.
yeah. And see one of our staff members there, Sean Mack,
Yeah,
walking out of frame, but you know, big shout out to all the staff here.
of
Some
course.
of them traveled, many hours in the car just to scramble and help out with this
Yeah.
event. So typically a thankless job, and we're trying to change that a little bit, and give them their dues.
Thank you to our staff.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are approaching the halfway mark of this attempt in just 2 minutes. It'll be 30 minutes since Stanley, Rowe, and Joshua have started their attempt. Something I kind of want to touch on. We've been talking about multi-blind solving.
Mhm.
We've been talking about big blind and 3x3 blindfolded, but I wanted to take a moment to just acknowledge how nice this
Yeah.
venue and this city is.
Yeah.
Having a nice environment, I think, is also key to being able to
Yeah.
perform well.
We're at the University of Virginia, specifically the Miller Center. And this is a building that's like more or less designed for audio and video. It's really interesting to see, like, especially as somebody who has very little commentating experience. Pretty much my only experience is what we did yesterday. It is super nice to see not only the camera equipment, but just like the space we're in is just, it's inviting, but it's very professional.
Yeah, for sure. And the room that the attempts are in, I'm a fan of rooms with little quirks to them, and
Yeah.
it has like a very small like split level kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the competitors are on the lower part of that, and then you can walk around the rest of the room about maybe a half foot higher. It's an interesting room. I'm a big fan of it. It looks very nice, and it has little quirks to it too.
Yeah. Bert, I remember coming to this venue early last year, and I remember it sort of being a little unconventional for especially the competition setups that we normally run with in the DMV. But for PBQ, it works really well because everybody has their space. The cameras are angled such that we can have focus on top competitors, but like it is a very nice space given how perhaps odd it's set up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, this is like the ideal setup that we have to make multi-blind a spectator-friendly event. I mean, I think it's always been kind of like poked fun of like, oh, like a live stream for multi-blind, and it's like this is super watchable. I
Mhm.
mean, the end goal, like the main idea behind this competition, someone if we're gonna shout out other things while we're here, this entire competition is tied in with Michael Greco's feature documentary Blindfolded Ambition,
Mhm.
going over the stories and the inner mind of the three best
Mhm.
big blindfolded solvers that we have in the world. Every bit of passion that he has for that project, I feel in this competition.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
definitely a great competition he put together, and I think it's the quality of competition is indicative of how great the documentary will be. I really look forward to it coming out and watching it.
Yeah. 100%. See Joshua Gao here again. He's going to be doing off to Liam, but Joshua Gao, he's going to be attempting 60. So again, a world-class attempt, not exactly a world record attempt, but nonetheless upping his count from the 2 attempts yesterday.
Yeah, and something that I think is kind of interesting is to look at the different way people organize their cubes here. You see Liam has rows of 4, it looks like.
Mhm.
Row Hessler having rows of, I believe, 10 cubes, and then a common one is packs of 2x4 cubes.
Mhm.
And I believe Joshua Gao mixes different amounts, right?
Yeah, Joshua Gao, we saw a split
Yeah.
of 4x2 and 5x2.
Mhm.
But we did see just now from Joshua going for just 4 packs of 4x2. He also, I see competitors try and keep their packs separate. I mean, we see right now with Liam Chen
Mhm.
keeping everything as far apart as possible. Joshua Gao, I think, pushes 2 packs of 8 together to create one big 16 pack of 4x4 cubes, of 3x3 cubes, and a 4x4 arrangement.
Yeah, definitely probably one of the smaller things for the actual content of the event, but something visually that is a little interesting during memorization.
Yeah, it might be. It's really one of those things that needs to be explored if it's like a preference thing or if there really is something optimal about it. We do see Stanley Chapel right now, but in the background, Pierce Tickle has started execution.
Yeah.
Pierce started at the same time, really, as a lot of our other solvers. So Pierce starting execution only 30 minutes in, hoping to have plenty of time for recall.
Yeah, Pierce has been on a streak of increasing his success count by 2. So he got a 4 out of 8 in the first attempt and a 6 out of 8 on the second attempt. It looks like he's already got 1 DNF there, but hopefully he can get that 7 out of 8. I'm not sure what his PR is, but hopefully that'll be something good for him.
Yeah, we see here going a little slower. Pierce has been typically these cubers have been cubing for quite a while before they even dare touch blindfolded solving. Pierce kind of fresh into cubing as a whole. One of our newer competitors has already learned so much blindfolded solving. I know he's been not relearning, but has been learning 3-style.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much of that is being put into use at this competition, but every second really counts when it comes to a multi-blind attempt.
Yeah, I like to say Pierce kind of speed ran cubing. Like he learned blind super quick. He became a delegate super quick. And overall, just one of the most experienced competitors in the region. Not even mentioning the fact that I believe his ID is from 2022.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely impressive all the different things he's collected in that short period of time.
Yeah.
We do see that cube Pierce was working on earlier has been set off to the side. So we may come back for it later, but right now it is a DNF.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the visually interesting things about the organization of cubes, Roe does these very long rows of cubes here, and it's actually a bit of a hardware limitation. So he found that if he tries to put them in these like 2x(n) patterns, then the cube he's using is too magnetic, and it starts to repel, and you can't actually get these neat shapes anymore. And so he does them in these long rows instead, and the cube is better able to handle that.
Something that I'm thinking about that I am sure has been considered by Roe and other top level solvers is trying to move packs like that. Moving when you're executing all of your cubes, you can't see where they are. So you have to make sure that you put them in a spot where you can kind of feel around where they are. Packs of 2x4, 2x5, even like just packs of like 1x3 or 1x4, like we saw with Liam. Those are really good. They're very, very easy to handle onto. But something like this, you start to wonder about the flexibility of the cubes. I mean, anyone who's like taken a roll of coins and unwrapped them and tried moving them around, they don't want to stay in one straight line. They want to move around. And I can only imagine with the magnets repelling, as has been stated as an issue from Roe. Gotta wonder if he's maybe nervous about cubes coming out of whack.
Yeah, I think as a former world record holder, it probably doesn't have as much bearing on his attempt as we think. But it is nonetheless definitely a limitation. And it is really interesting to see how he does these really big pack sizes, but does them in such an unconventional manner.
Yeah, and for a lot of these competitors at the top level, we're expecting about a 42-minute memorization and then 18-minute execution, with obviously some variance just depending on how well somebody's doing in their attempt, and then how good the scrambles are, how fast they memorize. There's some variance in there, but generally about that kind of split. So should be approaching that soon, and get to see some of these top solvers start their execution phase.
Yeah, Joshua Gao. I mean, I think we've been really hyping up Joshua Gao, but I hope everyone knows that the hype is well deserved. I mean, not coming out of nowhere on the scene. Getting a third place at the last World Championship that we had, being his breakout attempt. But really since then it's just getting better and better at multi-blind solving.
Yeah, and it's pretty nice to see. There's a lot of times you'll get people who have these really high acceleration to what looks like they'll become the very tip-top level, and they become very good at an event, and then inexplicably just kind of flame out for one reason or another. And there's no signs of that with Joshua Gao. It's really just we haven't seen anything yet, I don't think, to show that he has reached his limit yet. So it's very fun to see.
Seeing some questions in the chat about how far we are from the room itself. So the room that the competitors are in is more or less the main room in this building. It's like a big multi-purpose room. And then the room that we're in, the commentary room, we're directly below them pretty much. So
Yeah,
we are below them. We are
maybe not
underneath.
directly below them.
So we are underneath the lobby leading into that room.
Yeah.
So there is still one floor and many walls
Yeah.
separating us. So we're able to get as loud as we want. I'm not gonna push my luck and figure out how loud,
yeah,
but we're able to talk
Yeah.
quite freely without worrying about distracting these competitors.
yeah. They're that way.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm like thinking now. Yeah, we came in.
Yeah.
pretty far, and
Up
no
there.
concerns about any of us distracting the competitors or any sort of scramble leakage or anything. So
Yeah.
yeah, very good setup that they have here.
Yeah. And they've got double doors protecting the main competition room. So
I was
Yeah.
joking around as we were leaving after scrambling a couple of the attempts, calling it an airlock.
yeah.
Of like where I'm not opening
Yeah.
this door to the lobby where everyone is and the door behind me
Yeah.
is shut. I am risking nothing.
Yeah, I mean, and for an event that has this much competition, it's definitely something that we want to take seriously. It
Mhm.
looks like Joshua Gao is beginning his execution, already 3 cubes in. Oh, and
Stanley
Stanley Chapel also beginning. Looks like his 3 blind cube. He doesn't seem he's touched any of his.
So we're about
stats yet.
39 minutes into the first people starting their attempt.
Wow. Okay.
So it looks like some of these competitors are having a bit shorter memo.
I think we saw a sub 40 split for both Joshua and Stanley when it comes to initial memorization. Could lead a lot of time for execution for any recall if necessary.
Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see if this is just a little bit of variance or if it's actually indicative of these guys having better attempts.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully we can get eyes on Joshua. We see 4 solved cubes already. Soon to be number 5. Ooh, that cube went flying.
Looks
I hope
like, if I'm not mistaken, we have a
Ooh.
corner twist.
that is unfortunate. So there is at least one DNF before Joshua, unless he can somehow sense it and fix it.
Yeah, he's good, but I'm not sure he's Spider-Man. That one might be lost.
I mean, really, if anyone is going to be Spider-Man, I think there's a chance that it could be another one of our top blindfolded solvers who I have seen as Spider-Man before, has joined us in the commentary room. It is the lovely Tommy Cherry. Oh, Mike, are you leaving?
No, I'm just gonna move over. Come check.
Okay,
All right,
cool.
We're
All right.
viewers at once. Love to see it.
This is
Yeah.
gonna be great.
So I
Great.
guess a lot of the viewers probably don't have context about the Spider-Man thing, but I think
Are they not subscribed to your YouTube channel? Where
Well,
where can we find you? We'll save that for the end. We'll do promo at the end.
the video doesn't exist yet. So and it was filmed
You
like
filmed that like 2024.
yeah. So okay, by 2030, the audience will have context by 2030. But yeah. So anyways, change topic.
Change topic. Tommy, how are you doing? We did not see you. We missed you yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Only you missed out on the 2 multi attempts, but you did go for one today, attempting a whopping 3 cube. Unfortunately solving none of them. How did you feel about your attempt?
I think it's not like something I really particularly cared about to begin with because I stopped doing multi seriously like a year and a half ago. But a little slightly disappointed to flop as like the first thing of the stream today for like everybody to see. I think when I put that blindfold on, I thought I had at least like a decent retention of the memo, and then I did the first cube that happened to be a DNF, and then the rest of the memo the other cubes kind of just escaped me. So that's a little bummed out about that, but not too big of a deal.
I was to say you do have quite a lot still left today alone. I mean, we are seeing 4x4 and 5x5 blindfolded round one, as well as 3x3 blindfolded. Something I wanted to ask you about. The format has changed. It's no longer mean of three and now best of five. As I think it's fair to call you a high level 3x3 blindfolded solver. How do you feel about the change?
I look forward to it. I really do. You know, more opportunities to compete in, or more solves to do in a given 3-blind comp. Like, you know, this comp is 2 rounds, but provided that I make finals, it's 10 solves, which that's uncharted. Like, we've never had a 3-blind comp with, you know, 4 rounds. Oh, okay, don't quote me on that, but I'm like pretty sure.
Well, it would require 100 people to do 3-blind,
Yeah.
which I don't think you can even get 10 people to do 3-blind. You definitely can. I'm just being
Probably.
I mean, but yeah, because with 3 rounds, you get 3 times 3 equals 9 attempts, and just with 2 rounds, we get 10 here. So it's really cool. And on top of that, like head to head now exists, and 3-blind is one of the events that it applies to. So opportunity for even more solves in comps which have head to head finals. So you know, overall, I really look forward to it. You know, I think there's a lot of debate as to like whether average of 5 or mean of 3 is a, you know, kind of better measure. I think probably most people I know are in favor of average of 5. I don't really have a strong opinion one way or another. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's gonna be really cool to see. I guess last time we had this type of change was feet before it got removed as an event. So let's hope that doesn't happen with 3-blind. But
I think the WC is following you around with rule changes.
oh boy, oh
Yeah,
boy.
I was gonna say, I mean, I am like definitely looking forward to, of course, you said you have expected 10 solves that are gonna happen this weekend. It's gonna be really nice to see a ton of attempts out of one of our top level solvers. Maybe setting up Mike Greco for a sequel to his documentary.
I wouldn't mind.
But now following 3-blind. We have seen all 5 of our top level solvers have started execution. We have seen Graham Siggins starting the latest, but we also see Ro Hessler, Joshua Gao, Andrew Tao, and Stanley Chappell are all well into their execution.
Speaking of execution, I think we've given sort of a baseline explanation of how multi-blind works, but as I think it's fair to say, the best blind solver here, can you give us sort of a brief rundown of what exactly it is that the top competitors are doing, how exactly they're memorizing their cubes and how they're going about their attempt?
Yeah, so for sure. You know, generally they use Roman rooms, which is where the information you memo, you kind of imagine happening in certain places that you decide ahead of time. So we have these like memory palaces, which are like kind of you know, groups of rooms. They could be like physical rooms, even rooms from a video game, like, or even rooms you could just think up in your head. Like, as long as you can kind of visualize what these rooms are like and they're kind of distinctive, you can basically you memorize you have a sequence of rooms, a fixed sequence of rooms. So when you do a multi-blind attempt, like your first cube, it's going to go in room 1. So for example, like my first room in my first memory palace is like you know, my bedroom from one of my old houses from when I was a kid. And then the room after that is like my parents' room in that same house. So we kind of go through a bunch of rooms within that house, but then we get to like the next set of rooms, which is like at the school I was going to at the time, right? So you kind of want to go in like a logical order of like, you know, because like the rooms in one place and kind of even like physically too, like because my parents' room was next to mine, and then like the kitchen was next to their room, so that you're not like kind of jumping around. So there's a lot of like important factors to weigh in when it comes to like determining what rooms you use and also what locations you use within those rooms. The amount of locations within a room depends on the person. I think a lot of the top guys lately use either like 2 or 3 locations per room, where if you use 2 locations, that generally means you're coming up with like a story of like everything that's happening during edges at one location and another story type of thing for corners at the other location. And if you use 3 locations, it's usually like 2 for edges, 1 for corners. So you're kind of just breaking edges into half, maybe doing like the first 3 edge pairs at the first location. And it's kind of like a very small fragmented story. You kind of just, you know, usually just have like a few images and kind of think of like some kind of way to associate them with each other as if something's happening. And So yeah, that's kind of like how the memo like makes its way into your head, like where you plant it. And like the locations you choose too. It's like you want to choose rooms that are like not like super small and like have kind of distinctive features. Like if you're, let's say you're like in a field of grass and your locations are literally just different places on that field of grass. That's horrible because like there's nothing like distinct about that. You're
Mhm.
like you're just kind of thinking of like different things happening on the field, but like where are they happening? Like there's no logical order to that. Whereas if you're like in a bedroom where you have like things going clockwise around the room, like a bed, a nightstand, a desk, a bookshelf, you get the idea. It's like going around. So you want those locations within a room to go around in a logical order. And there are a lot of things that go into making sure those are like locations that are effective for multi-blind. So yeah, anyways, all that is to say, like multi-blinders generally do like 1 cube per room, and they've got these like memory palaces where it's this huge set of rooms that you use for like your whole multi-blind attempt. So I don't know exactly how many rooms per palace are used by these top guys nowadays, but considering that they're doing like, at home, some of them have done like 70 plus cube attempts, I'd imagine that the palaces are at least 60 rooms long. And the reason I say palaces is because some multi-blinders, like these top guys, use multiple palaces because when you practice multi-blind really frequently, it's really easy for you to get confused with the previous attempt's memo because with the way you do multi-blind, it's like kind of a medium to long-term memo type of activity. So that memo can really stick around physically, like planted in those places you imagine, even like the next day. So if you're going to do an attempt the next day, then to avoid getting confused, you can literally just use a whole separate memory palace. So, I don't know exactly how many rooms and palaces these guys have, but I'm pretty sure at least one of them has over 200 rooms, which means, at least 2 or 3 palaces. So it's pretty crazy what these guys can do.
Honestly, sounds pretty simple. I'm fairly sure I got it. I might be next. I might be next up, being able to get it. No, very, very complicated and impressive stuff from these solvers. Going back to the action here, pointing out Ro Hessler looks to be around halfway through his attempt, has a handful of DNFs. Graham Siggins only about a third of the way through his execution, and there are many DNFs on the
I think I'm
tape.
seeing at least 7 unsolved cubes on Graham's part.
In the lower left, we see Andrew Tao. I know there is at least a few DNFs in that stack, but a lot of solved cubes. Same thing with the top left, Stanley Chappell also got many cubes solved, at least a handful of DNFs, but Stanley seems to be quite on good pace in comparison to his attempts yesterday. Hoping to maybe get some nicer result now that it's been revealed he's been practicing multi-blind.
I think he has like 3 or 4 DNFs so far. It's kind of hard to tell. I see at least 3. But do you know how many cubes he's attempting for this attempt?
Stanley, I believe, is doing 57.
Yeah. Okay.
Joshua Gao, now in the lower right of your screen, is attempting 60. He had 1 DNF very early on via a corner twist, and I believe he has 1 more DNF sitting there. But otherwise, it looks like he's on a very good run.
Yeah.
Joshua Gao is, from what we saw from the first 2 attempts last night, really good at the very early stages of execution. We saw him go 20 or so cubes before his first DNF.
Yeah.
Excellent solver. Stanley Chappell is mowing through cubes. I look away and his pile of solved cubes is like nearly doubled.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I'm curious about for this competition, Tommy, is what is like your mindset going into it? Are you really nervous about it because there's so many top competitors here, or are you just excited to be able to get this competition and see a lot of people you don't normally get to?
I think I'm nervous about it, not because it's a lot of top competitors here, but because of the nature of the competition. The fact that it's really unique, being part of this, like 2 things, like this stream and documentary, but also like it's my first average of 5 comp and one of the first averages of 5 comps ever, because it's literally just changed yesterday. Yesterday was the first opportunity for this to even happen. So I kind of want to like make a good mark with my first average of 5 comp, and nothing's guaranteed. So audience, please don't expect me to break a world record or something, because it could happen, but we never know, right? So yeah, of course I want to do good as with every comp, so there are a bit of nerves there, but I'm excited for it.
Do you these nerves, I don't know if you have like a memory of nerves for past competitions, but would you put it similar to the level of nerves for something like a national championship, continental, world championship even?
Not quite.
Okay. Because we've seen, I mean, we have a level of competitors here where like the battle for podium is very similar to what we saw at All Stars last year, at World Championships, at Continental Championships. Of course, there is no big trophy or prestige to it, like there is with one of these major championships, but still, like feeling for the win, I feel like is a very big goal for these competitors.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to at least win 3 blind, if possible, and getting like a 4 blind and 5 blind podium would be nice as well. But blind events are also volatile. You really never know.
Yeah.
If possible, but I'm hoping that you'll be able to pull something out during 3 blind.
Yeah.
Joshua Gao, we have seen 2 more DNFs get added. It looks like one is just by an M2 away, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
And we see another one, a cycle of edges, I believe, somewhere on the left side of his pack. Andrew Tao was on a good run there, but has added 2 more DNFs as well. Stanley Chappell, a lot of his cubes are looking solved. Ro Hessler, also a couple DNFs laying in the pile. Still a lot of multi left to happen. We are approaching, there are I believe 7 to 8 minutes left
Yep.
in these competitors' attempts.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of time. I mean, for Stanley, he's only looking at 16 cubes left. He's definitely on pace to finish and even take time to recall.
If I'm not mistaken, though, it looks like Andrew has about half of his cubes left.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's only got, less than 10 minutes to finish those up. So he just sped through that cube really fast, as I just said that. But I think it's going to be really interesting to see how many he's going to be able to finish up in these next few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's like 2.5 minutes per 8 packs. So let's see, like a little less than 20 per cube, which is something you can definitely pull off, but
Yeah.
you'll have to make sure not to have like huge pauses.
Yeah.
We do see one more result came in the background, but we unfortunately overlooked it. I'm sorry, Pierce. A 4 out of 8 on his 3rd attempt, matching his first attempt, but 7 minutes quicker.
Yeah.
So Pierce Tickle unable to keep up that streak, but I guess +2, -2 is still a pattern.
And I think he'll confidently make it in that second round. So he's got 3 more attempts to hopefully up his results.
One more DNF has been added for Joshua Gao, which is unfortunate, but attempting 60 cubes, he's got quite a big barrier. I mean, right now, he is sitting with a 49-point personal record. Definitely still in PR's reach.
Yeah.
He could get 5 DNFs. He's probably what, like 3, right? I think. Oh, 4.
I think he might be at 4 or 5.
Okay. Well,
But either way, it's still just impressive knowing that he's able to do it for one of the next attempts.
yeah, his other 2 attempts were already so good.
Yeah.
Was the second one PR? Like,
So his second one was PR, yeah.
Yeah.
So he got a 50 out of 56,
this was already PR.
and then he did it again with a 53 out of 57.
So what
Yeah.
if he goes for a 3rd? That's gonna be
Yeah.
Oh wait. Oh, if that's a 5th, then he needs to go perfect on the rest. But if that's a 6th, then it's already out of the running. But even so, like it's already a really solid attempt.
Yeah.
Like he's probably had the most like consistent performance at this comp so far.
Yeah.
So,
For sure.
Braden Adams has finished up. I see a lot of solved cubes.
Do I see 9? I see 8 solved, I believe.
Ooh,
And I see a smile on his face.
Yeah.
Seanrack is in the way. The
Go.
quarter zip was holding him back.
Confirmed.
Oh, I think I saw another DNF get dropped for Joshua. I'm not sure. I think we are out of PR range.
Kern Wilson.
Ro just about finishing up over there.
Yeah.
I think Rowe still has one more row.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rowe's got it
Bro
back,
got
yeah.
it, Ro. Okay.
Yeah, we have been saying that
Okay.
so
sorry.
much.
I'm late to the party.
But Stanley is on his last pack. Joshua appears to be on his last pack as well.
Braden Adams confirmed 8 out of 9 PR in 5403
Good stuff.
And
Yeah.
guaranteed,
into the next round.
yeah, Braden is our first guaranteed advancement.
That's going to be huge for him. He was complaining on the car ride back to our where we're staying that he keeps doing these PBQs and not getting PRs. So I think he'll be happy to finally get that one under his belt.
Yeah, now you have to ask him to please be quiet and be happy that he's got his PR.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll be here all weekend in Charlottesville, Virginia, here at the Miller Center. Ro Hessler wrapping up his second to last pack on his penultimate cube. Stanley Chappell, 4 cubes to go, plus the 1 in his hand at 5. Andrew Tao still at round 2 1/4 packs before his attempt is over.
And he's got 5 minutes before he's going to get that tap on his shoulder. So I think we're going to see a lot of these
that's
cubes
tough.
solved.
He
Yeah.
needs like sub 15 again.
Yeah, we're gonna see
very
it.
rare.
Yeah,
But even if he's like 1 or 2 cubes late, it could still be a good attempt.
yeah.
Graham Siggins also, it feels quite far behind in his attempt, having 2 packs left to go.
We did start about 2 minutes later than some of our other competitors, right?
Yeah, but I think Tommy mentioned earlier that we're looking around 2:15 for 1 pack, so
Okay.
still maybe a bit behind pace.
Yeah.
And again, we see a ton of DNFs from Graham's side of the table,
Yeah.
and putting the cube in his hands, kind of not giving up on this attempt, but might not be Graham's finest work.
Stanley on his last cube.
Yeah.
Well, I think the pace I was referring to is for Andrew, and Graham's a little bit ahead of Andrew, and also factoring in the fact that you said he started a few minutes later.
Yeah.
So I think he's probably pretty good on pace right now. It is hard to tell, but I mean, he's got quite a bit of DNFs already anyway, so it's probably not going to be his best attempt.
We do see, not to cut you off, Stanley is on his last cube.
Oh,
Another
yeah.
DNF from Joshua Gao. I think we are well out of PR range.
Oh,
Yeah.
Stanley DNFing is the last cube. We will hopefully get a count as soon as we can.
Stanley was attempting 57, but
Shaking his head seems very displeased with
Oh,
this attempt, but I'm hoping it can
that
still
last
be a
cube
good
has got to
result.
be frustrating.
yeah.
6 DNFs. I imagine probably felt like it was less than 8 DNFs.
Miles in the
think-
bottom right finishing up as well.
I think we're looking at 8 DNFs for Stanley. Joshua finishing up, maybe running out of time. Another cube looking quite unsolved. Again, we'll get results as soon as they come into WCA Live to give you an accurate count
Graham on his last 3 cubes, it looks like.
of his second to last pack. You're talking about Rowe,
Definitely Matt
who
Rowe.
has 3 cubes left.
Definitely Matt Rowe. Graham is pressed for time. Like it's gonna come down to the wire.
Miles
Yeah.
Greco with a 15 out of 19.
Up 1 more cube.
Counting up Stanley's attempt now, I do believe it is still 7 or 8 out of or 50, 49 or 50 out of 57 for Stanley.
His best of the round, but I'm sure he's not satisfied with it.
Yeah. Or that'll leave him with either a 41 or 43 pointer, depending on if it's 7 or 8 DNFs, but still he has very high standards, so it's I'm sure not what he wanted.
Yeah. It's unfortunate Graham's most recent cube, he looks like he forgot edges, so he placed it back with the pack in hopes that he, recalls it afterwards. But I think anytime that happens where, if I've experienced this too, like a few years ago when I was doing multi-blind pretty seriously, like whenever I, put a cube to the side because I had part of the memo, I thought I may be able to recall it later. Like it was very rare that I'd actually be able to come back to it later and recall it. So it's almost like it's kind of just considered a DNF, but there is just kind of that slight chance. But
I think Rowe's attempt is finished. We are seeing 7 unsolved cubes. So that is going to end up being, that is 8 unsolved cubes. Spoke too soon. Currently 56 out of 64. That is a 48-point attempt there for Rowe. Noah Swore, close to wrapping up there in the top left. Andrew Tao on his last pack. Graham Siggins still got more time in his attempt.
Andrew Tao, I believe, only has a couple minutes, and he's still got pretty much a whole pack left. So, again, coming down to the wire for sure.
if he does it well, he could do what he has left in like a minute 40, but he'd have to do pretty good.
Looks like Graham's about to get the shoulder tap there from Rich Tyag.
Repping the 930 Club zip up. DC represent.
Oh, I swear I knew that logo from somewhere. I was supposed to be there. I haven't forgotten about that. And there's the shoulder tap for Graham. Very displeased with that attempt. Noah looks to also be done with his attempt. Andrew still got 5 cubes left. I'm not sure a whole lot of time. Ryland Wilson appears to be on the ready.
Noah Swore finishing up his attempt. Looks like he had quite a few DNFs in there. We do have a couple more results coming in. Curran Wilson with a 9 out of 13 and 59.20. And then Miles, like we mentioned, 15 out of 19 in 57.40 from Miles.
Yeah, so again, Curran, Miles, Braden, and Pierce all guaranteed to get 3 more attempts through the rest of this weekend.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get more results put in.
And like we predicted, it's looking like everybody who got a point is going to make it into that next round. So not huge pressure to make it into the next round. But again, those podium spots are definitely going to be up for contention.
Andrew Tao, 2 cubes left. Ryland's getting an inch closer every second. Andrew might be out of time. Very slow
Taking his
execution.
time on that second.
And there it is. There's the back off.
Suspense.
2 cubes guaranteed DNF'd for Andrew. A lot of successes, but getting your attempt cut short with 2 cubes left to go, like we saw with Joshua yesterday, it's not a good feeling.
Ro Hessler's final result was a 56 out of 64 in 59 minutes flat. So that's going to be his best attempt of the round. Or sorry, no, it is not. Yes, it is. 56 out of 64 and 59-15. It looks like that got switched up. So, yeah, it's going to be his best attempt of the round. Still in third place for the time being.
Yeah, we see these competitors. I think everyone right now is done with their attempts. So hopefully, as results come in, we will make you aware of them. There's a lot of mixed emotions right now. Again, all of our top competitors seem to not perform to the standards that they have set for themselves, but we did see some smaller names get results. Braden Adams getting a PR in multi-blind. Stanley Chappell's result has come in 49 out of 57 in 57 minutes and 52 seconds. It is his best attempt this round, but it is still only 41 points.
That'll put him in fourth until Graham's results get put in, which are being counted up right now. And it's looking like he got a lot of DNFs.
I think that's like 16 cubes worth of DNFs right there for Graham.
Yeah.
Isn't that roughly what his best, let's see, I can't tell from here. His previous one, 46 out of 64.
Oh,
Graham, 33 out of 64.
Andrew and Josh being still in first and second is really cool.
Is that a 1 point?
In Worlds,
2 point.
2 point.
In Worlds, this happened. They both podiumed and did better than any of the other people at this comp. So they've really been popping off lately.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to see what happens in the second round too. I think, this is probably the most intense multi-line competition ever. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Graham Siggins' last attempt got him 2 points.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
So not unsuccessful.
Joshua Gao's final result coming in a 49 out of 60 in 58-44. So not great for him considering what he's done yesterday. That 53 out of 57 is still going to stand as his best result. Still waiting for Andrew's final result to be put in. But
you can see in the bottom right of the screen right now, cubes being counted up. It looks to be, I think there's double-digit DNFs. I mean, especially with getting your attempt cut short, 2 cubes left. I think it's quite likely that we see at least 10 cubes DNF there for Andrew.
Yeah.
Noah Swore with a 30 out of 36. It is not a PR, but it is enough to make it for 3 more attempts.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, and who do we have not locked into the next round yet?
Not locked in. We're looking at Ryan Farish is still waiting on his result. Keegan Joyce is still on the bubble there. He still has that 5 out of 9. And his last attempt was a DNF. So we'll see what his result is going to end up being.
I think that might kick Keegan out because we still have Liam's attempt that needs to be put in. And I'm fairly sure, given Liam's skill in multi-blind solving, that he definitely got at least 1 point.
Yeah.
I think he attempted 26. Did anybody happen to see how many cubes he had solved?
No, I think we didn't keep track of him really throughout execution, unfortunately.
Yeah, so it seems like we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Andrew Tao has been put in 54 out of 61, so only 7 DNFs there for Andrew. It is going to end up being a 47-pointer. Still well in the lead, Andrew Tao and Joshua Gao.
Last result we're going to be waiting on is Liam Chen's 3rd attempt. That'll determine whether or not Keegan is going to make it into the round.
Suspense.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are working to get that. I am putting in an emergency text to Sean Mack on the floor right now to go check out what that attempt is. Oh, it has been put in
23 out of 26 in an hour flat. That is going to kick out Keegan Joyce. So it looks like 6 out of 8 is going to be the bubble, 2 points. How are we feeling after the round? So that is the first round of multi over. Still 3 attempts to go, still a whole round to go, but we're kind of seeing how things are shaping up. Notably, Andrew and Joshua, 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, definitely we're all thinking like the big three coming into this. The names that everyone was looking out for multi-blind solving, being Stanley, Graham, and Rowe. Of course, they're part of this major documentary. And then really only seeing one of them on the podium being Rowe, and Rowe coming in at third. I mean, the projected podium, we still have another round, but Andrew Tao and Joshua Gao really showing us what they're made of with 2 PRs. Three if you count the other Joshua PR. Yeah, just stellar solving all around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm staying with them in the same Airbnb for this con, so I think it's just because I'm there. I'm the good luck charm.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Hopefully, yeah, a lot of competition ahead of us, and hopefully you can carry that on in 3 blind later with your first average of 5.
Oh yeah.
It's only fair that you get your share of the limelight.
Yeah.
We do see Ryan Farish kind of glossed over it, but a 17 out of 21 in
PR?
57 minutes. It is a PR.
Very nice.
Yeah.
We are joined now back here in the studio with Braden Adams, with a new PR coming in 11th place in the first round. Braden,
How you guys doing?
Braden, let's stand back here so that way Michael can still.
Oh, Michael, yeah. How's everybody doing?
How are
Braden,
you?
I'm
Braden,
great. I'm really happy.
so one of the major differences that set apart your last attempt and this attempt, the lack of the quarter zip. Do you think that got you to your PR today?
I think I don't. Well, okay. So yesterday I put the quarter zip on. It was my first time.
You did also take the quarter.
I did also take the quarter zip on and then put it back on. But I wore the quarter zip, and I even said like it's just not me. Like I just don't feel like the quarter zip energy. Like I feel like some other people could. And so I just kind of, that was kind of messing me up a little bit yesterday. But today I'm just wearing regular hoodie, sweatpants, and
no zips. It appears
no zips at all.
It is a zero.
I think like the outfit's whatever, but the socks are really, I think, what got me. I am wearing my lucky socks today, and I don't know if I want to just yet put that on stream, but I just want to let everybody know that like my lucky socks are on. So
multi-blind, full of superstitions, and speaking of superstitions, super solving from all of our. I'm gonna done with the microphone. But some really super solving you saw from all of our competitors. We are gonna get started with our lunch break as we move into 4x4 and 5x5 blindfolded. Coming up next, we will see you all here shortly. And we're live. We're given no warning for that. Sorry about that, guys. Welcome back to Multi Mayhem Virginia 2026. I am Zach Rydell, joined with
Michael Nielsen. And no Stone Pain, but
Stone Pain will be here
Yeah.
momentarily, I believe. We are going to get started with 4x4 and 5x5 blindfolded. Michael, what do we have to look out for?
Stanley Chapel's the obvious front runner in this one. He's had an absolute stranglehold on the event for, I mean, 7 years. I mean, yeah, it's hard to think of a time where he was not the number one in 4 and 5 blind. So definitely look out for his results. And then strong competition as well from Graham Siggins, Tommy Cherry, and Liam Chen. So should be an exciting round to watch. Definitely Stanley as the front runner though.
Yeah, we will be seeing an interesting format for this event. It's going to be held simultaneously. So 4x4 and 5x5 will be taking place at the same time with a cumulative time limit. Competitors are able to go in whatever order they want. So they can do 2 4x4 attempts and then a 5x5 blindfolded and then their last 4x4 blindfolded, 2 more 5 in any order they want for their 6 attempts total. But they only have a finite amount of time. I believe 1 hour is the cumulative time limit. Might be an hour 15.
I'm not sure what it is.
Getting more audio input in than necessary. We see here Stanley Chapel, like
This is a practice call. He has his phone timer open there and no judge there.
yes,
But
this is
yeah.
the guy to watch right here.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure if we have a timing display visible to be able to keep track of Stanley's times. I think off to the side, we're only going to be able to see the times from the very big wide shot that we have in the room. Just because the tables are a little finicky and we're able to get the perfect angle. Speaking of perfect and my perfect angle, Stone Pain.
In a hectic hour, but excited to be back. Excited to see what is this Stanley's actual?
No.
Okay.
Practice.
Okay. Yeah.
John practice.
So a quick rundown. A little bit finicky on the displays. I don't know. You guys were talking about that a little bit. But yeah, a little bit finicky on the displays, unfortunately. Just trying to figure out what works best. You guys need to come a little out of breath, but just trying to figure out what works best for each competitor, and what works best given each angle, given each camera angle. Some competitors have preferences. Stanley, for example, definitely wants to make sure that he can't see his display. Ro, more or less, for example, doesn't care. So, yeah, I don't think there would be a ton of angles with which we can see the displays, but of course, we saw a perfect image and everybody will actually solve. So, I'm excited to see what we got going on here.
Yeah, we will, for any of the stations that have a timer display that is in a bit of an inconvenient area, we'll make sure to have our own timer running back here in the booth. That way we have at least a general idea on splits and anything of the such. How are you guys feeling?
I'm good. I'm tired. I think that last 45 minutes was definitely a bit of a hustle to make sure everything is set up. But I'm definitely excited to see what Stanley's gonna do, what Liam's gonna do, what Graham and Tommy are gonna do, what Ro's gonna do. How about you guys?
I'm feeling a lot better. I got some lunch in me. I'm ready for the rest of the day, and it'll be fun to see a bit shorter event here. It'll be a bit more action packed, I think, at the beginning than a multi-blind attempt. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be starting off with Ro and Stanley. I'm not sure how our groups are seated. We may have more than just these two. I'm sure we have more than just these two. I mean, the room is full.
We're gonna have everybody going at the same time.
There's only one group?
There's
Okay, well, we are going to make sure to capture Stanley's as he's really primed for a world record on any given attempt. And then we'll try and keep track of everyone else, of course, as possible.
Yeah. So of course, we've got the big five. We've got Ro, Stanley, Graham. I guess who else are you guys putting for 4 and 5 line? I'm thinking Liam.
Liam is a national runner-up in four blind.
Yeah.
Tommy has some good results historically. I'm not sure
Yeah.
how much he's keeping up to date on his four blind, five blind skills. But it'll be we'll find out here if it's anything he's been really practicing.
Who else are you guys looking out for though? I'm interested to see what exactly we can get from somebody like Braden. I know Pierce has been grinding for a while. I'm interested to see what he might have. Miles, about to start here in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are going to see some competitors are going to be utilizing these harmonica holders. So you've seen these sight blocker devices before. You wouldn't believe it, but they're actually made to hold harmonicas for musicians. But we've instead taped paper to them and made it as a way for you to not be able to see through. So anyone wearing these is typically going to have a much longer length attempt as compared to someone not wearing one, because they are just going to have a judge hold the sight blocker in between them.
Yeah, for somebody like Stanley, for example, removing that harmonica holder or putting it back on is just, it adds so much time that it's just easier to have that judge there holding the sight block.
Would you be able to pull up a timer like on your phone just so you can keep track?
Yep.
Thank you.
And just as a reminder, I'm not sure if you guys mentioned it, but these competitors are doing 4 and 5 blind at the same time, and they do get to choose which one they want to start with.
Yes.
So there are going to be some people who are going to be doing 5 blind while others are doing 4. I don't know if there's necessarily a method as to which one people will start with. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think Stanley has much of a preference. I think he kind of just vibes it out.
I don't. If there is any sort of preference he has, I'm not sure of it. I think he might have submitted his 4x4 first because he was doing a 4x4 practice off here, and then when I've judged him officially, he's done 4 blind first, but I don't think if it's any sort of big thing, I haven't heard of it.
Got it. Yeah, so we are still just getting everything rolling here.
Yeah.
First cubes are being sent out to competitors. See Sean Mack running here. Trying to navigate the twists and turns of each table. Graham Siggins going to be getting his cube.
We can see Noah and Joshua sharing a table in the back of the room. So that's a bit unique. Most people have their own little setup. You can also see Sean is going to be directly next to Graham, just to make sure that sight blocker is right there for him.
And here we see Graham Siggins. Timer display a little bit out of frame. Maybe we can get the camera moved just so we can have it in the shot.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to see Graham go for 5x5 blindfolded here first out of his first few attempts. Thank you, production.
Other way.
Other way.
Nice.
There we go. Shout out, production.
Sean Mack looking almost as intense as Graham during this attempt.
Just a lot less focused, it appears.
Yeah.
That's all good though. Yeah, so we're gonna see a lot of popping around in between competitors, see what all is going on, but we're going to make sure that we keep an eye on Stanley as he's really, again, primed for a world record on any given attempt.
We're also going to try our best to update these results live for you. We're not exactly sure how often that'll be updated, but ideally, as soon as one of these big names is finished, we'll be able to get that result in for you guys as soon as possible. So if we're looking at Stanley and Tommy finishes, hopefully we can get Tommy's results entered as soon as possible for you guys.
Yeah, we do see Graham originally not rocking the vest. I know we've been talking about apparel a lot and we've been kind of joking about it.
Yeah.
Execution starting at the 125 mark here for Graham. An actual thing that is worth bringing up is temperature of the room. In these blindfolded events, you want to take as much focus away from outside sources and put everything into the cube. Something like the temperature of the room is a really big factor in potentially the mental game.
On that note, I was talking to Joshua Gao shortly before 4 and 5 blind started, and I scrambled his attempt for the third attempt earlier today, and his cubes were feeling not great from the cold, to be honest. I think the cold might have messed with his setup in each of his cubes. So I went in the room to start setting up timers, and Joshua was literally there putting like angstrom loops into his cubes, which is hilarious. But I think what's even more interesting is the fact that because we have so many more judges floating around, and because there are now a few more people in the room, and because people have been moving around, like setting up timers and stuff, it's getting kind of stuffy in that room. You know, it's getting a little humid, so I'm going to be interested to see how that may or may not affect some of the competitors we got going on here. We got Ro just starting his execution at the just about the 4.5 minute mark. He's going to be doing 5 blind at this point.
It looks like Graham's making pretty good pace here.
Yeah.
Should end up something in 3-ish minute, or in the 3-minute range. Can't see any mistakes on centers, which is good. Looks like he's finished up wings now, and actually finished up all edges and is on corners. This could be a pretty good one for him.
3:05.94 for Graham Siggins. Is it solved? It appears so. He looks around and he looks pleased. So I'm quite hopeful that it is.
Yeah, what are Graham's personal records for
Looking up
one?
right now. So for 4 and 5 blind, Graham has a 123 single and a 258 single for 5 blind. So that's not too far off for Graham. I think he's going to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
That 258 single puts him at 10th in the world. I'll also note that Graham has a 337 mean for 5 blind, and I believe he just got a 305.
Yes.
So like
very, very good
yeah,
pace.
if he keeps up that pace, I mean, we could be seeing something really awesome. That 337 puts him at 6th in the world, so we could be seeing a very good result.
For those not aware, as opposed to traditional sighted events, the blindfolded events, or at least 4x4 and 5x5 blindfolded, is a mean of 3. So you get 3 attempts, and then the average of those gets taken. There is no best and worst that gets taken away.
Speaking of the best, Stanley Chappell here, about to start off his attempt. I'll be interested to see if he's doing 4 or 5 line first. Stanley,
I believe 4.
4. Okay, so he's going to be starting. We'll see in a second here. Yep, 4. Stanley is more or less always on world record watch. You know what I mean? He's about 6 seconds into his attempt, and I'm going to be really interested to see what he's able to pull off here. One thing I think is really interesting about Stanley is that we saw during multi-blind, competitors were going over their cubes maybe 3 or 4 times. If I'm not mistaken, Stanley 1 passes his 4 blind.
He does. He's
Yeah.
I believe the only person to 1 pass 4 and 5 line. It looked like he had about 22 memos.
22 memo there. So
is on a little bit of the faster side.
Yeah.
For his memos. So we'll see if how his execution goes. Hopefully it keeps that same pace and you can get a good single.
yeah, Row in your top left here, looking to finish up centers at the 7-minute mark.
Ooh, big
Big
pause
pause
there during recall for Stanley, looking quite frustrated with this attempt. I don't think we're going to be seeing an excellent time here.
It looks like he might have a small center mistake, so I think it'll end up being
Probably being enough.
Yeah.
Yes, it's going to be sub 1. I think that is a 103 by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It unfortunately looked like it was just off by those 2 centers.
And then a 722 DNF, it appears, for Rowe's first 5x5 blindfolded attempt. Yeah, the mark that we're really looking to see from Stanley is sub 1. It's quite a large, not a large like gap, but like the skill to pull off a sub 1 is quite high.
He's definitely the
So-
only competitor here, I think.
Yeah,
who's-
the only competitor ever.
Yeah.
To have done it, to show the ability to do it.
Mhm.
He is the only sub 1 ever on video and officially. So
Yeah, so we're going to be keeping an eye for that. However, it might not be able to happen today, and that's all right. We got another round tomorrow.
yeah.
Noah here about to start his attempt in your bottom right. Row in the top left, finishing up his DNF. Looks like he's trying to figure out what exactly he got wrong on his edges.
See Joshua Gao also in the bottom right. Think on 4x4.
And just to characterize a little bit the gap between Stanley and everybody else in the 4 blind, of the top 100 fastest results ever, Stanley has over 90 of them.
Mm.
So it's really just kind of a
It's
racing
Stanley's
game.
game. It's Stanley's game. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Andrew Tao in the top left of your screen. Unsure what this is going to be. Could be 4, could be 5.
Looks like Noah's in your bottom right, doing 4 blind. He's only about 10 seconds into his attempt. Joshua Gao to his left, our right, about 2.5 minutes into what seems to be his 4 blind or 5 blind attempt.
Joshua, believed to be 4x4.
4x4.
Yeah.
And then Andrew Tao in the top left also is on 4x4. 2:30 for Joshua Gao. It appears to be a success.
Yeah, and with Graham getting a very good single on the first solve, it'll be interesting to see as other attempts fill in if that was a really good scramble or if Graham was just really on his game for that one, and
Yeah.
if he's pulling ahead or if the scrambles were just pretty nice on that one.
See, Noah Swore has started execution around 56 seconds into the attempt. Tommy Cherry in the top right of your screen. Unsure which event he is currently doing. Likely 5x5 blindfolded,
Yeah.
given the over 1 minute memorization.
Noah, about 1.5 minutes into his 4 blind attempt, looking to be finishing up centers.
Yeah, Tommy Cherry certainly no slouch in the big blinds. He was the world runner-up in 2023, so very, very good at 4 and 5 blind.
Yeah.
Is a DNF for Noah Sware's first 4x4 blindfolded attempt. A 138 off by, it appeared one move, but I saw a couple edges, a couple corners. Could have just been one slice away at some point in execution.
Andrew Tao definitely moving at a slower pace in comparison to a lot of the other competitors that we're seeing, at least turning wise. And I feel like that's a bit of a theme that we've seen throughout the weekend so far. I feel like, you know, he's been consistent, but his turning has been slower. Not that that's a bad thing.
Yeah, and I mean, especially on something like 4 and 5 blind where you can't have any mistakes for your attempts. I think it's a reasonable thing to slow down a little bit.
For
I mean,
sure.
even in an event as demanding as multi-blind, you can still, DNF 1 or 2 cubes or just completely forget them and get a success.
Yeah.
So,
Tommy Cherry has started execution at around the 219 mark for 5x5 blindfolded.
Miles Greco in your bottom right, looking to get started on his second attempt of what I believe is going to be 4 blind.
Yeah, he did lead with 4 blind. Competitors are free to switch between the two, so only time will tell.
Andrew Tao in your top left, finishing up parity.
Yeah, looks to be
Pretty good.
solved. And it is
Rich Tyag confirmed.
head shake, but maybe just looking to get the single solve out of the way to guarantee 3 more attempts tomorrow.
He seems to be happy with that one. I felt like I saw a bit of a smile on his face, but that could just be Andrew being Andrew.
yeah.
Tommy Cherry at the 3-minute mark now into his 5 blind attempt. Miles Greco still working away at 4x4 blindfolded, his second attempt. And Graham getting ready for his next attempt. We did see Graham lead with 5x5 blindfolded. 324 for Tommy Cherry. It appears to be solved.
Yeah, very solid result on that solve from Tommy.
Andrew Tao, kind of a shared feeling of us all right now of tired.
Yeah.
Graham
It's good to
Stiggin
go.
starting memorization now of another 5 blind attempt.
Yeah, I relate to Andrew's expression there. There have been times at championships where I've just been totally exhausted, and in between my solves, I'll take a little rest like that, and try to save my energy or get a little bit of it back for my big events later in the day. Looks like Stanley has received his second cube
And
there.
it looks like Liam is going for 4 blind, unable to see whether or not that's a success. Looks like a DNO.
Well, the
Looks like-
judge picked it up, which makes me think that it wasn't very apparently
Yeah.
a DNF. Ooh, Stanley Chapel in the bottom left of your screen. Time is going. Yeah, we unfortunately do not have a good view of the timer. We have enough.
Okay.
Decent enough here,
I
yeah.
think we're at the 20-second mark.
Yeah, this doesn't look to be anything spectacular. in
Or
terms
maybe
of the
that's
split.
like a what?
No, it's going
Yeah,
in
it
the
looks like we're
30s.
going up, passing the 30-second mark
Yeah.
here. So
Graham,
Appears to not be one passing.
yeah. Graham
Um,
about a minute and 15 into his 5-line attempt, and yeah, I think that split for Stanley is not exactly what he's going to be looking for. I'd imagine he probably did 2 passes on that.
yeah, not sure what exactly the deal is
Yeah.
with that one, but assuming this is the second attempt, I'm not really sure. I don't think that would be an intentional thing.
Mm-hmm.
But well, no way for us to know
Yeah.
right now.
But it looks like this is
146 is the start of execution for Graham's 5-blind second attempt.
Looks like Stanley got a 115 success there, so
that'll safely put him in first for the round. But
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah. But I think he'll probably be wanting to see something a little better on his third. I think now that he is locked into the second round, maybe we see him go for that. Go for something, maybe a sub 1. But only time will tell.
yeah, let's say they did take his key back. That was his second attempt, so I'm not sure. I don't think that would have been a safety. It might have just been some sort of mistake that he
Yeah.
made and then caught it and had to start over.
Sure,
So
yeah.
Not really sure on that.
Yeah.
You see Graham flowing through this 5-blind solve. Everything looks solved so far. Centers are good. On our way now to edges. 235 mark right now. Not Stanley. Graham's 5x5 blindfolded PR is at 256, 258. My handwriting is a little sloppy, so I'm not sure what exactly I wrote down.
In terms of his mean, he's sitting at a. Talking about Stanley?
Or,
Graham,
Oh,
sorry.
Graham.
yeah. Looks like it's a little bit slower pace than the first solve,
Yeah.
but he's on the midges now and still can't find any obvious errors. So looking good. He
Yeah.
can still be well within or well on pace for a new PR mean.
Yeah, it looks like he's on the wings now, and potential for the stall to still be sub his PR mean.
Oh,
It was a DNF by, I think, 2 flipped midges.
Well, yeah.
Quite unfortunate. We will not see a new PR mean from Graham Siggins, but it seems to be that he's quite locked in for
Yeah.
5-blind. I
Yeah.
think we could still see a good output on his last attempt.
100%.
yeah. Even it's still a good time, although we've had those last couple pieces solved.
Mm-hmm. We've got a couple results coming in from Stanley, just confirming that first solve of his was a DNF, and then he's got a 115.41. So again, that'll safely put him in the second round, more than likely at first, but maybe see him go for something a little more on his third attempt.
See Rowe still inspecting what appears to be 5-blind up in the upper left.
Andrew Tao's 4-blind result coming in as a 248. That is not a PR for him, but I think he'll still be pretty happy with that one.
Tommy Cherry now receiving another puzzle. He started with 5x5 blindfolded, so we may expect to see him keep going with it, keep the flow.
Mm-hmm.
But anything can happen. Oh, Liam Chen, 2 solves in, 138.06 and 147.91. We may be on a PR watch. I'm not sure where Liam's 4-blind results lie currently. Stanley in the bottom left of your screen for more 4-blind action.
So interestingly enough, Liam does not have a 4-blind mean.
Oh wow.
Oh,
So it's very possible that, if he gets the solve, it'll be a PR for him.
Yeah, and he could very well take it a little slow on his last solve, depending on
Yeah.
how badly he wants to need, or he might just continue with his current pace and try to get something great.
Yeah.
Stanley.
Hitting the 20 mark on his memo.
22-second memorization for Stanley Chapel.
Yeah, so this is about similar pace to his first solve, which was, I believe, a 103 DNF. So definitely on a good pace so far. Looks like his centers are solved. Can't see any issues
Yeah, I
here.
don't see any glaring issues. He's on the wings at this point.
Things are looking quite solved at the 45 mark.
Tommy in your bottom right just starting his attempt. And it looks like there's
Another last alg now.
yeah.
Ah, it is a DNF. It would have been a sub 1. I believe he stopped the timer at the 59 mark.
Yeah.
But messing up that last algorithm will cost it for Stanley.
Very unfortunate there.
We do still have 3 5x5 blindfolded solves to see from Stanley, so
Yep.
things are not over yet.
I think I'm most excited to see what Liam has going. Again, as long as he gets his third attempt solved, that is a locked PR mean for him. He has a 138.06 and a 147.91. In terms of his current PR single, it's a 132.61. So,
Oh wow.
very interested to see what he has going on.
Yeah, so he was quite close to that on his first one. So
Yeah.
he seems to be on his game here. So
For sure.
yeah, if Stanley solves were indicators of scramble quality, then it looks like 1 and 3 are pretty similar. So
Yeah.
yeah, definitely be on the lookout with Liam here.
Tommy opting to go to 4 blind as we see execution going well into the minute mark. Rowe potentially wrapping up his 5th one here.
And it looks like in your bottom left, Stanley is doing a little practice. His mean's over, but he'll have 5 blind coming up very, very shortly. So looking to get a practice solve in before he starts his mean. And your top left row finishing up his 5 blind.
136 DNF for Tommy Cherry's what we've seen first 4 blind attempt.
Yeah, it looks like only off by a couple pieces there. So looks like Tommy is just about as sharp as ever on 4 blind here. So could be a pretty close run between him and Liam.
In the top left, we saw a 730 DNF by what looks like 2 midges again, but now from Roe Hessler this time on 5x5. Graham Siggins currently leading the pack in 5 blind with a 305 single.
Yep.
But again, we have yet to see Stanley Chappell throw his hat into the ring. Andrew Town, your top right, receiving what might be and is likely his 3rd 4 blind attempt, or his 2nd.
Second.
It is his 2nd.
Yep.
Yeah, and I believe Andrew does not have a 4 blind mean. So it might be that he is just going a bit safer on these because of the scarcity of 4 blind rounds and he's trying to get a mean when he knows he has the opportunity.
Yeah. Quick couple result updates. Noah Suarez currently got 2 DNFs in 4 blind. Braden Adams DNFing his first 4 blind attempt. Still got 2 more to go. Graham Siggins in your bottom right, coming up for his next attempt. Unsure where he just went. Here he is. And then Liam in your top right, on his next attempt, his last attempt of 4 blind. Again, hoping to lock in that PR mean.
Liam Chen passing the 20-second memo mark. Graham Siggins starting his 3rd and final 5 blind attempt. "40 seconds go by for Liam. No moves made yet.
Noah in your bottom left, looking to be struggling a little bit with his memorization about a minute into his 4 blind attempt. Wondering what's in his mind right now. Liam Chen, about a minute in to his 4 blind attempt, unsure exactly when he stopped memoing.
46.
46. Okay, so I think that seems to be a decent split. Again,
Whatever Liam gets will be PR.
yeah, as long as he can solve the queue, he'll have a PR mean locked in.
Andrew Tao also starting execution.
Not seeing any glaring issues with Andrew's centers. Moving on to wings at this point. Graham about a minute into his 5 blind attempt. And Noah still on his 4 blind attempt, almost 2 minutes in. Or sorry, yeah.
Liam looks great right now. I think that solved 140 for
140.
Liam Chen. That is great mean. As soon as we get that put into WCA Live and calculated, we will be able to get back to on the ranking on that. I feel like we just saw 140 on the last one, so I think a low 140
I
mean.
think we're looking at a low 140 mean, like a 141, 142.
Wow. Very, very impressive result from Liam, especially as his first year.
Andrew with a success in the top right. Ooh, never mind. Off by just a couple centers, unfortunately. So
I believe what we just saw there was a world ranking. It's looking around to be in the 10-11 range for Liam Chen.
That's huge
With that
for Liam.
low 140 mean. That being his first ever four blind mean. Pretty fast.
And Liam's PR single is a 132, but that places him 15th in the world. So I think he'll definitely be happy with that one.
Absolutely. Graham executing his third and final five blind attempt.
While Noah's in your bottom left, started memorization on his four blind attempt, hitting that 3-minute mark. So I'm not sure exactly how I'll feel about that one. Noah in your bottom left, a 323 DNF by just a couple of centers.
Yeah, I'm pretty frustrated with that one.
Yeah, that is going to be a triple DNF for him, I believe.
Something I've seen, Stanley Chappell has this cover waiting at a station and is only now, very great timing, submitting his 5x5
Yeah. I wonder if
for
after
his three attempts.
I wonder if after that fourth line round.
Sorry,
Oh my
not
God.
to cut you off. Graham Siggins with a cube explosion in the bottom right, trying to salvage it. I mean, if I were Graham, I know that this solve is definitely way out of PR potential. It's not for any sort of mean at this
Yeah.
point. Gotta wonder why waste the mental energy when you still have four blind solves to do.
Sean on his left, our right, seemed pretty impressed with the way he was able to get that piece back in there and continue his solve.
I think I see one centerpiece still popped out.
Yeah.
Well, you are allowed to have one colored piece out, and the cube's still considered solved. So he might have taken that into account and just figured that blindfolded reassembly was too difficult, and he'll just be really careful as he tries to finish up his solve.
Right.
Passing the 4-minute mark, and the puzzle does not look solved. I think we are all but guaranteed to see a DNF, unfortunately, here from Graham.
Yeah.
428 there for Graham, finally stopping the timer. A good amount of the cube is solved. I'll give him that. But a pop-in event where you can't see the cube or how to fix it.
Yeah.
Not much you can do.
Yeah.
Andrew waving hi to the camera there. He was going to do some tap on pen for the camera. He knew
Love
he was
to
on
see
stream.
it. Love to see it.
Yeah.
Do you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's good to see him have fun.
Tommy,
Yeah,
32nd.
having fun, keeping the mood light is definitely a good thing. I don't see a judge at Tommy's station, but I see a cube cover. So,
I think I saw
oh yes,
somebody behind him.
sorry, it's just
Yeah.
dark clothing.
Yeah.
I think Caleb Kearney, shout out. Oh yeah, I could see it in the
Yeah.
upper camera.
Yeah.
Starting execution at around the 56 mark for what I believe to be a 4-blind attempt for Tommy. Row in the bottom left, starting another 5-blind attempt. I think this is his 5th and final. Or it might be 4x4. I don't know.
That looks like 5.
A bit of a pause in the action here.
Still no update on Liam's final mean, and still no attempt from Stanley for 5 blinds. So probably just scrambling his cube at this point. But he definitely made sure to take a bit of a break in between his means, just to make sure he's in a good headspace.
They say clear out any memory that's been built up of the last attempts.
For sure.
On to the next.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things about just the logistics of having a competitor who is always capable of getting a world record like Stanley, when his cube is scrambled, it gets double checked just to make extra sure that there's not any sort of funny business or mistakes that happen with scramble, because that's one of the most disappointing things that can happen after a record is to find out that it is disqualified for something that is not your fault.
100%.
Andrew Tao in the bottom right of your screen, I believe going for his third four-blind attempt.
Still no update. Well, I think we knew it was a DNF, but not entered in a WCA Live his second attempt. But at this point, he is going for his third. Tommy in your top right looked to be a DNF on a 220 for four blind. And we'll continue to watch out. Row in your bottom left, about 2 minutes into what we believe is a five blind attempt.
Seventh inning stretch right here. We are in a bit of a lull of it.
Yeah.
But right after this, I believe we have, is it three blind or is it going to go into multi at that point? Stone learning how to operate WCA Live for the first time as Stanley is delivered his cube.
It is going to be our next attempt of multi, and then we'll end off the day on three blind.
Stanley Chapel in the top left, 5x5 blindfolded attempt 1. Michael, I know you're quite close with Stanley. Do you have any idea for the people at home what splits we want to be looking for?
Yeah, so generally with Stanley splits for four and five blind, his memo will be a little bit shorter than his execution. The memo being less than a little bit less than half the solve. For four blind, it ends up being usually like a 40-60 kind of split with memo taking up 40. And five blind, it's closer to 50-50, I believe, with memo being the shorter half.
Got it. We see Stanley about 45 seconds in as Graham is getting ready for 4x4 blindfolded.
Stanley, I look to be at about the 47-48 mark.
Yeah.
Already on a exit.
Yeah, so if we're looking at that like 50-50 comparison, I mean, we're beyond pace for sub 2.
For sure.
Yeah,
So
well,
definitely
I mean,
buying himself some time
Yeah.
to
50-50. It's a little. It's more of a rule of thumb, and
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but maybe it is not.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, Graham did get a good result on the first scramble, so it could be
that's very
a
true.
lucky one, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Definitely
Head-
shaking his
head
head,
shaking.
yeah, in the top
Yeah.
left there.
A couple pauses here and there, but all the turning looks fluid at the 130 mark.
Not seeing any errors in his center building. He's gonna move on now.
Graham Siggins in the top right at the 45 mark, donning the blindfold at 44, starting execution on 4x4. 150 right now, Stanley Chapel is at. Big pause.
I do have to wonder, just as a viewer, if he may have figured he was pacing and is realizing that he's not. Quick update. Quick update on four blind. Joshua Gao with a PR single and mean. 149.89 single and a 205 mean for Joshua Gao.
Believe we just saw a 213 from Stanley Chapel's first 5 blind attempt.
Yep.
Yeah, so it looks like it might be closer to that 40-60 split instead. And I mean, it doesn't look like it's a result Stanley's particularly pleased with, but I mean, it's
It is quite below world record mean.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
it sets him up
Currently held by Stanley.
Yes, yeah, it sets him up quite well. If the next two solves are anywhere near that.
Liam Chen, we did get a confirmation on his mean, a 138.06 single and a 142.15 mean. Where's that going to place him in the world?
142 mean right 05.
1.5.
1.5, that is going to place him at 9th right now.
Huge congrats to Liam. That is even below his PR single, which places him at 15th. So that's going to be huge for him, and he's going to move on to 5 blind. And I think he'll be able to carry that confidence over very well.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from Liam in 4 blind in the past couple months with the national runner-up and now 9th in the world mean.
Yep. I know we mentioned Josh Gow. Where's that gonna place Josh Gow in the world? 205.05.
20, that is really fast. That's going to be 20th.
20th. Huge for Josh Gow.
I feel like that's quite the big jump. I'm not
Yeah.
sure what Josh had previously.
Yeah, very good comp so far for him. It's
Yeah.
I don't think I even see Joshua Gao on the top 100.
Looking at his results now, he did not have a 4 blind mean. He had a 5 blind mean though.
It is a very big day for 4 blind means for people who never had them.
Yeah.
In the bottom right, we see Pierce Tickle, Braden Adams, Curran Wilson, all going.
The Holy Trinity of sorts.
Liam Chen in your top right.
In your bottom left, Ro Hessler, a 653.39, seemingly a success for him.
And yes, and also likely 5x5.
Yeah.
Submitting the 4x4 right away.
Yeah, so in contrast to Stanley, just going straight back to back, keep the energy moving, whereas Stanley chose to take that break and make sure he was mentally prepared.
Pierce Tickle donning the blindfold at the 650 mark
Really?
for, I believe, 5x5.
Really get. I want to say this is 4x4 for him.
Got it.
Just knowing about where he's at. Really got a good look at that cube before nodding his blindfold.
looks like Andrew's trying to do match the scramble there. Just having fun in between his attempts. Trying to keep the mood light.
Or a farming in a sense.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah.
It's nice to see somebody who's just relaxed and just having fun with it.
For sure.
Anytime.
For sure.
Stanley Chapel starting his second 5 blind attempt.
His last result again, a 212, I believe. So once again, well below that 227 PR world record mean of his. So interesting to see where he'll take his solves in the next couple of attempts.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, if nothing else, that will place him into the final. So
100%.
no matter what happens on these next 2, he will be getting 3 more attempts tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Curran Wilson celebrating a 748, likely a 4x4 single.
If I had to guess, Curran, we've been talking a lot about the big guys. That is going to be a PR for Curran, given that it's solved. Curran's PR as of right now is a 757.
47-second memorization for Stanley Chapel. It's
Yeah.
about the same pace we saw with the last attempt.
Yeah. So I think the big things to look out for then, to compare to the last one, would be any sort of pauses or little gaps in execution.
Absolutely.
You see a 610 is that 4x4 or 5x5 for Noah Swore?
Looks to
That'd
be
be
5x5.
Yeah.
Appears to be a success.
Stanley seems to be moving through the solve relatively well.
Also in your bottom right, Graham Siggins on 4x4 blindfolded, looking to be on. Not sure if it's decent pace, but I see a lot of it is solved. Big pause, I spoke too soon.
Yeah.
Looks like Stanley got all his center solved, at least as far as we can see, and is
This is
getting
going to
the
be
last part of edges now.
Stanley at the 140 mark.
big pause there.
Big pause. It looks like it's just midges left.
Looks like I think I see a couple wings there, so I don't know
Okay.
if this is going to be. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, he's blinking. Oh, and he's so
Oh,
close.
man.
He is passing the 2-minute mark now.
And that is going to take him out of that world record.
Still
but
a chance
yeah.
for Mean if he can figure out what he's got going on.
And of course, he's still got a solve left.
Graham in the same boat, but with 4x4.
Andrew in the bottom, just getting the match the scramble wrong, unfortunately. Got a little sad in the camera there.
Stanley is able to get there. It is a 223.
He is still pacing. He's still pacing.
I mean, it sets him up well. It's
Yeah.
definitely not 2 solves that he'd be pleased with.
Right.
But it's, end of the day, if you can set yourself even to be on pace for any sort of record, it's
Ooh.
a good round.
Both solves are currently underneath his current world record mean.
Yeah.
So a lot to see from Stanley on this last one.
In your bottom left, Liam Chen starting his execution for 5 blind at about that 328-ish mark. So interested to see what he's going to be able to do. Quick update on Ro Hessler's solves. He's got 2 DNFs in 5 blind and then a 653. So nothing spectacular for Ro there. Panning over to Liam now just to get a better view. He's about at that 4-minute mark. Looks to still be on his centers. And then Tommy, okay view on your top left. About almost 3 minutes into his 5 blind attempt.
We are working behind the scenes, trying to calculate some stuff, making sure we get a time so we know what Stanley needs for a world record main.
See Joshua Gao in your bottom right. Looks to be about almost at that 6-minute mark on his 5 blind attempt. And then Liam Chen on your bottom left. Ro Hessler, about 11 seconds in to what I believe is his 4 blind. Yep, his first 4 blind attempt, if I'm not mistaken.
So just a vague estimate, I believe Stanley Chappell, all he needs for a world record mean is a 246, around in that ballpark.
Wow.
I'm sure someone in chat has actually calculated it. I don't know why we didn't check that.
Yeah.
244 on the last for world record, I am seeing at least one person having said. So yes,
Yeah,
we
so-
are on a world record watch here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, certainly something more than within range for Stanley. And again, if we use Graham as sort of our measure of scramble quality, then the last one up until the his hardware malfunction, the scramble seemed pretty good.
Row as well. The last scramble was the only one that was a success for him for
Okay.
5 blind. Not sure if that's an indication of the scramble or just how his memo went. But if it is an indication of the scramble, hopefully we can see something nice for Stanley.
Liam Chen in deep thought as he appears to be wrapping up his 5 blind attempt. Things look solved. Or look like they are getting solved. The cube is not solved yet. Sorry.
Speaking of deep thought, Stanley on your top left seems to really be pondering.
Yeah. Yeah, probably just try not to get his mind too wrapped up in,
For sure.
in the pressure and just, really
Aha.
try to escape a little bit in this moment.
Liam Chen, a 709 DNF for his 5 blind attempt. Looks to be off by just a couple wings. Unfortunate for him, but
I mean, with such a hot start as he had in 4x4,
I don't think you can be mad about it.
if I were Liam, I'd be like, yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
I can take 1L. I
Yeah.
just got 3 dubs.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9th in the world. So,
9th in the world for his first ever 4 blind mean is
Yeah.
absurd.
Huge.
yeah, very,
Ro
very
Hessler in your top right looks to have just started exec at the about 210, 215 mark. So we'll keep an eye on him as well.
Braden Adams, 237 into memo of, I'm going to guess 4.
Yeah, and just kind of speak to where Stanley is right now. So a lot of top solvers have sort of happy places they try to go or things to distract themselves when you get in these high pressure situations. So it's probably what he's trying to do right now, just not really thinking about the moment, because this is just about as much pressure as it gets.
Speaking of top solvers, Pierce Tickle in your bottom right, getting ready for his next attempt, as well as Braden Adams right behind him.
Yeah, if there's anything I learned, as you were saying, Michael, from Happy Gilmore, you got to go to your happy place. You can't really be thinking about, I could get world record, because then you're going to throw yourself off.
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain amount of thinking about it that you just can't avoid, but you try to minimize it as much as you can. There's no point putting that sort of pressure on yourself. I don't think I've ever seen or heard of it going well, trying to add extra pressure.
It is a 335 for Ro Hessler on 4x4 in the top right.
Looks to be a success.
Appears to be. He has not fixed the cube.
Still waiting on Stanley Chappell's final cube for 5 blind.
Yeah. This extended wait, it could just be a product of trying to make extra certain that the scramble is correct. because,
Absolutely.
I mean, ordinarily you have to be very, very careful, and then, this situation is even special, so it might be getting, triple checked or something like that.
Here we go. Sean Mack delivering the cube.
Yeah.
Placed down gently. Graham in the top right.
Stanley
Deep
starting
into
to count.
execution.
We'll be tracking the splits for you guys, but
Huge blocks, it seems.
Yeah.
Not that any of these competitors are using block building, but it looks like there's a lot going on the very top of that. 5 blind, attempt 3. Graham looking to wrap up 4x4 blindfolded attempt 3. Just a couple more wings left to go. Bit of hesitation there during these algorithms at the end. It is a DNF for Graham at 152. Big yawn there from Liam. I too am tired. Bit of a longer memo from Stanley.
yeah, we're already at that like 54 mark.
Okay.
Seems to be about 55 memo from Stanley, so I think
Definitely still in play. Could be a little bit of nerves, or he might have chosen to slow down his pace. I would suspect he would not do that.
right.
It might just be a little bit of variance, and high pressure like this, you can't always expect everything.
Whatever the case, though, he is still in that range. As I say that, though, he did just take a bit of a pause, but either way,
He
if
is
our
turning
yeah,
so fast.
if our estimates are correct, he'll be fine.
Kind of lucky though. You got to wonder if the fast turnings may be getting himself messed up. Andrew Tao memorizing the cube sticks his hand up in confusion on what am I looking at.
Andrew is doing it for the camera, man. He's having a good time with it, and I appreciate it.
Makes our lives that much easier.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Stanley
Approaching that 2-minute mark, a couple pauses and head shakes in there, but nonetheless, it looks like he's making decent progress.
looks to be flowing, but here's the big pause. He may have lost it.
We'll have to see.
Looks like he's still
Ooh.
got some centers to solve. Yeah.
Those are likely not going to get corrected.
Yeah.
Bit unfortunate. We do still have one more round from Stanley.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like this is going to be the one. Very, very unfortunate.
That's going to be a 226 for him.
Yeah, quite frustrated with that. It looks like every single solve was under his world record
Absolutely.
mean, but unfortunately just couldn't pull through and solve the last one.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Stanley, but I mean, still a very impressive showing from him. And like we said, he's got a round tomorrow. So
Yeah.
I don't think he should be too upset with his performance.
Yeah, I do think it is worth noting that Stanley's 5-line mean is the longest standing untied world record currently. So it certainly is not an easy one to break, even at his level.
Set at Virginia Championship.
No, this one was from 2019.
Got you. Okay, wow. Yeah.
And interesting fun fact about that mean: every single solve was the new world record single as he got it. So he broke the
Calm.
record every single time.
Calm.
Something calm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just light action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit of motion. Here's Tickle in your bottom right here, about 5 minutes 20 into his into one of his attempts. Unsure exactly what it is. Andrew Tao as well. A little a little bit in his 5-line attempt, and again, just kind of doing it for the camera, just having a good time. On your bottom left, Ro Hessler, hitting that 2-minute mark in his 4-blind attempt. Looks like he's making decent progress on his centers, but I don't have a great view of his solve.
Yeah, it looks like Tommy Carey's doing one of his attempts now. I believe that would be looks by the time 5-blind.
5-blind.
So we'll see how that one pans out.
Mhm.
But not sure if he has a 5-blind success already.
Unsure based on the results in live, but
Yeah.
yeah. Andrew Tao here, just starting up his exec as we have Miles Greco in your top right, still in the memorization phase of his 5-line. I'm interested to see what Miles is looking to get. I don't have any results for him in live as of right now.
Yeah, we got a shot of Eli Rogers. He's going for his first 5-line meet.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's already completed his first attempt or not, but I mean, this weekend's a great opportunity to fill out your profile.
Absolutely.
On, your blind events.
We do talk about like expressive competitors when we're talking about people like Braden. I think Eli is another competitor where you can really tell that he's in that mode.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it looks like he's getting comfy. He's getting, so that he can really focus and
Absolutely.
hopefully get that 5-blind meet. Like Andrew's finished up centers on his 5x5. Starting on edges now, it seems. Don't know what the pace is, but
Josh Gao starting 5x5 blindfolded execution at the 220 mark.
I'm really enjoying watching Andrew. He's like, again, talking about expressive competitors. I think, multi-blind, he's very much locked in, but I'm not even sure that it's not that he's not taking it seriously, but he just seems to be having a good time with his big blind attempts, and it's really funny to watch.
yeah, he seems to be enjoying it and very relaxed, which
Yeah.
I would suspect that's why he tends to do so well.
Yeah.
Because he's just very relaxed. He's
Doing it for the pot.
having fun with the moment.
Yeah.
So yeah.
As we see Liam Chen here gearing up for his next 5-blind attempt. As a reminder, we do have 4 and 5-line happening at the same time, for those in the chat wondering. So there are some competitors who are doing 4 and some competitors who are doing 5. It's completely up to them. If they wanted, they could alternate attempts. They could do a 4-blind attempt and then a 5-blind and then go back and forth if they wanted. But that's just for scheduling reasons. And we do have all of the competitors going at once. So Stanley at this point is finished with his attempts. We have Ro, Liam, Ro, Liam, Tommy still doing their attempts.
Graham has finished up all of his.
Yeah.
The first to finish all of his, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. Andrew again in the top left, just vibing it out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smiling through it all.
Yeah.
Now we are joined by a very special guest, former Scube World Champion. Is just one title we have.
Yeah.
Stanley Chappell. Stanley,
What's up?
hi. How are you doing this weekend?
I'm doing all right. My results haven't been. They've been a bit all over the place, but I'm doing all right. Yeah.
I was gonna say this is a very big weekend. Not like any sort of major championship, but definitely a major event. It seems.
Right.
Tying in the main competition with Michael Greco's project feature documentary Blindfolded Ambition, which you are starring in.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, honestly, for me, and I think Graham and Roe might echo this as well. I think this was almost a more pivotal weekend than something like Nationals this past November. Because yeah, I mean, we've been doing so much prep going into this. He flew to like all of our like hometowns and like did a bunch of interviews with us and all this stuff. And for me, well, now I'm sure you all have seen what I've been doing in multi-blind. I was told that I should grind multi-blind in absolute secrecy and be a world record contender by this competition. And well, there were some roadblocks along the way, most notably, like I was like making dinner one night and I like cut my finger. So I couldn't practice for a month. So I had to like rush so much practice and I'm like really inconsistent now. But I mean, I was able to like just rip out a 63 cube attempt. So, you know.
I was gonna say, yeah. So far, like we see a lot of potential going on. We'll talk about multi in a minute, but since it just happened, 4x4 and 5x5 blindfolded, how did you feel going into those two rounds? We saw quite a big pause in between your 4 blind and 5 blind attempts. What was really your headspace going into this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of a little 4 blind and 5 blind have been on the back burner for me a little bit since I've been trying to rush so much multi-skill in such a short amount of time. But overall, I mean, there's still the kind of events where I can still, you know, just grab a world record here or there. And I was mostly focused on just trying to capitalize on those, like, on those sort of chances. And 4 blind, I mean, solve 1 was, you know, pretty much, it's pretty much the most standard DNF I could have possibly gotten. I did one of my X center cycles from the wrong buffer. And so that caused a DNF by 2 centers, but you know, 101's not not awful time. It's not great, but it'll do. So I just safetied the second one since world record mean is now off the table since I have a DNF. I just decided solve 2, we're just going to safety, just so I can make the next round. And then if I DNF that somehow, then I'll have solve 3 to do that again. But I safetied that one and it was a 115. It was just, yeah, just a safe solve, just tried to guarantee the success. It worked. Solve 3, I just decided to just try and go all out. Scramble was decent, but not good enough to get world record single at all. So, you know, DNF to 58 by 1 slice, or 59 by 1 slice, it doesn't really bother me, so.
Got it. Well, yeah, we saw right after 4x4 then, you took that big break to wait to submit your cube for 5x5.
Yeah.
What was going through your head, trying to just clear out your memory or taking a nap?
Well, I just did 4 warm-up solves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what was going through your mind going into the last solve of 5?
Really, I was sort of mentally tortured by how I can somehow try on that solve while also not getting world record mean. Because I have a strained relationship with the idea of beating the current world record mean since it was such a monumental achievement when it happened and it stood for so long. So considering like how relatively not good the first 2 solves were, I really didn't want this to be the time it happened. So I was kind of thinking like, how do I try on this while also like not making it happen? And I kind of had a really sort of cooked attempt. I didn't DNF it on purpose, but I'm really, really glad I did DNF it.
As I saw, we did see on the one solve like a very big pause of middle edges.
Yeah, on both of them, or actually on all 3 actually. Yeah.
Yeah, the greatest of all time, trying to not get a world record. Yeah, just like very impressive solving to watch, even if results were maybe not as ideal as you would have hoped. Definitely from our perspective, incredible to watch. Going to multi-blind, I feel like we may have kind of brushed over it, but going for world record attempts, going for that same skill set. How have you been feeling? Have you been enjoying multi-blind so far?
Multi-blind's been really, really fun. Yeah, I mean, it's so sort of gratifying to kind of just have these like 1 hour blocks of practice and then just have a single result to analyze afterwards, it makes it a really interesting dynamic compared to 4-blind and 5-blind, where when I'm evaluating my sessions, I'm thinking a lot more about sort of like qualitative considerations about how I was solving, and that's important in multi too. But it's like the fact that every session is defined by one number is a really fun dynamic. But yeah, I mean, I think it'll be more fun going forward since I haven't been able to. I'll have some breathing room now since I can start to learn a lot of the sort of advanced tech that Ro and Graham have been using for a while. Whereas like my grind, because I had so little time, I basically just like tried to front load as much mechanical skill as I possibly could and nothing else. So I basically tried to turn myself into like the Yiheng of multi.
Well, I mean, we see the dominance that Yiheng puts up with like 3x3 and with 2x2, and I think you may as well go for it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I had another month to sort of let the skill consolidate a little bit more, it would have been a bit more successful of an initial showing. But I think I'm sort of warming up to doing official attempts at this level. So
Speaking of warming up to official attempts, I'm interested in where you were at after that first attempt, that 32 out of 63. That was your
Yeah.
biggest attempt thus far, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And you decided to scale down after that. So
Right.
after that first attempt, where was your head at?
So my mindset going in was basically I've only done 4 attempts on 63 ever. I've only ever sub-houred it once. But it was a really accurate sub-hour. So I'm like, I could get world record. I probably won't, but I could. But yeah, I mean, yesterday it was multi-blinders will be really familiar with the unfair brain disadvantage day. I had one of those yesterday where just nothing works, nothing sticks. It barely even feels like I'm using rooms. And that's just a really frustrating experience where I can like remember like one pair on like each cube and then I just have to ditch it. And I think that happened like 15 cubes in a row on that attempt or something. So it was not a super fun experience, but I mean, ultimately knowing how inconsistent, or rather with this low sample size I have on 63, where I can't guarantee consistency, you know, I mean, the whole idea going in was just that attempt was clip farming, and then now we're gonna do actual rounds. So
now that you have secured yourself a spot in the final round where you have 3 more attempts, do you wish to share on maybe what your goal is for that? If you are going to keep aura and clip farming these multi attempts, or if you're going to go for something a little more safe to go for like a small incremental PR?
I think right now, since well, the logistical issue with doing 6 multi-blind attempts in such a short time span as 3 days is that memory palaces don't just like, you can't just do an attempt and then just use the same memory palace again. It takes a lot of time to like fully clear out, and like if I wanted to like really fully clear out a palace, like make sure it was completely empty, I'd probably give it like over a week to do so. But we have to do 6 attempts in like 3 days. I have 3 palaces. So these attempts are all going to be on reused palaces. So I'm really just going to be feeling out how that goes. And it's very, even with just one night of difference, it's like the amount you're remembering, it exists. It's not much though, but it's like the stuff that does happen can cause some really major conflicts. Like, was this today's memo or yesterday's memo?
Gotcha.
But I'm just going to sort of feel that out and just see how that goes.
Got it. Well, we are joined by some of your fellow competitors from 4x4, 5x5, and multi-blind. Pierce Tickle standing in the doorway. Get on in here. And of course, Graham Siggins, as they slowly shuffle into frame. We are out of chair space. I want to keep like everyone here, but like we're out of chair space.
One thing I want to note. One thing I want to note, while we have the chance, Curran Wilson with a double PR, 722.12 PR single and an 833 mean. That is going to be his first 4-blind mean, and I'm probably going to be hearing about that for the rest of the day from him.
So, Graham, hello. I think this is, not I think. I know this is the first time we've had you down here on a stream for an interview. How are you doing? How are you enjoying Charlottesville in the competition?
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been super fun. Charlottesville is very cold and dry compared to where I'm from, so I'm just like, my lips are cracking, and I'm getting used to it. I'm just like wearing all my layers. But yeah, multi-blind, obviously. Elephant in the room. I'm doing horrible. But you know, we'll see what happens.
I was gonna say you have like locked your position into the next round, obviously, and you have
Of
three
course
more.
not.
You have three more attempts going into this weekend. We were just talking to Stanley about not having enough palace room. I'm gonna say things as someone who doesn't really understand multi-blind, but I know you know what's going on and can kind of carry me through that.
Yeah.
How are you feeling going into these next three attempts? Do you feel like you have enough room to store information?
Yeah, I'm a little unique in that aspect. Me and Ro are like the only ones who have 6+ memory palaces that we can use. I think Ro has 5 that he's like very comfortable with, and a few that he doesn't like really, or he's not super comfortable with. I have 6 palaces now, 2 of which I'm not super comfortable with, and so I'm basically strategizing just to like use the ones that I've never used in Ambition before in the morning attempts, because I don't like morning attempts anyways, and those are like throwaways, just to like get used to those palaces kind of. So my morning attempt today was like first time I ever did a big attempt with that, aside from the 350 attempt. I used the palace I used this morning in 350. So yeah, I kind of expected that attempt to be really bad, and I was just like, just get through it, whatever. Like yeah, the next attempt I'll probably use like one of my pretty solid palaces. Hopefully that goes okay, but I'm starting to feel like this weekend might just be a bad multi-brain weekend. I feel like that happens sometimes.
You do still have the three more attempts, and I know Stanley just mentioned about kind of feeling like this like a weird brain day going on, which is unfortunate in like these style of competitions where it's like
Yeah.
if it's just an off day, it's an off day. But I wanted to talk about your 350 cube attempt. We've been keeping the number of solved cubes secret on stream, waiting for a great opportunity to bring it up.
Oh yeah.
If you would like to share, if not, then we'll keep the number secret and people just have to watch the video.
Oh, I mean, yeah, the video exists. It's on my channel. I think it's still on TheCubicle and Blindfolded Ambition, probably the VOD. But yeah, I solved 319 out of 350. That was also kind of a bad brain day, to be honest. The accuracy compared to like when I did 300 and 250 and 200, it's like significantly worse when I did the 350. Like I had 12 DNFs on 300 and 250 and 11 DNFs on 200. So to go to 31 DNFs when I go up to 350, that's just kind of bad. But it motivates me to do 400 sometime soon.
I was gonna say, so like we're seeing this progression of like stacking on 50 cubes each attempt. Do you, not to like think about a human limit as like an actual limit, but do you see there like being at some point where like 1,000 just seems like an unreasonable number, but also I know what you and other blinders have been able to do, and it seems like it could happen eventually.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is possible. Even like several thousand is possible. It's just like the higher you go, the less likely someone's going to be willing to do it, you know? Because it's like, how are you going to get all those cubes? The harder part is how are you going to store all of those cubes? It's funny, the second I came in here, I saw this gigantic table and I was like, this could be where, if Mike wants to host it, this could be where I do like 500 or something because it's a big ass table.
I can pitch in 20 cubes to help out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy cubes before doing 400, but that was one of the annoying things with 350 is so many of those cubes are horrible. I have like stickered Yushin Little Magic V1s and like 90 of those and like a bunch of stickered Waylon GTSs that those used to be my multi-main. The stickerless Yushin Little Magics, I popped on 2 of those, I think. Or no, I think I might have popped a GTS and I popped a stickerless Yushin Little Magic. But I had so many exec mistakes just on the bad cubes. So that was annoying. I'm gonna just buy some more Rs 3MV5s before I do 400. But yeah, anyways, like I think 400, I'm going up like increments of 50. 400 is probably the point where I stop doing increments of 50. I'll do 400. That's probably the max I can do in one day, like reasonably. After that, I'm like probably losing sleep actively while doing it, which is just not smart. I should just take a nap at least. So probably after 400, I'd like jump to 500 and just let myself take 2 days to do that and just be like more chill about it. So yeah, I'll probably get there eventually. Who knows how high I'll go though.
And I want to switch gears and talk about multi-blind for a second. One thing we noticed with Stanley is that he did that 63 cube attempt, didn't do great, and then he scaled down a little bit. You did 66, you did better, but still not great. And you only kept it at 64. Was that a deliberate attempt to sort of keep the pace, or what was going through your mind after that first attempt?
Well, 66 is just like I got world record in 65. Beating that world record with anything below 64 is like super hard. I mean, you have to have one DNF, which is just like extremely difficult at that level. But 66, like 64 is so comfortable for me, like almost arguably too comfortable that I should just be doing 66. But 66 is like this weird mental barrier where like it's barely different than 65, which is also very comfortable. But just like whenever I do 66, I stress myself out, and that's probably partially what happened then. But then, I don't know. I might have like I literally could not tell you like why I'm doing so bad. It could be like the way I practiced leading up to this. It could completely be mental, like just mind state, and I'm like stressing about memo, and then it's just like I'm not thinking actually enough about the memo enough. I don't know, but I just went down because I'm like I should probably just like get a good result. Like 64 is usually extremely comfortable, but yeah, this competition is feeling similar to Worlds, where like I just have some comps where I just like do so horrible, and I just was like it feels like there's nothing I can do about it.
On the topic of multi-blind, but not your results, Stanley attempting 63 cubes on his first attempt. I believe he's been keeping people in the dark. Were you one of these people? He refused to tell what he was doing.
I think the only person who wasn't in the dark, well, I think maybe Mike wasn't in the dark, and Michael.
So the Mikes.
Mike and Michael, yeah. They're you gotta have that name in order to be let in. But yeah, Ro and I were like, we were all playing like coy with each other, trying to guess what Stanley was doing, and he was like, "I'm doing more than 2," and like we're like, okay. I was betting like, I think he's gonna do 64, and Ro's like, "No, there's no way he'll do 60," and I was like, "Why would he go so close to a world record attempt and not do a world record attempt?" But then doing 63 in particular, I was like, "That's interesting because you could just do 62 and you'd still just have to go perfect basically to get world record." Or 64, but I guess 63 is like his max number at this point. He just wanted to do that. Yeah.
Some additional behind the scenes for him, saying he was doing at least 2 for a while. I don't know if it's been brought up in the room. He had just 2 cubes under his so submission was like closed, and then he came in.
He went all in with the cubes.
Yeah, but just had the 2 hiding out under there for a bit to keep playing mind games with people, I guess.
A quick results update while we are in a bit of a lull. So Stanley for 4 blind, still comfortably in first with his 115. I think we were all expecting that. Graham, of course, in second with a 133.12. Liam with a 138.06 in third with his first ever mean, 142.15.
9th in the world for his first
ever
mean.
mean.
I didn't realize he didn't have a mean.
I didn't either.
He's been doing 4 blind for so little time. I'm surprised, honestly.
Joshua Gao in 4th with a 149.89 mean and a 205. Or sorry, 149.89 single and a 205 mean. I believe also his first mean.
Yeah, also
the double PR.
Yeah, Joshua's first mean, and I believe that was sitting around the 20th in the world spot.
Yeah. Ro Hessler in 5th with a 230 single and a 306 mean. Andrew in 6th with a 248 single. Still no info on his second and third attempts, which he may or may not have done. He's currently doing 5 lines, so we'll have to check on that. Tommy in 7th with a 324 single. Curran in 8th with a 722 single and an 833 mean, both PRs for him. And then for 5 blind, we've got Stanley, Graham, Tommy, Noah, and Ro in your 1st through 5th.
Something I really want to mention while I have him here, Pierce, I haven't had a chance to talk to you a whole bunch, but I will talk to you about results at least a little bit. How did 4-5 blind go? As well as how are you feeling about multi so far? I've been keeping track of your attempts. I saw you go 4-6-4 out of 8 on your multi. Did you feel about scaling down at all, or were you very set in stone on 8 cubes?
Yeah, I'll start with 4-5 blind. I only did 4 today because I was just trying to get a 5 blind single to start with, and then that's for me a huge mental load, so I just didn't really feel like messing with it after getting a 5 blind single last year. 4 blind felt okay. The first one felt pretty bad. The second 2 felt good, and like the second and third ones, and they were off by, one was off by just 2 centers and one was off by 2 wings. So pretty close, but yeah, just probably missed something during tracing. And then multi, yeah, 8 cubes is like already a scale down for me. And I just haven't been practicing much lately. So the first 4 out of 8 was just like really knocking the rust off. And then the next 2 both felt really good. And like the DNFs were all really close. And again, I think it was just some tracing stuff where there was a lot of just like 2 flips or 2 twists. But like the memo, like time wise, has been really good for me. So yeah, don't know if I'll stick with 8 for second round or go back up to 10, which is like kind of what I'd been doing more towards the end of last year. But yeah, it's been feeling good, just not quite there results wise. Sometimes just like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably a bit of a toll, like helping organize and delegate this competition. Pierce Tickle from Virginia, the lovely delegate. How have you been feeling like leading up into this competition, knowing that like all of your focus can't be on the solves, it has to be on the competition running too?
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to give a hat tip to Ryland, who's mainly been taking lead on this one. So I'm getting married coming up, and a lot of months leading up to this have been more focused on the wedding planning for me. So yeah, Ryland's had to take over a lot of the work behind the scenes. Well, yeah, which lets me kind of take a little bit more backseat and focus still somewhat on running the competition, but does kind of free me up a bit to focus on the attempts themselves. But yeah, it is definitely a balance because even when someone else is doing the lead delegate, like I still have to, my name is listed on the competition. I have to make sure things are going okay and do what I can. So.
All right, awesome. We are seeing the final few competitors wrap up for and 5 blind. Again, we have a cumulative time limit, so competitors have, how much time did we give them?
1 hour and a half.
An hour and a half to do their 6 attempts and work through that. We are going to be wrapping up with this here in, how long did we have scheduled?
2 hours.
I'm also a listed delegate for this comp and very well informed.
We had 2 hours scheduled. We ended up starting a bit behind, so I think around 2:40, I think, is when we're going to look to wrap things up.
Got it. Well, we will have one more attempt of multi today, as well as 3x3 blindfolded with a new format, switching to best of 5 instead of mean of 3. Just getting thoughts from like everyone that I bring on, except I forgot to ask Stanley. Whoops. How you feel about the format change?
I'm excited for it. I honestly see like 0 downsides, pretty much, except for like it's kind of annoying that like the advancement and / like winning criteria is just like do good on the good scramble of the round, which like it already was, but now like we have much higher likelihood of having a pretty lucky scramble, and like doing well on that is like all that matters to win the comp, which that's like barely worse than before basically. And like at a high level, scramble luck is like less and less of a thing as people know like crazy out sets to make every scramble good pretty much. But yeah, otherwise it's really cool. Gives way more of a chance for us to possibly see world record single get beaten. Of course, world record mean is going to be way harder, or world record average is going to have to beat the mean in order to be a new world record. So that's going to be tough, but it'll happen eventually.
Yeah, we will see. Most solvers will be able to get 10 solves this weekend, which is usually a limit. At most, like 3x3 blindfolded held like 3 rounds tops, and that'd be 9 attempts. And now we're getting that in more than that in just 2 rounds. Are you hoping for anything? Any expectations going to 3 blind, or is all of your focus really in multi or the big blinds?
I'm looking forward to 3 blind. Just yeah, best of 5 is just exciting because I feel like, for one, for people who don't know, I am like the eternal never triple DNF streak world record holder now, because I've never triple DNF'd and I had like 160 something rounds of that. And so now I'll never triple DNF, literally ever.
Yeah.
So that's cool, but I don't have to worry about that stat, losing that streak anymore. And on top of that, like I am almost never going to DNF 5 solves in a row, so I can basically just go all out. Whereas with mean of 3, if I DNF the first solve, I'm like stressed because I'm like, damn, if I DNF this one, I'm gonna be like scared, like really scared. So like I would basically like half safety the first solve every time, just like knowing how that can play out.
And yeah, now you have the opportunity just go all out on all 5 solves.
Yeah,
and
pretty
then,
much. And a lot of people are going to be feeling like that, so we're probably going to see a lot of crazy singles from crazy people.
I'm really hoping we did just see one of these crazy people in the room. He was
popped in and popped out.
He was telling me about a dream earlier. Maybe we'll bring him on stream for that. You were in the room when he was discussing this, but Tommy Cherry, sorry, I realized I did not name drop it, but the man to watch for 3x3 blindfolded, especially now with these increased attempt counts per round. So we're really looking forward to seeing what's going to happen with that. Stone, can you give us an update on results?
Yeah, so for 4 blind, we're still seeing Stanley, Graham, Liam, Josh, Ro, Andrew. Tommy came in with a 324, Corin Wilson 722, Braden coming in with a 723.88 single, and that is going to be confirmed our finals. So our finalists for 4x4 blindfolded from 1st to 9th are going to be Stanley Chappell, Graham Siggins, Liam Chen, Joshua Gao, Ro Hessler, Andrew Tao, Tommy Cherry, Kern Wilson, and Braden Adams. Everybody, that is pretty much everybody with a success.
Yeah. Got it. I am tired and I am only commentating, and I'm realizing that you guys are like the ones actually doing all the thinking. How do you feel exhausted right now? I can only imagine yes, but you guys also are pros at this.
I'll speak first. Just like I feel really tired outside of the attempts, but somehow like during the thing, I feel kind of like locked in. Again, like the results haven't actually really been there, but like I'm feeling good during it, and then afterwards, it's kind of like immediately like I could go for a little relaxation right now.
Yeah, I am somewhat unique in that I just like have good endurance with this kind of thing. Yeah, comps like this, I feel like they tire me out, mainly just like the social aspect tires me out, because I'm not always like socializing this much. But yeah, doing like 2 multi attempts, 2 rounds of big blind and a 3 blind, that's not much for me in one day. I'm mostly tired from like 3-hour time change earlier than normal, waking up at 7 a.m., which is like 4 a.m. on the West Coast. And I haven't gotten great sleep the last few nights either. Maybe that has something to do with the multi-blind, but I have no idea. This happens without that, so who knows?
Yeah, it's definitely a very lengthy weekend. I think we're around the halfway point for the weekend as a whole. Do you have any personal highlights, even if they aren't results based, but like have you done anything fun in Charlottesville?
Partying at Mike's house is fun. we like just hung out at his house all day while my 350 premiered, and it was like on the big screen, and I don't know, it was just fun hanging out with everybody. That's been the most fun part. Getting that 305 and 5 line, that's actually pretty good for me. I think that's PR2. So
I was gonna say, we did notice that, and it was a very like flowy solve that looked great on our end.
Yeah, it's funny. I haven't touched big blind since the last time I did a 12 blind attempt, which was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And somehow my first attempt is a 305, which I probably global at best like 310, 315, and that was an average scramble. I just went and nothing went wrong, and yeah, it didn't even feel that fast, but it was probably like PR2 or 3.
You mentioned 12 blind.
Yeah.
12 blind, and you kind of just glossed over it like it was no big deal.
I just figure a lot of people watching this probably know that I was attempting 12 blind.
Well, I was watching your 11 blind attempts and finally getting it after so many streams and so many attempts. My question is hardware, because obviously we have good 4x4s and 5x5s and obviously good 3x3s. But like a good 11x11 that I'd feel comfortable solving blindfolded, if I could solve it blindfolded, I feel like doesn't exist.
Have you tried any of the Dianshings?
That's probably why.
Yeah, the Dianshing, they have like all the magnetic big cube hardware. They have like the best of all of them basically. And they gave me the 11 and 12 both for free. The 11 is like way more unstable than I would like. The 12 is actually like feels better than the 11, weirdly. But they're both like the QBs are so small that like that makes it significantly harder to like feel all of the slices and stuff because you need to just like count and feel everything so like meticulously. Where like when I first was trying 10 blind in like 2018, I was using a Yushin and it was like this big, and the Diansheng 11 is like that big or something, like almost like half the volume.
I can only imagine because like even on 5, I'm like sometimes like, do I have 2 layers or 3 layers?
Yeah.
I can only imagine on like 11 and 12.
Yeah.
I was just say, how heavy is? I mean, I'm sure like this is all stuff that I could look up, but like, does it feel like your hands are like getting really tired throughout that attempt? Because it's like one of those tungsten cubes where it's like there's so much mass
Yeah.
like inside.
I don't really feel like my hands get so tired, even though I am like just holding this thing for like 45 minutes during 12 blind attempts or like 50 minutes. But yeah, I feel like the main thing is just like I'm executing. I've executed like 10 types of X centers or something, or obliques, and then I'm like, wow, I have like more than half of it to go still. I've been going for like 20 minutes and I still have to do so much more of this. Every time I go through one of those execution attempts, I'm just like, I'm like so tired of it by the halfway point.
As I say, they at least from a like a content perspective, they've been very entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
Thanks to the time zone difference. Of course, I reside on the East Coast. You're on the West Coast.
Oh, yeah.
So they are amazing to fall asleep to.
Nice.
So
So you're saying they're boring.
no, they're relaxing. They're calming. It's
As long as you're watching.
as long as they're
get that ad revenue, sweet ad.
sweet ad
That
revenue.
1 cent per hour, yeah, or whatever it is.
I think I've paid for at least like a new like set of stickers and then your sticker using little magics.
Nice,
So
nice, thank you.
I am contributing at least somewhat. Yeah. It's been awesome having you on. I think we're gonna
Thanks.
rotate as we've had another top level solver. We've had 2 of the big 3 from this competition and Blindfolded Ambition, the feature documentary. I'd like to thank you for coming on and talking, Graham. I'd like to thank you, Pierce, for tagging along, for tagging along as well. Yeah, thank you both.
Just a quick update on the results as we rotate. 5x5 blindfolded results are getting entered right now. Stanley Chappell still in first very firmly with a 212.98. Graham Siggins, as we mentioned, with a 305.9. Tommy Cherry with a 501.36. Andrew Tao with a 601. Noah Swore with a 610. Ro Hessler with a 653. And then Liam Chen with an 855. So Stanley, Graham, and Tommy are currently the only people who are confirmed to be in the next round, with Andrew, Noah, Ro, and Liam still on the bubble. But I think it's safe to assume that they'll be able to make it into that next round.
And speaking of Ro Hessler, here he is. Ro, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How have you been enjoying Charlottesville, the area? I know it's kind of close for you.
Yeah, 6 hours. It's nice. Yeah.
As I say, out of the main multi-blind competitors that we're seeing of like Graham and Stanley, you've definitely had to travel the least.
Yeah,
I
that's
think.
fair.
I wanted to ask your mind state going into this competition. Of course, finally getting the multi-blind world record that you've been chasing for so long. Are you, I mean, of course you're gunning for it again, but you did take like a little bit of a break and you came back and you're right back into the swing of things.
Yeah, it didn't take long. Yeah, I definitely, after the world record, I definitely lost some motivation for a while. Like, even if I wanted to try to practice, it was just hard to, like, needed a break, like a long one. Even Worlds wasn't enough to motivate me. It was just so, I was just so relieved that I finally, like, reached fulfillment with the event. So, like, no matter what happens, anything after this is a bonus. But I definitely feel more relaxed competing now that it's out of the way. So it's a lot more fun. Like, even these attempts didn't feel like I feel so much less nervous. Like, I just don't care as much. And I'm doing okay. You know, it's not, they're not bad.
I was gonna say,
They're
do you
not,
want?
like,
Yeah.
yeah, what's funny is, and even last week I competed, they all felt not great, but then I get to execution and they feel better than I expect. and that's been the case for pretty much all of them except for like my first ones yesterday.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think a theme that we're noticing throughout the results for multi is that that first attempt for a lot of people is not going super well, and I think a lot of people are perhaps scaling down. You did the opposite. You got a 48 out of 62, and you decided to tack on 2 more cubes. I think something that Graham mentioned is that once you get to 66, for him that's a huge mental barrier, whereas 65 and below is arguably not as difficult. What was the mindset going from that first to second attempt where you decided to tack on 2 more?
Yeah, so the 62 attempt actually was on great pace for like my long-term memo stuff, but then I knew that, and then I over safetied on the middle section. So then I was like, oh, I'm behind, and then I rushed the short-term stuff, and then it just like fell apart. But I think I got to the long-term stuff, and because that memo was solid, it was okay. But the problem was that I was going too safe. So sometimes it's better for me to just go to like 64.
Okay.
So it's like I know I can't afford to go too slow. I don't know. And I'm actually doing the same thing. I'm going to 66 for the next one. So
Wow.
I was going to ask we have one more attempt later on today, right after we're done here with 4x4 and 5x5. Going on, we have one more attempt today. We have 2 more attempts tomorrow. What's your mindset going into those next 2 attempts? Are you going to maybe try and push for a guaranteed win if you can pull off like a really high result, or what are you looking for?
I'm not really looking for anything, honestly. I'm just trying to keep this momentum going because I'm kind of just getting better every time. So it's a little bit of a risk going up to 66, but I'm just gonna do it anyway because I still have a bunch of tries. But yeah, a win would be nice. You know, like a nice. It's not really much about winning. It's just getting a nice attempt that I'm happy with. Like if I lose to Graham or anyone by like with a 55 pointer, I'm not gonna be upset. You know, like I just want to do well.
Got it. Well, speaking of or anyone, Stanley Chappell has started to throw his hat into the ring of big multi-blind attempts. I know he kept you in the dark on how many he was attempting or that he was even really practicing. Do you feel intimidated by Stanley Chappell?
Not really, but also, like if this happened a year ago, I'd probably care more about it.
You think now that you've gotten the record, it's just like mellowed out?
Like I'm like looking forward to seeing what he can do. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what'll happen if he puts the same energy into multi that he does in big blind. So
I know the 60.
He kind of gave himself away at nationals when he did like 51 in like 52 minutes. It was like,
I think that was when a lot of people started to realize, like, he's upping his game.
Yeah, now we know you've been practicing. So I knew that he could probably do 60 something. I didn't know he'd whip it out first attempt, but
yeah, I was gonna say he did. From what I was able to get a tell on, 63 seems to maybe be like his upper limit, or maybe he's psyching us all out again. I'm fairly sure that 63 is kind of his upper bounds, and he did drop down quite a bunch in cubes. Where I was going somewhere with this, but like my brain's so fried from this week already.
it's understandable.
How is it feeling, kind of like just getting back in the swing of things? I know you were able to really lock back into the system quite quickly. But like how have you been feeling going into these future attempts? I'm not sure how much more multi you have planned after this competition, but looking towards like North American Championships and beyond.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely still going to do it. I questioned that for a while, but I think while I still have the ability to be good at something, I might as well just do it. I don't know. Like I don't want to regret it later, you know. So I don't know. It's fun.
I was gonna say
I'm definitely not gonna be as obsessed with it as I was when I was like chasing the record.
Yeah.
Like I'm still gonna try my best.
Yeah. Well, you do still have the potential. I mean, there's plenty of time left to reclaim 2x2. Yeah, I do appreciate you getting your world record at Cumberland Valley because the same town Zane set his sub-1 world record, just average instead of.
Yeah, that was my first world record, 215, Cumberland Valley.
Yeah. Yeah, but great solving all around.
Yeah.
Talking about Big Blind, how did Big Blind really pan out for you? Was it about what you were expecting? Have you been putting focus into big blind at all?
Yeah, so me with big blind, I always start with 5 blind first because I actually have the longest like streak for rounds with at least one success going. I think it's like in the upper 30s now. I haven't triple DNF 5 blind since 2023. So I'm trying to protect that, and I almost lost it.
Yeah.
So I was doing like really safe attempts for 5 blind. That's been the case now for years. But and then I get to 4 blind, I go all out and usually triple. So I actually got a mean though.
Yeah.
4 blind, so I was happy with it. Like 230 for a single is good. Like
Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
Of course, with like multi-blind solving, you have to be good at 3 blind first to do many in under an hour. We have seen a format change with the new regulation cycle of switching from mean of 3 to best of 5. Are you looking forward to just getting more 3 blind attempts? How do you feel about the change?
It's cool. It lets me feel like I can safety like less, I guess. So that's nice. It's not really an event I care about, so I don't care that much. Both my PRs are perfect for me. Like they're like really good for me. So, but I'm curious to see what other people.
Got it. Yeah, this weekend feels like I feel like everything is. Yeah, I don't know. I have like nothing going on in the head up here. Like watching so much blind going on and commentating like 60 minutes of an attempt, 60 plus minutes of an attempt. What's going through your head? I mean, obviously you have your memorization going on, but I've seen with some of the solvers not going for like world record or high level attempts, like often looking around the room or just like taking a break from looking at cubes, whereas other high level solvers have like gone to the lengths of blinders.
Yeah.
How have they been working for you? Have they been helpful, I imagine?
Like my distraction goggles.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much ever since I bought those, that was a big, massive shift for me. Like when I was struggling in competition, that was one of the big changes. Like I pretty much haven't been visually distracted in like 2 years. Like I can hear a sound sometimes through my mouse, but like visually, I've never really been distracted in like 2 years. So I feel like if anyone wants to get serious about multi, they should probably pick up something like that.
Got it. Equipment is a huge thing that I wanted to talk about. Shortly after switching your equipment back last year to a new cube, within just a few attempts, you got the world record. And there's been some changes that come along with that, with the 1x10 pack of cubes.
Yeah.
Something I was wondering earlier, how big of a concern is it that like you're gonna push too hard and cubes go flying everywhere?
It's only happened to me once at home, and it was because I was really stupid. Like I rushed it way too much. Like it's actually safer than it looks. Like it's actually not that bad. You don't have to put that much pressure, and then you slide forward. The only concern is if like maybe I accidentally have a cube like in my way. That hasn't happened yet, but it's like then it could like leave one behind or something.
Yeah.
Or get stuck in the line and then I unsolve it. That'd be fine. It wouldn't happen. But I missed the packs a little bit. I felt safer that way. But one good thing about the rows is I never have to move my chair anymore. Like everyone does like the chair shift.
I've heard some comments about like from some of the judges upstairs on just the chair hop, like in a room full of silence, and it's just like being a little awkward, but definitely preferring just stationary, less variance that way.
I would probably so like that's like probably the biggest benefit from doing the rows like that. I am forced to do the rows because my betas are more magnetic than most cubes. So if I have that second row with them touching, then they start to like
I've seen the pattern. I've scrambled enough of your attempts that like they start to go all slanted on me. It's a cool pattern, but not very stable for 60 plus cubes.
Yeah.
All right, we're just wrapping up here. I think it's just Miles, Curran, and Eli left right now solving.
Yeah, I believe Miles's 4 blinds just got put in case I didn't already cover it. 456.38, so not a PR for him, but still gonna put him into the next round. Looking good for him, and seems to be moved on to 5 blind at this point.
Eli Rogers,
pushing up, success.
Appears to be a success. Well, there's the fist bump.
Yeah,
I'm imagining so.
I saw him put his head down, and I was like, oh.
Speaking of like just other names outside of like the big three of multi-blind, the big two of multi-blind plus Stanley, he's a part of the big three now.
Part
He's
of the-
he's up
yeah,
there.
yeah.
In like
Um,
a week.
Joshua Gao.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have like any thoughts on him as like an up and coming star.
Yeah, I first met him like a year ago in Texas, and I feel like he was doing like low or mid 40s, so he's getting good really quickly, and he podiumed at Worlds. So, um, and what did he get on his third attempt? It was his first 60 try, right? His first try.
Yes, it
so,
was his
yeah,
first
yeah,
60.
yeah.
I think
It
it
was
was
54 out of 6, or no, sorry, 49 out of 60.
Yeah, like that's
So-
that's fine.
Yeah.
I was happy with like 31 out of 60 in my first.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of good things. I'm looking forward to see what he can do. And he memos very quickly.
Yeah.
I think his exec is on the slower side, but that's less important than the memo. If he can memo quickly, that's a lot more. So,
On that same note, Andrew Tao kind of, I know he's been more so on people's radar than Joshua,
yeah.
especially now that he's world champion. But pulling out that DNS on the first attempt, what are your thoughts on
I
that?
loved
Like,
it.
yeah,
Like the world champion comes in, takes a nap for attempt one, and then
Right.
just kicks everyone's ass. And
Yeah.
it was great. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. It's a power move.
100%. And then coming in with a 56 out of 60 to, I believe, win the round. Huge. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I always wonder falling asleep with the blindfold on. I mean, most people are using sleep masks for blindfolds because that's like that is what they are.
Yeah.
Have you ever fallen asleep during any sort of blind attempt? I know there's like a lot of mental work going on that like you can't be like sleepy tired, but have you
Yeah, no.
I feel like I've probably gotten close on like just a 3 blind attempt.
I was going to say, during your multi attempts.
I've yet to attempt multi. Probably keep it that way. It's very entertaining to watch. I wasn't expecting it to be like so spectator friendly
Yeah, I
from a
actually,
stream perspective.
yeah, I think it's actually of all the events, like the exact portion is pretty spectator friendly. Like, I was even talking with Graham about this. We did a stream a few years ago, and it was like a head-to-head like thing, and we were like neck and neck, and it was like actually pretty exciting. So that's hard to do though, with like keeping track of everyone's scores while they're happening. But if
Right.
it was possible, it'd be really good.
Yeah.
It is possible, but like if you know, like, and even like the memo, I'm sure it's boring as hell, but the anticipation builds.
I was to say we like
You guys are talking during the memo.
yeah, we've definitely
Interesting.
found ways to like the make the memo interesting because it is interesting seeing people fly through cubes or like sorting out their packs, anything like that. Yeah, it's like been so thrilling to watch that I'm kind of hoping there's a sequel going on to this competition.
Yeah, it's fun.
But there's so much going on into this one. I don't know if we'll be lucky enough to see another one within the next 2 years.
We'll see.
Got it. Well, it has been awesome having you on, Ro. Good luck in your next attempt later on today. We will see more of you on the stream. Thank you for stopping in.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
In the frame here, we can see Curran Wilson. Huge pause on this 5 blind attempt.
Joining us for Curran's attempt, it is the man that Curran beat, Braden Adams.
He did beat me in 4 blind by what, less than a second, right? Less than a second?
Yes.
Yeah. Curran,
Like a second and a half.
yeah, around a second.
Yeah.
Curran, as
A second and 7/10.
probably already saw, got a mean in 4 blind, and now he's working on 5 blind. I believe this is his second. That sound right?
I have no idea.
Sure.
Still reading?
Yes. This whole thing. We're now being joined by Andrew Tao. Andrew, I'm all interviewed out, so I will like give you a very good interview tomorrow.
Sure.
But like right now, we're just watching Curran. We were watching Curran. We now watching
There he
us.
is.
There's Curran.
I'd expect he's probably the only. Yeah. Eli finished up.
I think this is his. He DNF'd his first.
Yeah,
Curran
DNF?
did.
Okay,
Curran
okay.
DNF'd his first. Yeah.
This is his second or is this his third?
Second.
And I can't tell. It might look like he has a center messed up on the blue
Yeah.
side.
On red.
On red.
On
as
red
well.
as well, yes. And he is now working on his middle edges.
It's like on yellow. He's always.
Yeah, so unfortunately, this is 99% a DNF.
I don't know. Curran could pull out.
See it though.
Yeah.
Open up his hands and salt.
Curran could pull out a goat move and go back and fix the sign. Like.
Oh, so Eli is still competing in 4-blind?
Andrew, I do want to give you a very big shout out for being probably the most entertaining big blind solver. Whether like I saw you at one point, you're just like memorizing the cube and you're like, what am I looking at? This is
Yeah,
stupid.
you started scramble matching it.
Oh yeah, I think you guys were gonna notice that on screen.
Oh, for sure.
I
Yeah.
was waiting for 5 blind. I was just like, well, I have all these cubes next to me.
I mean, yeah.
And, yeah. I only got 1 success, so.
I think one thing we really want to talk about is you aura farming during multi and DNSing the first attempt.
You mean like, yeah,
Napping?
yeah. So I was in Dallas for like New Year's with my family, and then I flew over here to Charlottesville, like literally morning of January 2nd, like started at
Okay.
like 7. It was like a layover, and like my second flight got delayed. It was like a whole thing, and I got like maybe 3 hours of sleep like the night before, and then I got an hour and a half on the first leg of the flight, and then an hour on the second leg, and then like I got to the venue, I was like, yo, this isn't happening.
So it wasn't like a I don't need this attempt. It was I really need this sleep.
Yeah, it was
Gotcha.
like there's no chance I can get a good like result on this first attempt.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I just,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
took a nap on a sofa. It was great. It was a
It
nap.
it seemed to pan out well. That 56 out of 60, new PR.
Yeah,
I was gonna say new PR single, but like small
no,
thing.
yeah, it is
Uh,
a PR single.
But also winning the round,
Yeah.
first round of this competition.
Yeah, it was the only 50-pointer in the round, I think, which is surprising.
I was gonna say, I've been asking some of the other big name multi-stars. Stanley Chappell finally tossing his hat in, saying, I'm gonna start going for world record attempts, guys. I belong here. How have you been feeling? I imagine he's kept you in the dark on
Yeah.
him practicing.
I mean, I kind of knew he was practicing because we talked about it a little bit at Nats. He pulled out like a 48 out of 51 in
Mhm.
like 52 minutes at Nats, which is like, you know, homie's been practicing, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, it's exciting to just have another guy competing. You know, I've never been like, you know, definitively the best in the world or anything. So it's like, you know, more friends.
World champion, by the way.
I think like, honestly, my thoughts on world championships are that like, if they happened right now, the results would be very different. I think Josh and I are much better, and Stanley is much better, and Ro is no longer retired. And yeah, I think right now is a very exciting time for multi-one.
So we got a bunch of big names. Big weekend for people whose last names end in AO.
Indeed, yes.
Joshua Gao also really on the come up. I mean, we saw
Yeah, for real.
his first 60-point attempt this weekend.
Yeah.
But also just we said we are going to cut that down, Michael.
I didn't do it. I think I saw a fly. I was getting,
Yeah, you're swatting fly out.
I am curious though. So I think for a lot of us, Joshua Gao wasn't on our radar until like post Worlds. Once he got that podium, when was that point for you?
Oh, I've known about Joshua for like forever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Joshua and I are like 4 cubes apart for like a really long time.
Mm.
Like in the sense that like when I first started sub-hourring 37, he was doing 33, and when I first started doing 41, he was doing 37 or something like that. And like say like it was like this until like Worlds. I was doing like 57, he was doing 53,
Mhm.
and like you know at Worlds I did 55 and 51.
Mhm.
Like after Worlds he started like I think he just caught up to me entirely. But
Mhm.
yeah, I mean we kind of were like getting better around the same time. So I've known Joshua for like a long time, and
You both grew up in Texas, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm from Dallas and he's from Boston.
Yeah. So did you know about him before he was even starting multi-blind?
No, I did not. I never was.
Do you know how big Texas is?
Well, they have. It's a lot closer than.
That's like
some of
asking if
us.
Soren Mamdani knows who like Pro Hustler is.
Shout out Zoran. Shout out.
No, really? Yeah.
So you did not know about him before multi. Okay.
No, I did not.
Okay.
I actually didn't meet him in Texas. I met him at Worlds.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
But like I only started cubing like in New Jersey, in college. And
Yeah,
then
you had a pretty slow start. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I started when I was already too old to be.
Well, good. What do you think of the comp so far? Is it?
It's been great. Interesting venue, like
Mm-hmm.
being blind at this like
you know, everyone's facing different directions. You know, everyone's got their own table. It's kind of interesting.
Mhm.
You know, this many big multi attempts is very fun.
Yeah.
You know, I get to see all my friends. It was great.
Awesome.
Are you planning out any other naps for attempts? Are you going to be skipping any?
Oh, I'm actually about to take another nap.
So will you DNS the first multi?
No, I already did the first one this morning, but
The first multi of finals.
oh no, I'll still do it.
You'll do it?
I'll probably do it. Just
Well, we'll see how long you sleep for.
you know, if I'm not in the room, you know what happened.
Looking
Okay. Would have tried my phone.
Hey.
all right.
Alright,
Yeah,
have
what's
you.
going on, Andrew?
Take it easy.
Looking at results here, we've still got Rue Clippinger finishing up her last couple of solves. She, I believe, is the last person we have for Big Blind. I'm not sure which of the 3 attempts she's on, but once she's done, we will have our final standings. Eli Rogers is currently on the bubble with a 25-50 single in 5 blind. No mean, unfortunately, for Eli, but once we get Rue's final results, then we'll be able to talk a little more about our final standings. And I am feeling guys.
I'm so tired. So tired.
Yeah, I like the nap idea.
Yeah,
I also like the
my head hurts.
You guys,
My head hurts.
like, no one is stopping it. We could just nap.
We could.
Facts.
Or play outside in fresh air. That would wake me up.
I'm looking down.
We could play outside. We could.
We could go frolic.
I was
We
gonna
could
say
go
we could
frolic
go
in the
frolic.
grass.
Yeah.
We could go play frisbee golf.
It's true.
Michael Nielsen, avid disc golfer.
Yes.
Not really. I mean, I used to be like a pretty big fan of it, but I was never like that good or like did it too often. Big
Which-
fan though.
What's your favorite shape?
It's an excellent question.
Dome.
Dome.
2D, 2-dimensional.
Semicircle.
If I
You
am,
get a circle of those?
how can I identify if a system of nodes and paths is an Euler circuit or not?
What conversation are
Well,
we
it's every node's of even degree.
Michael Nielsen, everyone, college educated.
At least like 2/3 of the way. In the 3 thing?
Oh,
Yeah,
I was
you
connecting
wanna-
with you on LinkedIn and saw that you were going for a master's.
it's true.
Cool.
Amen.
What are you going to be master in? Are you going to be the first best Michael Nielsen now?
Yeah, no, it's in data science. Other Michael Nielsen's got that on lock.
It's
There's no shot, dude.
For those of you who don't know, there is another Michael
I
Nielsen.
don't think anybody knows.
Oh, no, because I have to look up Michael Nielsen WCA every time.
Right,
I look up a picture of
There,
Michael.
there is another Michael Nielsen that is also a data scientist, and he wrote a few books.
Yeah, he has like books and papers. I'm pretty sure a theorem too, so I'm kind of like, it's not looking too good. I gotta stick to keeping.
I think it would be pretty great if you could surpass him in both pure mix and data science.
Well, I think he
One of those-
surpassed him in.
One of those things is probably already done.
One of
Yeah.
those makes money. The other's the one I do.
Pyramids? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. 1? No. 0. 0 money. 0 money for pyramids.
0 money, 0 second single. You know, that's just my style.
Been there. 0 second average. When?
Never.
When horse blenders come on? Nay?
Nay, I won't do it.
Have you talked already about
Is Eli?
the 114?
I don't
You
know.
talked about that yet?
No, I haven't even seen the average. It's
You
pretty
haven't
funny.
watched it yet.
No, I haven't
A
seen it.
DNF, unfortunately, from Rue.
Unsure as to which of her 3 attempts that is. Eli is done, so not sure exactly what's happening.
What is the time limit at this point?
1.5 hours is
Yeah.
what everyone was
They're-
given for 6
They're
attempts.
they're probably pretty much wrapping it up now.
Yeah, it is 2:40, so we are coming to about the end of the allotted time before 5 blind, and then we'll move on to our 4th attempt of multi, first of the 2nd round. What are you guys looking for? I think
A break.
a break is
Have a break at Kit
spectacular.
Kat?
Oh, dude. Okay, so this is a story that only the people in the stream room have been graced with knowing. I was eating a Kit Kat, and then I was told, hey, we're going on right now. And I only got 2 bites in, and I'd love to finish my Kit Kat right now.
Where is the Kit Kat?
Won't tell you. Won't tell you.
Okay.
Brayden, how are you?
I'm good. I'm pretty sleepy.
Sleepier than Curran Wilson, it seems.
Curran Wilson always has a lot of energy. You can't not be around Curran and have an insane amount of energy.
This is true.
He's got that joyful youth. But I'm doing good. I actually did not.
Is it like
Years older than him.
Joyful youth. Wait.
Well, so I
I'll go over
actually
here.
I didn't come into this competition expecting to compete. I expected to spend most of my time commentating. But then I was talking to Greco, as you guys are all very familiar with. And he was like, yeah, I mean, we got 3 people who can work on commentating if you want to compete. So, I ended up getting thrown into this with little to no blind practice. But I got a PR today, so already happy with that.
I will say, it's been very apparent that the 3 commentators that were left with commentating an entirely blindfolded competition know little
Yeah.
about blindfolded solving, but it's nice to have an expert in the room with us.
Where?
Ari Randers, Pearson, everybody. 4x4. Whoa, we are. I was gonna say we were gammed out for
There
a
we
moment.
go.
Charles Jerome in the chat wants to know, Brayden, if you've gotten any hole-in-ones in disc golf.
Actually, yes, I have. One time, I go to school in Athens, Ohio, and we have a really short course.
So it was, you
and-
could get the hole in one.
Well, the holes are still pretty far. They're all 100+ feet. I think my hole in one was about 105 feet. And I threw it and it went right around a tree, just went right in the basket. It was great. So it was a great moment. Yeah, it was a great moment, Charles. Michael and I talked about playing this weekend.
Yeah.
We might not have time, unfortunately.
You
But
busy?
am I busy?
Yeah.
No, I'm not doing anything.
All
right. But no, maybe we'll get a round in later tomorrow, or we'll figure it out.
It gets dark too early.
It does get
That's
dark
the big
really
one.
early.
Yeah.
If any of you have ever played glow frisbee golf, I have glow in the dark frisbees.
Golf.
Golf.
And I think with that, we are going to head into a break. We will be back at... What time will we be back at?
Hey, look at that. Multi-blind. That's incorrect.
Yeah,
We
Yeah,
are.
that is tomorrow.
that is tomorrow's schedule. But we will be back for the final...
It's
There we go.
Aiming for around 3:30, but we are running a bit behind and we still need time to scramble. So maybe looking around a 3:45 to 4 o'clock mark.
Mhm.
I don't know. Just keep watching the stream.
We will catch you guys for the next attempt of multi-blind.
See you guys later.
See y'all. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Multi Mayhem Virginia 2026. I am Zach Rydell, joined with
Stone Payne and notably no Michael Nielsen.
don't know where Michael Nielsen is. Let's center up.
Mhm.
Yeah, this name right here, wrong, just us two. Yeah, we are going to be looking forward to our first attempt of 3x3 multi-blindfolded finals. Stone, you got counts. Tell me how many cubes each competitor is doing.
Yeah, so as Ro mentioned when we interviewed him, he's going to be doing 66, which is the number that he did when he got his world record, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to see Ro 66. That's going to be our biggest attempt. We're going to have Graham doing 64, so not too far behind him. Andrew and Joshua are both going to be doing 60.
Hold on, slow down.
Yeah,
Andrew and Joshua are both doing 60.
correct. Notably, for the first time this competition, we're going to see Liam crossing over and doing 30. So he's going to be breaking 30 for the first time this competition. Stanley's doing 57. And those are going to be the main people you want to watch out for. Ryan Ferris is going to be at 21. Miles is going to be at 15. Curran is going to be at 13. Pierce is going to be at 10. And Braden is going to be at 2 because he thinks he's Tommy Cherry.
Thinks he's him.
Yeah.
Well, you heard it here first, everyone. Those are our numbers for 3x3 multi-blindfolded round 2, attempt 1. Michael Nielsen, nice of you to join us. Sorry we started without you.
Yeah, don't wait for me.
Wait for me. Yeah, it's part of the day. Everyone is kind of getting tired. It's really the big question is how people are going to handle the time passing throughout the day. Everyone yesterday had an opportunity to hopefully chill out or nap before the attempts. But right now, everyone has been here all day and kind of all feeling it.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that I'm thinking about is something that Tommy mentioned earlier, where a lot of people only have about 3 palaces.
Mhm.
And so now everybody's going to have to, or almost everybody will have to start reusing palaces, and then you worry about memory from previous attempts leaking into your current ones.
Mhm.
So I'll be interested to see if some of the numbers dip down because of that, or if these top solvers are able to power through.
Yeah. I think another thing is, and I've said it a million times at this point, but it is starting to get late. It's not quite dark out yet. It's 3:30, but we've still had a very long day.
Yeah.
I know us three are definitely feeling it, and as Zach makes a mess everywhere, us three even more so. What are you doing?
Plugging in my phone so I can have contact with the production team.
Lame. But
I'll be lame.
I am curious to see how exactly that'll affect our competitors, even if not that much, because I know a lot of their mental endurance is much better than ours.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we've made it the entire stream without like any brain rot jokes, so I'm quite proud of us.
The day is not
There we
over.
go. Huh?
Day is not over though.
Day is not over. There's still plenty of time. I think we're looking at 4 more hours of competing today.
Yeah.
How many hours have we been up?
Hopefully we're gonna stay on schedule, huh?
How many hours have we been up?
I've been up since 5:20. I've actually been up since 5
I
flat.
meant the stream. I wasn't worried about you.
Do it.
I think we are ready. Yeah, here we see competitors are starting to come into the competing area. Everyone's getting ready. Pierce has a red towel now.
Did Pierce not have a red towel before?
Nope, white.
Wow, big change. I'm
Yeah.
excited.
Big
See,
change.
I think
Saturation.
it could be indicative
You know-
of something huge, something massive.
Yeah, Tiger Woods, when he
Something
felt
red.
invincible, he would wear the red polo and black pants. This could be Pierce saying, "This is his Tiger moment."
I'm thinking of the song Red Button.
Rawr.
I'm thinking of the song Red Button by Drake, and we know Drake is Miles Greco's middle name.
It is also Michael Greco's middle name.
Actually,
Really?
I learned.
Really?
Yes,
Wow.
yes.
They must be big fans of the Six,
What do you think
Yeah.
Drake was like named after them?
most likely,
Heads up.
after Miles.
Yeah.
Six.
How are y'all doing?
I'm chilling. This is the last multi attempt. It's 3 blind after this, right?
Yes, this. Oh,
That'll be good.
I'm I feel like
I guess we-
subconsciously I'm feeling like we have another multi attempt today
I very
besides
much
this
am.
one
Yeah.
because we're scrambling another multi attempt, but we're gonna be scrambling cubes tonight. They're all gonna get a good night's rest, and then we'll go.
Something that I think is going to be interesting is that like I said earlier, I talked to Joshua Gao about how his cubes were affected by the cold. And something that he's going to have to consider is, like Zach said, we're scrambling cubes tonight, and they're not going to get touched again until the attempt starts. So he's going to start turning his cubes, and they're not going to feel great, which I think is
Yeah,
good.
if you have a setup that is more sticky,
Mhm.
then it's really not going to benefit from sitting out overnight.
Mhm.
I doubt each and every person is like going through before their attempt,
Sure.
like before scrambling and
Mhm.
like to like
Right.
make sure they're all like warm.
Right.
But I don't know. It could be interesting. It's something we'll definitely take into consideration tomorrow morning.
Mhm.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how people are affected by that, and just the cube sitting for that long. So see if that's a big thing.
We see Braden Adams right now sitting down right atop of Pierce Tickle.
He's doing 2 cubes, so
Yeah.
he's got the stack mat and he's got the cube cover. Like I said, he thinks he's Tommy Cherry.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
will be joining us shortly after his attempt.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, that's what I
Sorry,
think this would be well, if you didn't see the very beginning of the first multi attempt today, this will be a little different than the other ones we've done, where
Mhm.
Braden is using a stack mat, and instead of having the harmonica holder around his neck, somebody will put the sight blocker in front of him and hold it there during his execution. So a little bit different. Doesn't really make much of a difference besides Braden doesn't have to worry about that because his attempt's so short. So
Curran's a big fan of staring off during memo. I've
Yeah.
noticed that it's a choice that I've seen some competitors make,
Yeah.
and I feel like it is just. I feel like there's more room for distraction that way, but if that's what they need.
I don't know. This past semester when I was taking my math exam, sometimes I catch myself, I was just staring up at the ceiling when I was thinking really hard about something.
I catch myself looking over at someone else's test, seeing how they're doing.
See,
Academic integrity is very important.
see Brandon Lynn in the chat. What's up, Brandon?
Brandon, oh, I miss you, Brandon. Oh, I should keep track of when the big names start their attempts.
Braden has started his attempt again. He's only doing 2 cubes.
Not keeping track of him.
Do you think Braden can get done before everybody's begun?
Okay, so
That's the
okay.
question.
Interesting. The hood's already gone on and off.
Oh, that's
If
I think it's over.
If my vision serves me correctly, I think he's going over 2.
yeah.
All right, we'll talk to him about it after. Ooh, it looks like Stanley gave a thumbs up to Ari.
Yep.
Stanley is going to be going here. Now. So Stanley started off at 3:34 and 38 seconds.
Tommy Cherry signaling to us.
If he's able to watch over.
Please do.
I heard my name from upstairs on the stream. Someone said I'll be joining soon, so here I am.
I'm down.
Braden will be joining us as he is trying to
Yeah, I
imitate
think you might have heard Braden.
Rowe has started his attempt. Joshua has started his attempt. I don't know when. He's like
Probably say
3 cubes deep, so I'm gonna say a 3:30.
30.
No, 3:34, bro. You don't know me like that. Okay.
Just as a reminder,
Graham is also a go.
Oh, Graham just started. Okay. So just as a reminder of the counts, Rowe is going to be our highest count for this attempt at 66. Same number that he attempted when he set his world record back in March or April of last year. Next highest is going to be Graham with 64. Joshua and Andrew are both at 60 even. Next highest is going to be Stanley at 57, so keeping the pace with his last 2 attempts of the last round. And then we have Liam at 30, which is going to be his highest attempt of the competition thus far. Miles at 15, who I believe is cutting down on a lot of, yeah, he's done a 22, a 21, and a 19. So he's steadily coming down. He got a 15 out of a 19 for his third attempt of the last round. So maybe trying to go perfect there. Ryan at 21, Pierce at 10, Curran at 13, and Braden at 2.
Braden is executing right now. You were gonna say something.
I was gonna ask, is this the first attempt where Graham has not had the highest submission?
This one,
I think so.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Graham started with a 66 and then a 64. So Graham and Rowe were tied for 64 on the second attempt, as well as on the third attempt.
Okay.
But this is the first where he's had strictly the highest.
Looking at some of the messages in chat, so a lot of these multi-blind solvers are using freestyle.
Mhm.
It is the fastest and like most efficient method for solving three blind. So I really hope Tommy doesn't correct me. I feel I'm looming. But it is like the shortest move count. For Tommy, take it away.
You mean like freestyle being the? I mean, you basically got it. Yeah, I mean like freestyle is the method the top dogs use. Like if you don't use freestyle, you're going to be doing more algorithms, so it's going to be more moves. Yeah, you got that.
And you have less time to do cubes. Again, you are limited to an hour no matter how many cubes you pick.
Looks like in the background, Braden is done with his attempt. I'm unclear.
really?
Yeah. I'm unclear what exactly the result was. It looked like he was maybe messing with the cube, so not sure exactly what that was.
But Andrew hasn't started his attempt yet. Is there? Do you know the reason for that?
Potentially just like they're spacing them out.
Yeah.
But he might not be ready. So we'll keep an eye on the time, of course, so that way we can properly track how long each attempt is taking.
You have the time starting time for Joshua, Stanley, Graham, and Rowe.
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone started around the 3:34, 3:35 mark. With a little bit of variance, and also some not always being captured on stream.
So about 4 minutes in.
Yes. Looks like Andrew is ready.
He's
Every bit of
No, I mean,
consistency matters.
yeah. He's very particular about the way his attempts are set up. And that's
Yeah, if I'm doing like before I do attempts, I always like to clear off the little mat and make sure there's not like junk on the mat.
Absolutely.
I'm just have to see.
Sand.
I do that too.
Yeah.
Sand. But I keep tracking sand into comps.
Good.
dude.
All right. I think we are getting joined. Not by Braden Adams. Sorry, I heard a door open.
I don't know if you guys have talked about this yet, but I'm just recalling now that I remember a few years ago, Graham would have this like log of a bunch of different like factors when he does multi-blind attempts, like what he ate the night before, how much CP got and stuff. So I don't know like to what extent he does it nowadays, but I know some other multi-blinders have kind of followed in his tracks a little bit, and just to kind of really reflect on like how your attempts go over time. So I think that's one of those things where multis like it's a pretty unique aspect of multi, just because you really need that endurance and you need to be fully in that flow state for like a full hour. I mean, I guess there is FMC, but the thing about FMC is like it's not linear by any means. Like with multi-blind, you have kind of a fixed sequence of you going through cues, memorizing them, then you execute. FMC, you're more so just looking for a bunch of different things. So it's like, because like the thing with multi is that you have to remember something from way earlier in the attempt, and you have to maintain that. So you're using your brain in a way where you basically don't use it at all for other events. And that's why it's kind of especially important to almost treat yourself like an athlete, where you need to like your body needs to be in peak condition, because right body, right mind. So yeah, it's definitely something that could be useful.
Speaking of right mind, Braden Adams is back. He walked in with 2 solved cubes. Braden, how did your attempt go?
I got a 1 out of 2.
Which is 0 points.
0 points, which is a DNF. 1 out of 2 is not a successful multi-blind attempt because you did not solve multiple cubes. But I just figured it would be fun to try a little small attempt.
Zach, just cross your name out. You are finished.
Eliminated.
No, my brain's a little tired right now. I'll do two bigger attempts tomorrow, but for right now, I just want to do a tiny attempt and come down and watch some of the best multi-blind solvers in the world.
Well, that's who we have.
Yeah.
We have top left Stanley Chappell, top right Andrew Tao started. I didn't get a good count. I was going to say 341. I know he started quite later than everyone else.
Yeah, he did.
Bottom left Ryan Farish, bottom right Joshua Gao.
I think Andrew, that's like the 6 cube he's tracing, so I think he probably started more like 339.
Expert analysis.
Yeah, just meet in the middle. Although I'm not fully sure as to whether he like kind of goes through his first 8 in one go and then goes through it again, or goes through his first 4 and then reviews that 4. I'm inclined to believe that he goes through all 8 in one go without reviewing, and then after that reviews those 8. But I wish I knew more certainly, but I guess we'll see soon kind of what sequence he does things in.
We were talking earlier about consistency. I mean, we saw Andrew Tao kind of funnily like scraping off his mat of any dust, but Joshua Gao just rocking with the tablecloth that was provided.
Yeah.
Definitely like when you're attempting these larger numbers and like these higher mentally taxing attempts, that you kind of want to keep as many variables out of the way as like, oh, I don't have to worry about how my cubes slide around. I don't want to worry about how my cubes turn. You want everything to be indistinguishable and really only focusing on your memorization.
Yeah, Tommy, in your experience with multi-blind, did you ever like buy a big like mouse pad and then use that, or is it just whatever showed up is what you used?
I would just use my desk or table depending on where I was, but yeah, I was never too didn't have too detailed of a any high technique thing. I don't know. I also, never got quite as high as a lot of these guys, so didn't necessarily need that adaptation as much as they probably do.
Yeah.
Liam Chen in the bottom right, attempting 30 cubes, so looking to break that barrier. Miles Greco, top right, attempting only 15. A bit of a downgrade from his first 3 attempts.
I want to also highlight Pierce for a second. He's attempting 10 after 3 straight attempts of 8, going 4, 6, and then 4 on those. So given his track record, I'm interested to see where exactly those 10 cubes are going to place him. Yeah.
Stanley finishing up his second 8-pack. Let's see, what time did he start again? Like 3:30.
Stanley started at 3:34 and 48 seconds.
It seems low for him.
Yeah, well, how much time did he have left after his previous attempt? Was that 3 minutes?
3
Or
2
2
minutes. 2 minutes
Just
and
over
2 minutes and like
8 seconds.
2 packs worth of change.
Yeah, so we might be taking that into account and trying to go a little bit slower so we can get maybe better accuracy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do kind of wonder if he's going to go for another 60 plus attempt after like that breakout first attempt. It just seemed like such a statement, you know what I mean? Like after everybody wondering for so long whether or not he would be contending for a world record, he's still got 2 attempts in him after this. So
Michael, I gotta ask. So you know Stanley better than anybody. Probably not correct,
Probably
but
not himself.
but you know Stanley quite well.
Yeah.
Is 63 his limit, or is his limit really like 70 and he just like isn't telling anybody?
I really don't know.
I'm sure it's higher.
yeah.
I mean, his like absolute limit is definitely higher because he's like he wasn't able to practice for this as much as he wanted. But even like I did not know about his multi-blind practice until very shortly before the comp. So it was even a surprise to me. I didn't think much about his results at All Stars, which I might have fumbled the bag, but you know,
Next year.
yeah, you live and you learn.
Oh, wait, no, this year you'll get
This year, yeah.
Yeah.
If
Yeah, last year he'll get it.
Yeah, if he's secretly practicing an event this year, I'll sniff that out this time.
Also, it looks like Graham's pace is pretty good. He's already finished his first 24. Rowe, on the other hand, Oh well, I guess he does 10
Yeah,
packs?
Roe right now has looked at 30 cubes.
Oh, okay.
He's done at least one pass on 30.
Yeah, Tommy,
Yeah.
I was going to ask, as our resident blinder, can you tell us a little bit about the pacing and when we can expect these guys to finish up their memo, or at what points will they have finished certain numbers of packs?
Yeah, so I guess first and foremost, a lot is kind of just estimating because I'm not fully like, I haven't really looked at, that type of thing, like
Right.
Predicted splits nowadays in quite a while.
Mhm.
So I guess I can kind of just compare to like what I used to do
Mhm.
and try to kind of just give a general idea based on that. So back when I was doing around 50 cubes, I think my 3-pass 8-packs were around 5 minutes. I could just be making this number up, so it's honestly really
Mhm.
hard to say. But considering that they do 2 passes, I do 3 passes, we can kind of cut that into 2/3, say like a minute 40
Mhm.
per pass. So yeah, I do remember them saying, like, some of them talking about it, like they go for sub 3 8 packs pretty regularly. Can't remember if it was like high 2 minutes or mid 2 minutes, but let's see if it's so you're kind of going through 16 cubes total. If you like, it's like 10 seconds per cube. Yeah, I would reckon it's like high 2 minutes per pack for per 8 packs. So row's a little different here, but let's see. I guess let's see if my estimate lines up at all with what we're talking about. So we've been going for 13 minutes. Stanley has gone through 3 packs and a small portion of another one, so we can kind of say it's like 4 minutes per pack, which I mean, I guess this is like somewhat of a safety for him, and maybe he was off to a bit of a slow start. 57 was it? Or
57 last time.
oh,
Or 57 cubes.
57 this time as well.
57.
Yeah.
Okay. And then let's see. Hard to estimate for Andrew since he started so much later.
Right.
What was it?
Andrew's attempting 60. He started at 340.
Started at 340. Okay. So he's 8 minutes in. Okay, so just kind of a disclaimer, like I said, I'm not fully familiar with what exact system each person uses, but I'm assuming that this is Andrew's last pass of the first 16, which means that, let's see, sorry, you said 340?
Yes.
Yeah, so 8 minutes in.
Something I hope you can maybe provide context on, not the passing part of memo, but the execution part. Well, not the execution part of memo, just execution. We see 2 different styles from our 2 recent world record holders. Roe, kind of just brute forcing with, like, I believe UF and UFR buffer. But Graham, like, really is optimizing every single cube as much as he can. Do you have any insight on that you can share?
I guess a little bit. So Graham, I believe, learned letter pairs for every floating buffer. So he, like you could get the same pair from multiple different buffers. So he learned a different word for each one. So that ends up being like almost 3,000 letter pairs. So he, you've got to be pretty creative to come up with that many mnemonics. And I guess. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the main thing that comes to mind right now. I think there are definitely pros and cons to each strategy. Like if you're kind of sticking to vanilla UFUR and UFUFR and not doing many tricks, it's like you can kind of go like robot mode like as much as possible, where you're kind of just not really thinking to do any tricks and you're just fully focused on like getting it done, thinking ahead to the next thing. But you will have less efficient execution. So things will still kind of take a little bit longer, but it's just a matter of there being a little bit more flow. I think there are definitely more pros to implementing more tricks and stuff. But it could be a little bit risky to kind of think about different types of solutions. And for example, like cancellations, that's definitely something that can be pretty risky where your current owl cancels with the next one. But it's like something where maybe you do it on 3 blind, but since with multi-blind, it's less about optimizing every 0.2 seconds and more about maintaining an overall good flow. So there's often more of a reason to not do special tricks in multi, but something like just floating where you have an assigned like piece of information to indicate that, like in the case of how Graham does like letter pairs for every floating buffer, like that's not really a risky thing considering that he's not like doing something beyond the specific letter pairs he memorized. Yeah.
Yeah, so I had something and I totally forgot it. That's a bummer. Oh yeah, but so yeah, these little optimizations, I definitely think, at least in my opinion, as someone who doesn't know much about the event, but like tries thinking sometimes, if you make an optimization that saves like even like half a second per cube on like a 60 plus cube attempt, then you're looking at like 30 seconds saved, which you could like tack on another cube and then get that much closer to a record.
There's a lot of risk with that. If all those cubes you're trying to do like some kind of trick, like a cancellation or maybe some, yeah, I mean really like cancellation is one of the main things that would be risky. They've got like these other really advanced algs that's called LTCT and T2C. They're like a couple hundred algs for those, and I believe at least Roe and Graham have learned like letter pairs or like triplets, because with those anyways, the way you kind of think about those, it's basically you have 3 letters usually, because with LTCT we have like a corner target and then a twisted corner separately. And T2C, it's like you have 2 corners that are swapped but with their orientations wrong. So what you end up kind of having to do is go to one piece, go to the other piece, and then go back to the same piece but on a different sticker. So I'm not fully certain on what Roe and Graham do currently, but all this is to say that like LTCT and T2C, I don't think those would be particularly risky for either of them. But something like floating, if Roe doesn't do that, like separate letter pairs for separate buffers thing, like in that case, yeah, it would probably be a little riskier to do a lot of floats. So it's all a calculated risk really, and sometimes you might just kind of feel in the moment where you're able to do like something slightly riskier, just have better control over it. Like it's not necessarily always a matter of following a hard rule where it's like, if we run into a certain scenario, then we're not going to do this to stay safe. It's more like, there are certain types of, I'm speaking in very vague terms here, right? But like there are certain types of cases you can encounter, whether it's like flipped edges, twisted corners, cycle breaks, floating cycle, whatever, where it's like, you generally have like a certain level of risk that comes along with it, but you might make an abnormal decision sometimes just because of kind of the very specific state of mind you're in during that moment of that multi-line attempt. So, a lot of it is really going with your gut, not only in terms of those like small decisions you make during execution, but also in terms of like this, just so many things, like the speed you decide to trace at as you're like going through your cube memo, the just amount of time you spend thinking about each cube as you review them later. There are just so many variables that are really hard to predict that go into multi-line, where you just kind of really have to like get used to sticking to your system, but also adapting on your spot whenever there are like kind of slight shifts you have to do in how you think about things.
Yeah, so is it the kind of thing where you just rely on your practice? Because I know that for the events I do, it's complete opposite end of timing from these attempts, but I very rarely will try something new in an official attempt. I usually just anything I see and might be interested in, I hold off and then wait till after the round and just kind of stick to only doing what I know.
I mean, well, yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of how multi is too, though. Like what I mean is like, you're not really necessarily gonna like, come up with like alternate algs during a multi attempt that you wouldn't even use during 3-blind, but there are just, what I more so mean is that there are just kind of certain decisions you have to make where it's like sometimes you'll go for it, sometimes you won't. Like, just as a simple example, like if you get a floating cycle and it's like an easy one, kind of just depends on like how risky you feel it is at that moment and how comfortable you are with the specific alg needed to solve that case. Yeah.
Back to the multi attempts for now. It looks like Roe is on his final pass of long term. He's about halfway through it. So 30 cubes there. Joshua Gao seems to be tackling on his second big pack, but like his third regular size pack. Also probably getting ready to finish up long term. Graham looks like he is done.
Yeah, finishing up his 32 there. So he's probably, let's see, Roe's in the middle of his last review. Graham's towards the end. And so I think Graham's probably going at a little bit better of a pace than Roe right now. They started around the same time?
Yeah, Graham and Rowe started within, we weren't able to get like an exact time, but I imagine within seconds of each other.
Okay, okay. That's intense. That's for a good stream.
Yeah, it'd be down to the wire when they do execution.
Imagine they're like both at like 59, 30, and then they like each have one keep. That'd be so good for the plot.
Yeah.
Oh, did Stanley just? Okay, he's probably not fully clear. Maybe he's doing his last pass of.
I was gonna say, is he doing his final long-term pass?
Yeah, I would think so. Which means that his pace is a little bit behind Grant, but that's to be expected. He's doing fewer cubes, and he doesn't quite need to go quite as fast because, well, that's just how it works when you're doing fewer cubes.
He's doing almost one pack less, so
Yeah.
Something I've noticed just off of the body language of each competitor is that the way Rowe memorizes feels like it is a lot more confident. Even if it necessarily isn't, I feel like you really see Rowe powering through a lot of his memorization, whereas Stanley and Graham, you can kind of see here, are sort of taking their time. But I think as we cut to Rowe on your bottom right, like you can kind of see him just like powering through his packs and really very rapidly memorizing his cubes. Do you know anything about that, Tommy, or is my assessment inaccurate?
No, we can all kind of see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what you're seeing right now because I'm seeing it too. It's really interesting how Rowe, like, he moves the cube around a lot faster. There's so much more movement. And I think it's kind of just a stylistic choice as to whether you're kind of like gonna go like chill and calm and minimize that movement versus like kind of seeing things as fast as you can. And, like, maybe you like looking at things like, how do I say this? I'm not so sure, but I think another thing that is like kind of worth looking at is how much they sub-vocalize things, like how much they're actually moving their mouth to kind of say to themselves like what they're memorizing. I remember like when I watched Andrew's World's multi-blind winning attempts, like I don't think he moved his lips a single time during execution. So that I'm kind of the opposite end of that. Like I've always, back in the years when I did multi, I would always be the type of guy to just, whisper to myself the memo as much as I could because I always felt like it was kind of this extra signal that like helped me remember things. But I think that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. It kind of just depends on like how you think about your memo. But I'm noticing just kind of from watching this attempt, like Stanley kind of tends more in the direction of what I was like back in the years. Like I'm seeing him kind of, sub-vocalize things at least semi-frequently.
He definitely does. Yesterday, for the first attempt, I was not wearing earplugs, and you could kind of hear Stanley whispering a little bit throughout the attempt. At first, I was a little confused about what that was, but yeah, it's just Stanley going ahead and doing the vocalizing. Tommy, I did have one other question for you.
Can I hop in because we have not given a refresher in the last few minutes. We are about 20 to 25 minutes into this attempt. 25 minutes if you are anyone not named Andrew, and 20 minutes if you are named Andrew. So we're approaching the halfway mark of this attempt. We are here in Charlottesville, Virginia, at the Miller Center for Multi Mayhem Virginia 2026. This competition features some of the nation's best multi-blind solvers: Rowe Hessler, Graham Sigan, Stanley Chappell, Andrew Tao, Joshua Gao, and many more. Thanks for tuning into the stream. Continue, Braden, where you were. Sorry,
No, you're all good. You're all good.
Continue, Braden.
All good. What I was gonna ask before, Tommy, was what like the decision to submit a certain amount of cubes is like crucial to the attempt, obviously. What goes through a multi-blinder's brain when they're deciding how many to submit?
Well, first of all, based on how you're doing at home, what you're comfortable with. Also, just the strategy you want to use in terms of the level of risk, because let's say we have two people who are like kind of doing about the same amount of cubes on average at home, but then, they have like different mindsets going into the comp. Maybe that day, one of them is really confident, the other one's not so much. So then the confident one ends up doing like 5 more cubes. So you have room for more DNS, but then you also have to fit more into the hours. So, it's really a game of numbers, just kind of weighing the risks of how much you how likely you are to do well on different amounts of cubes. And another thing that factors into it too is how your short-term memo would be affected by the amount of cubes you're doing. Because, for example, if you have a multiple of 8 plus 1, then you can kind of just do 8 packs all the way through and then just one 3-blind cube. Whereas if you're doing an even number of cubes, then you're not just going to have like this isolated 3-blind cube. There's going to be at least another like short-term portion. And I think with some of these guys who are doing 60 right now, I would assume that the last 4 cubes are kind of treated as a mini attempt there, where you kind of have the first 3 in a room and then the last one as a 3-blind cube. And so yeah, because like the precise differences, like if you add on or subtract like 1 or 2 cubes, that can have a bit of an effect on the short-term portion you have to do, and that could actually play a big difference because they're kind of varying levels of comfort you can have with that. Like I remember when I was doing multi-blind more seriously, and if I had a short-term portion where, let's say, I had like 3 cubes short-term versus if I have like 5 cubes short-term, I think sorry, let me give a different example actually. Let's say if it was 2 cubes short-term versus 3 cubes short-term. So I actually kind of prefer 3 cubes short-term in the sense that like obviously it's going to take longer, but not necessarily by much. So I kind of like would tend to try to fit that other cube in, because the way I would do a short-term 2-cube attempt is I memo like the first one in a room and the second one treated as a 3-blind cube. Whereas with a 3-cube attempt, the first 2 are both in rooms, the last one's a 3-blind cube. So what I tend to do is for the 3-cube one, basically for the 2 cubes with rooms, I like memo each of them and then review them one more time. Whereas like so the good thing about that is that when you're reviewing it one more time, there's a slight delay between when you initially memorize those cubes and afterwards. So you kind of it helps you to make the memo stick more, that you're not like instantly reviewing it again. Whereas if I only have like 1 cube with a room, I can review that as many times as I can, but it's not necessarily gonna like help with like firing those neurons for like making that memo stick as much as it would if you were to like take a 30-second delay before reviewing the thing again. And obviously there's no need to take a 30-second delay to memoing just 1 cube between memoing it initially and reviewing it again. So yeah, maybe that was a bit of a long-winded answer, but I think the short-term portion does play a decently big role in terms of like just what you're comfortable with and the system that would be required for a given number of cubes.
Absolutely. Do you think that submitting an amount of cubes gets in other competitors' heads?
So that's a really good question. I think when I used to, do multi seriously, I think I would know like how many cubes my competitors are doing like prior to the attempt, but I don't think it ever really got into my head. Yeah, I'm not too sure, honestly. I wish I had a better answer for you. But I would imagine that like if you're vying for a title like world championship title, like it definitely like is something you have to factor in. I would imagine certain comps like probably have. Well, I know like some of the multi comps I used to compete in, like we would have to email the organizers ahead of time with. Well, you know what? No, that was just kind of an approximation of how many cubes for the sake of understanding how long it takes to scramble. I'm not actually so sure if there are comps, and one of you guys might be able to kind of fill in the info here. But do you guys know if like any comps have it so that you have to like submit a number before like I guess everybody?
I think in my experience, we really only did that when we just wanted to know like at a competition where like Roe was doing 40 more than the next person, just getting an exact number on how many he was looking for so we could generate scrambles properly. But we never asked for an exact number. And given like from a regulation standpoint, it's just comes down to the submission window posted onto the schedule on when we need an actual number. and the cubes.
Makes sense. Yeah, I think I would like, you kind of have the decision as to like whether or not you're gonna check how many cubes your competitors are doing, unless they tell you directly. In that case, like whatever. But yeah, I think that could also kind of affect how much how your nerves are going into the attempt.
Speaking of this attempt, we are at that halfway mark for our competitors that started early. So Roe and Graham specifically started at 3:35. It's 4:06 now, so just past that halfway mark. And I think, at least for Graham and Frame here, it's about showing. For unfortunately, we don't have Roe and Frame here. I think I'm seeing Stanley started at 3:39, along with Josh. So they still got a few more minutes to go before their halfway point, but for the most part, we're pretty much there.
I will probably be heading out soon actually to prepare for 3-blind, but I'll stay for a few more minutes.
No, you'll miss the best part.
I know,
Yeah.
but I'll have to find out about it
Yeah.
later on.
Yeah.
It could be something I look forward to finding out after I compete in my
Yeah.
Anxiously awaiting the WCA live.
Yeah.
We are too. We are too.
Yeah, what are you,
Stone does not have it pulled up on our
Right.
second monitor.
There's
is there anything big you're looking forward to in 3-blind?
Average 5.
Yeah, very fair
mean,
enough.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to treat it as much as like a normal round as I can. But of course, it's not fully a normal round. So
Yeah, have you changed anything like with like in anticipation of average of 5, or are you just gonna do the exact same thing you're doing before, but
pretty
two more?
same thing.
Okay.
I think I've kind of done like sessions where I at a certain point I tell myself these next 5 solves are gonna be an average of 5 constant. But then I feel like the way I end up like, making like just going through the solves ends up being more or less the same as mean of 3. But during an actual comp it might be a different story. Well, where after I've done a few solves, I have to weigh the fact that like, okay, let's say I get successes on the first 3 and I get, I should, so for an good average, I need one more good success and the other can be a DNF where, of course the room for a DNF was never there for me 3. So, I guess that inevitably there is going to be some kind of difference in mindset, but when I practice with that, I haven't really noticed anything specific that I do. I think, yeah, I don't know. We'll see if that changes after I compete with average of 5 for the first time.
Yeah.
I feel like he's not on the camera anymore, but I saw a minute or two ago that all his cubes were arranged in the way that they need to be to prepare for exec. So I'd imagine his pace is probably pretty good. Rowe, interestingly, covering I guess those first 40. I haven't seen that before.
He does that when he's
Yeah.
like getting close to execution. I mean, you have to think Rowe has been memorizing puzzles for 35 minutes now. So those are probably well into his long term, and he's just putting he was already reaching over for cubes, so he may as well grab the side block or get ready for that anyways.
Good stuff.
Do you see on the top left, Stanley Chapel, quite a few packs in, grabbing the last 2 cubes. I think we found a straggler 3-blind cube. Graham Siggins in the top right got, can I count? 8 packs plus a 3-blind cube are ready to go. Joshua Gao still picking out cubes and sorting them into packs this late into memorization. And Rowe has Fuller down at the bottom left.
Yeah, I think at this point we're pretty much all on short-term memo for a lot of these bigger guys. So it won't be very long until we're starting exec.
Yeah, and Stanley was one of the first competitors to begin, and it looks like he's finishing up soon.
Mhm.
So he'll probably be one of the first ones to begin execution.
It's about time I head out, but thank you guys for
All right.
having me.
Yeah.
No worries.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
so
joining
much.
us, Tommy.
Looking through blind, Tommy.
Thank you so much.
Looking forward to it. Just as a reminder in the chat for those wondering, Rowe is attempting 66, Graham 64, Joshua and Andrew 60, Stanley 57, and then as for smaller attempts, Liam is doing 30, Miles 15, Ryan 21, Pierce 10, Curran 13, and Braden attempted 2.
Attempted to, got
I
one.
got 1.
Pretty good.
Still a Fail.
It is, yeah. It's my
I mean-
first time trying to in competition.
In
Just wanna
baseball,
do it
that's
for
Hall
fun.
of Fame numbers. So
Yeah,
that's pretty
that
good.
is true. Yeah.
On baseball,
0? You got 0.
no, you got 1 out of
I got
7.
1 out of 2.
DNFs are actually stored as -1 in the database. So
Nerd alert.
you are even worse than you thought.
Now that we have that one.
Well, luckily that was
Thank
nowhere
goodness.
close to my PR, so we're all good. Looks like Stanley's putting his sight blocker on.
Ooh, Stanley is going to be
So the
starting.
line cube.
As someone who does multi-blind, that 3-blind cube is the most stressful part of the entire attempt. You know what's about to happen. So here we go.
So Stanley starting exec now. Was that the Alec, Michael?
Oh, I wasn't looking.
Okay.
It looks like
It looked like the Alec.
Yeah, at this comp I had Stanley teach me this one out, but I'm not sure what exactly it's called or like what it swaps. But
Moves
basically
pieces, right.
It swaps UF UR edges and then UFR and DFR corners.
yeah, and I found that a lot of blind solvers like flap their elbows when they do that out. So I really like watching it. And I wanted to get in on the fun, so I had Stanley teach me it, and it's been like on my cube since.
Every attempt so far. Ooh, 1 DNF already for Stanley. Only 3 cubes in. Brandon, potentially. Actually, yeah, that reads correct. UFR, DFR parity. Dallas Fort Worth.
Sound about right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, still just Stanley executing right now to our knowledge.
Graham on seemingly looking at his last pack. And Stanley 5 cubes in. Still only that 1 DNF, but there is a lot of exec left. Not to say that I'm expecting more DNFs, but there are a lot of cubes to go.
Yeah, of all of our top multi-blinders here, Stanley's the only one to have start execution. So I'm curious if that's gonna play a big role at the end of his attempt with maybe having extra time.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I feel like he almost felt a little bit behind during memo.
Yeah.
So interesting. Of course, he's attempting a few less cubes, but interesting to see that he was able to keep pace. Joshua Gao on your bottom right, starting exec.
Joshua Gao, an up and coming star, definitely leaving his mark at this competition.
100%.
Solved number 1 for Joshua. Liam Chen, inspecting down on the bottom left.
Liam Chen has a similar
Graham, sorry,
No, you're
is currently doing his 3-blind cube inspection.
what I was saying is Liam has a similar method to Row in that he does his packs in rows instead of big blocks. Graham starting his execution on his 3-blind cube.
Looks like we have a second DNF from Stanley.
Yeah.
Yes, Brandon, I believe every single cube that Liam is using is different. Not one cube is the same. So far, looks like we've seen 4 out of 4 from Joshua Gao. Joshua does have 56 more to go. Let's see if he can keep that pace building.
Is that 4 out of 4? At that
Looks like some
Was it the-
unsolved
that
cards.
one look,
Oh,
yeah.
Yep. So about that.
Yeah.
So now there's 4 solved, but out of 5. My apologies. The monitor is quite far away.
If you really think about it, we've just been watching TV all weekend.
Yeah, but like, do you like sit there and analyze TV as you watch it?
Yes.
No, you don't. I do.
Depends on the game.
Go Hoosiers.
I wouldn't be upset. I would not be upset about it.
My partner's mother, she is from Indiana, so
Is this Row on the bottom left on his 3-blind? No.
No, Nowe.
Hmm.
Got an exhale from Michael Nielsen.
Bro,
I
get
thought
that
that was
started.
kind of funny.
Yeah, so at this point we've got 4 of the big 5 in exec as far as we can tell.
Andrew did start about
Hmm.
5 minutes late.
Mhm.
So I would expect him to be 5 minutes late to the exec game as well.
Right, but in all 4 corners of your screen you can see Stanley, especially big pause on that cube there. He does have 1 DNF and
He has two.
Two
there.
DNF.
or sorry, 2 DNF. So we're hoping that he can pull through on this one.
Joshua's still been mowing through. I think still just the 1 DNF that we saw earlier.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, we can't see all of Graham's cubes that he's already completed, but from what we can see, it looks like he might have 100% success rate.
Yeah, if nothing else, a very high success rate
Yeah.
so far. But yeah, that was Graham getting a good attempt in would be very nice. I don't think any of the first 3 attempts really went how he would have preferred.
Mhm.
Row 5 solves down.
5 solved cubes, as far as I can tell.
When did Rose start relative to Graham?
Uh, After.
Okay.
Before?
One of the 2.
Like start attempt wise.
Yeah.
Row and Graham started around the same time. Both were off camera at the point.
Okay.
But I was able to see in the background that both had their cubes uncovered. So I'm thinking that they started around the same time.
A quick Panda Grams solved cubes indicate that he is perfect so far, and he continues the streak. Go
Bro,
Graham.
he's
Go.
perfect right now.
Yeah, but it looks like he's been paused on that one for a
Oh,
while. Yeah.
Yeah. Joshua still only has missed 1. See, Andrew's still on memo.
Yeah.
Let's say we're about 3 minutes into execution, so should be seeing Andrew start within the next 2 or 3.
You can see in the background behind Joshua Gao, Curran Wilson has also started his attempt, going for a PR attempt of 13.
Stanley Chapel has been kind of mowing through these. I think
Yeah.
still only the 2 DNFs.
That
There's
might be a
Go
new.
see
one.
if-
There's a third one.
Third, yeah.
He has 1 early DNF hidden under some of the 2 high cubes.
I
Heard.
think Graham is still perfect.
Yeah, this is pretty good attempt for a lot of our top solvers so far. Very nice to see that from Rose, Stanley, and Graham because they
Yeah.
I don't think any of them in the first round got results they were particularly pleased with.
Mhm.
There's Miles Greco.
At least 1 DNF that we can see so far on Miles.
Although he's been very consistent with hitting the 14 and 15 cubes. So how many did he?
He's attempting right now 15.
Okay.
And that's been more or less the amount of successes that he's gotten in previous attempts. So
I did just see Stanley set aside a cube after performing some elgs on it. So you got 1 cube in memo limbo.
and is that the same for Row? Do you see that cube on the bottom left? That looks uncharacteristically
Yeah.
not solved. Yeah.
I don't know if he just
I think he kind of put that in the pile.
Mm.
yeah.
Yeah, I think he's kind of like acknowledged that he's just not getting it. And I think that that cube also has been set aside for Stanley. So I like added to his pile. So I think we are seeing 4 DNFs for Stanley.
Mhm.
We're not going to see a 50-point attempt.
Yeah.
Or 50-point success. Graham, still perfect.
And then we've
Big
got
pause.
Andrew bottom left or bottom right, sorry. As far as I can tell, the blindfold is
Ooh.
done.
Even with the big pause, Graham got that one solved.
Yeah.
It's Curran.
Local legend, Curran Wilson.
Legend's a strong word, but shout out to Curran.
Dude, I know one when I see one, and he's in front of me.
Game recognizes game, and he looks very familiar. Stanley with another limbo cube
Yeah.
off to his left. Had a very good run at the start with the short-term cubes. Starting to get a little hazy, though. Graham's still perfect.
And Road still, I believe, only with the one DNF.
That sounds right. Andrew starting memo on his 3-blind cube.
Looks like Graham is stuck right now on this cube.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. Let's hope he can find it in his brain.
Turning with confidence, he may have found
Yeah,
it.
he's moving.
Looks like edges are solved.
Yeah, I mean, even if he does,
There we go. He got it.
He's there.
but even
Wow.
still, he's done that on 2 cubes now. So at the end of his attempt, his pace might become a concern.
He did move quite quickly through memo, though. I'm fairly sure that he can make it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Graham is doing 66. A reminder for our viewers at home: Rowe attempting 66, Graham 64, Andrew 60, Josh 60, Liam 30, Stanley 57, and the cubes attempted start to taper off around there. Sorry, I think I said Graham was doing 66. No, Graham is doing 64.
Yeah. Row is our big 66. Another DNF added to the pile, so he looking at least 2 so far. And soon enough he's going to be moving into his long-term memo cubes.
I think Joshua is still only DNF'd 2.
Yeah.
Andrew's perfect so far, 5 for 5.
Do you know how many cubes deep Graham is right now?
I would guess at least 20.
Well, he is doing 64, and he has 4 packs remaining, and then 5 cubes plus 4 packs. So he has 37 cubes left. Help me out. So he's done 27.
Quick maths.
Yeah.
Quick maths.
27 per 27 is pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Graham is the guy to watch right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Still going strong.
Stanley's still doing excellent in the bottom left. He has only 4
A new DNF has arisen for Joshua.
I think we're looking at 6 DNFs for Stanley, if I'm not mistaken.
6
Yeah.
DNFs for Stanley.
I'm seeing
Look-
5 in the frame, and there's 1 hidden.
Looks about 5
Yeah.
or 6 total.
Andrew in your bottom right, still perfect so far.
I think Rowe only has 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be,
Quite the attempt for a lot of our competitors.
yeah, and not to put the commentator's curse on anybody, but I mean, this is really promising, especially in comparison to what we saw yesterday and even this morning.
Graham, some locky turning. I feel like he may have lost a spot in an alg. He
Yeah.
looks like he's in a good spot. Can he hold on?
Wow.
He gets it.
So
Gets this cube
if Graham gets this cube, he'll be perfect on a short term.
How many points currently is world record? 61.
1.
61. Oh,
So Graham is
great pace.
Graham is currently perfect on his short term. Moving into his long term, we'll see.
What time did Graham begin his attempt?
Graham began at 3:35 as an estimate. So he's got 10
He's
minutes
got 10
left.
minutes left.
Okay.
That's 600 seconds for 64 cubes.
For
32.
32 cubes. Oh, so even better. Oh,
Graham puts 1 down into DNF.
it's okay. He's
All good.
he's got plenty of room for error.
Stanley with quite a
Quite
few
a bit.
more DNFs.
So to get world record on points, well, yeah, he can only get it by points. He can't get it by time. Graham will need to solve everything else and get no more DNFs.
Andrew's still looking to be perfect so far. Stanley, I was going to do the anti-penultimate thing, but like he's just got to 2 more packs after this cube. Stanley's going quite quickly through this attempt.
Speaking of going quite quickly through the attempt, Joshua Gao on your bottom left seems to
Ooh,
be
a second DNF has been put down for Graham.
looks to be by just a few flipped edges as well.
So yes.
Andrew has put one in the mental limbo off to the side there. It's a very deliberate one. It's not in the pile.
Joshua Gao, ton of solved pieces on his table. Rowe also, I think we're looking at 3 or 4 DNFs. Rowe starting on his long term now. Pack number 1 of long term.
That is gonna Graham just put down another success, so looks like things are shaping up to sort of be coming back to normal. Might have spoken too soon. Putting that cube to the side.
Andrew Tao has put down at least 1 DNF so far. So I don't think we're going to see perfection from anybody on this attempt yet.
Like, are we thinking that cube is to the side or in the pile?
Well, there's another DNF in
Yeah.
this pile.
No, I'm talking about the one off the map.
Oh, another DNF as well for Joshua. I'm seeing at least 4 right now.
Yeah.
But I think there might be 5 hidden, not 5 hidden behind, but a 5th hidden behind.
Mhm.
We don't see him now. Perfect timing. Stanley
Mm.
coming back. He's got 10 cubes left. 10 cubes left with around 6 minutes to go.
And now, yeah, our top guys have around 6 minutes to go, so it's coming down to the wire.
And Stanley to his last pack. Graham, I think, has been flawless since those last 2. I see Graham's actually put a limbo cube off to his left.
Yeah.
So
2
that is,
confirmed DNFs as well with that.
yes.
Yeah, it can still definitely be a solid round or a solid attempt for Graham though, and that could give him a little bit of momentum going into the next 2 tomorrow.
For sure.
I think Graham, well, I'll poke the 4, but I think
One more DNF for Graham.
I think he has 6 palaces, so he might have an easier time with dealing with all these attempts than most other competitors.
Yeah, I was talking to him earlier, and he really does not sound concerned with filling up his memory palaces before attempts tomorrow.
Looks like Andrew has put a second limbo cube to the side.
Yeah, he has 5 memory palaces for multi-blind and 1 for big blind.
Stanley looks like he's about to finish. He has roughly 10 DNFs. I mean, we can't get an exact number. There was a few that he put down with a lot of misaligned corners and stuff. So Stanley about to finish his attempt. We'll get a number on him soon. Joshua has about 10 or so cubes left.
Stanley finishing up his
Stanley
attempt.
finishes.
Yeah, I think he's confidently not happy with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, how many DNFs do we have kind of on the road? Is it 4 or 5?
I think 5.
We got
Okay.
a couple results coming, or just one result coming in. Pierce Tickle 7 out of 10 and 52-55. Not a PR or anything, but congrats to Pierce. I believe a 4-pointer.
Yeah, so it looks like Graham and Rowe actually have a pretty similar number of DNFs, and since Rowe's doing 2 more cubes, it could end up being pretty close between the two of them.
Yeah.
We do have 2 DNFs in the pile right now for Graham. He has 2 cubes set off to the side to hopefully recall what's going on, but likely we're going to see 4 DNFs for Graham.
Interestingly, only 1 DNF in the pile for Andrew, although he does have, it looks like 3 cubes. Oh, there. Well, I've just cursed it.
Wow.
He has 2 DNFs in the pile now, but it looks like he has 3 cubes in mental limbo.
I'm seeing 3 DNFs in the pile, and yeah, three mental limbo.
We got a number right now for Stanley. I think we are seeing 15. Yes, 15 unsolved out of 57 attempted. So that is going to be 27 points for Stanley.
Yeah. Miles Greco coming in with a 12 out of 15 and 55-27. So a 9-pointer for him. I don't think he's going to be particularly happy with that, especially given his success rates in his earlier attempts, but still 2 more attempts during the competition.
Josh Gao with I think 5 cubes left. One of them appears to be in one of these weird states of going back or not.
And Rowe is going to be moving on to his last pack very shortly, as he just added another DNF to the pile.
And how about Joshua? He's got what, 3 or 4 DNFs as well. So this could be pretty close between the 4 competitors on screen right here.
Time is ticking. We are looking at around 3 minutes left for our competitors, if not less.
Doesn't it kind of feel like this hour just flew by? No.
No.
Well, I will say, even though Stanley's attempt did not get as many points as I'm sure that he wanted, he was still quite a bit below the time limit.
For sure.
A couple minutes. So it might be that he may try a couple more cubes, or he can take a little bit more time, maybe throw in an extra review here or there, and get a bit better result next time.
Just as a reminder, I do not believe at this point that Graham is on world record watch.
Looks like Joshua going to his last cube.
Curran Wilson with a DNF. Joshua Gao ending his attempt, I believe, with 7 or so DNFs. We will get a count as soon as we can.
Looks like Rowe has 4 left.
Yeah, we'll see if he revisits that cube that's just set off to the side, or if that'll just be kind of a lost cause.
Yeah, my guess is that that's a lost cause cube.
Stanley Chappell's 42 out of 57 has been put into WCA Live. I think we're looking at, more than expected for Joshua Gao. I think we're looking at 10. We're looking at 12 DNFs for Joshua. A lot more than we saw or expected. Time's getting close. Graham's on his last cube of standard memo. Then he has the 2 more recall cubes to try and attempt.
Yeah, I'm curious. I don't.
That's it. That's it for Graham. DNFing is the last one too.
Yeah.
So
Not a bad attempt for Graham though, at all.
Rowe on his last one.
It'll be interesting.
Oh, here comes and there's the tap.
So at this point, we're really just watching Andrew. It looks like he's still got about a pack and a half left. So yeah, still got a lot of time for Andrew.
Yeah, we are counting it up here in the Miller Center in Charlottesville, Virginia.
Yeah, it looks like is Andrew the only competitor still going?
I believe so. He was the latest to start. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to give a shout out to Rich Tyag, currently grading Rowe's attempt
Absolutely.
and putting the DNF cubes out of frame for us. Bummer.
Looks like Andrew's put a fourth cube off to the side. So I'm a little confused how many he's gonna try and work through in his mental limbo. Definitely doesn't want to give up on those cubes, but that's a struggle.
Yeah, I mean, we did just see Roe get the back off there. So Andrew probably has like 4 minutes left in this attempt worth of time.
Is he gonna put another one?
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, a fifth
Oh.
cube.
Keeping him in order.
Fifth cube just chilling.
It'll be interesting to see if he gets any of those. Hopefully this last pack of 8 for him goes well.
Things are getting weird here in Charlottesville in the Miller Center.
We're all tired. It'll be a long day tomorrow, I'm sure.
Graham Siggins 57 out of 64.
That's
A
impressive.
50-pointer.
Yeah.
Joshua Gao 48 out of 60.
I believe our second 50-pointer of the competition so far.
Andrew Tao, all eyes on him. Let's remove us from the zone production team if possible. That way we can get a good eye on Andrews, if possible. There we go. Thank you.
I'm curious to see if he'll go back to those cubes. I think at this point, he's probably just going to fully abandon them.
I don't know. It'll be interesting. It looks like they're all pretty much scrambled except for the one.
Mhm.
Looks like he has edges. So it might be that would be his best shot.
I will say I did see the message in chat while I still have time before Andrew's attempt. Yes, this competition is being filmed as a part of Michael Greco's feature documentary, Blindfolded Ambition, following the stories of Roe Hessler, Graham Siggins, and Stanley Chappell. Andrew Tao, 2 cubes left. I think he's got plenty of time. I think he's got 2 minutes or so.
Yeah, and he seems to be moving through these.
I thought he was going to set
Wow.
another cube off.
Yeah, he seems to be moving through these relatively quickly as he finishes up parity on this one.
Andrew Tao he's going back.
Going
I mean,
back.
he has the time.
He's going back for seconds.
Third,
And
fourth,
maybe-
fifth, and sixth.
Oh,
Last some edges in.
Can he get there?
I'd be quite excited to see somebody go back to one of those cubes and get it. That would be. I might do a cartwheel.
I am just realizing that I left my cube covers in the main room again.
Bummer. Oh,
Wow.
he gets there.
He's gonna get that tap any second, though. I can see Pierce tickle. In the
Pierce is looming.
He's
Yeah.
he's inching closer.
It's like Jaws.
Dead.
So he's gonna go to the one he has edges solved on.
Gonna try a different one.
He's really gonna
gave up on.
ponder this cube.
Yeah,
Mm.
he's the thinker.
He still does have the 2 on the other side of the table.
Yeah.
Ah,
Okay, there's the give up. He somehow I hope I was gonna say, yeah, he realizes he got it.
Roe Hessler with a 55 out of 66, so that's going to be a 44 pointer. Yep. And then Josh Gow with a 48 out of 60. Ryan Farish with a 17 out of 21. And then results start to drop off after that.
Liam Chen with a DNF, Noah Swore with a DNS.
Yeah, Noah electing to skip out on this attempt. And I believe we're done.
that's it. That's
Yeah.
everybody.
That is it for multi-blind tonight. Stick around. We still have 1 round of 3x3 blindfolded to
And
go.
arguably one of the most exciting rounds given the format change.
I was talking. Big
Then I
format
start.
change. Big format change. We are
Massive.
we are now seeing best of 5 instead of mean of 3. So Tommy Cherry is no longer just getting 3 attempts, getting 5.
I mean, I don't know if since Noah seems to have sat out this attempt, I don't know if that means he's going to be doing 3 blind. He
Mhm.
is one of the best 3-blind solvers. So really hoping that, you know, whatever caused him to sit this one out gets fixed and he's back for 3-blind.
For sure.
And then we can see Liam Chen do 3-blind. That's exciting. And then even we've got other competitors too. Stanley Chappell, very excited for 3-blind. And yeah, it'll be a fun round.
I think we're all excited for 3-blind. Michael Greco stepping out onto the floor.
He's
Give that
throwing
man
applause.
a round of applause. Do we know what time we should be expecting 3x3 blindfold at the start? Now would be a great time to put up the slate. It'd be great if it happened. Production
4:45. So
in
schedule start very shortly.
4 minutes, but likely within the next few minutes here. So don't go anywhere. There's still so much more stream to happen.
We'll see you guys.
We will see you around here. We are going to take a very quick break, get everything situated for 3x3 blindfolded, and we will be back then. Welcome back, everyone, to Virginia Multi Mayhem 2026 here in sunny Charlottesville, Virginia at the Miller Center. I am Zach Rydell, joined with
Stone Payne.
Michael Nielsen.
and we are about to get started with 3x3 Blindfolded round one. The regulation change of this new year went into effect on January 1st. Changing the format that 3x3 Blindfolded is held, has been held, will be held.
Yeah.
It's changing. It's no longer mean of 3 and is now best of 5. So competitors are no longer limited to 3 attempts. We're now going to see these competitors get 5 attempts.
Mm-hmm.
So big names to watch out for. Tommy Cherry. You know who Tommy Cherry is. You know who Tommy Cherry is.
He was just here.
Just there. Right in that chair.
Bro's gone.
Tommy Chair E. Daps. He is going to be you get nuts. Tommy Cherry is absolutely the person to watch out for. No longer having to worry about safetying
Mm-hmm.
in hopes of a mean. Of course, it's going to be difficult to get an average, but I mean, like now you have 5 shots at single. It's going to be really awesome to watch. Who are you guys looking out for?
I'm on the lookout, obviously, for Tommy Cherry, and then Noah Swore and Liam Chen. They've been highly ranked 3 blind solvers for a very long time now, both getting championship podiums. And then Stanley Chappell as well, another long time highly ranked 3 blind solver, and championship podiums for him too. So really just established 3 blind solvers.
Yeah, I think Liam Chen, for the amount of times he's been on championship podiums, I don't think he gets the recognition that he deserves. You know what I mean? He's a Maryland resident. He's been doing it in the DMV for a while. So I am really interested to see. You know, I think most of the competitors that we've talked to more or less have a positive outlook on the change. But I am interested to see specifically how it's going to affect him, especially given his very long streak of not triple DNFing.
Yeah, and great ball knowledge from Brian Johnson. With there was a comp in Israel already that had 3 blind with the average of 5 format this year.
Mhm.
And in the first round of this, Ben Barron got a new national record single for Israel. So if this is any indicator of what we'll see here, I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to this round. We got a ton of top names. Of course, all of our blindfolded solvers that you've seen throughout the day. If you were not tapped in to the earlier parts of the stream and only joining in now, I strongly recommend you go check those parts out when you have a chance. Truly an exhilarating day that we had so far. We had 2 great multi attempts. We had 4x4 and 5x5 blindfolded, and we're going to be seeing the same tomorrow. We're going to see 2 more attempts of multi, another round of 4 and 5, and then another round of 3x3 blindfolded.
Yeah, 5 blind. I won't spoil it, but I was on the edge of my seat for that one, so that one will be going to go back and watch.
Yep.
This is how Michael was.
Exactly it, to the T.
To AT. If we can, hopefully we can get a nice bird's eye view on the competition area. We are going to be seeing production. I love
Perfect.
you. You guys are killing it. Shout out production team. Can we get W production team in the chat? Yes, this is the slate for today's schedule. We could show you tomorrow's schedule if we can maybe pull that up. That would be nice. There we go. This is what to expect tomorrow. We're going to have a bit of a later start at 9:30 in the morning with our second attempt of multi finals. And then 10:15, we're going to have 4 and 5. 1:30 is the third attempt and final attempt of multi. And then at 2:45, we're going to have our final for 3 blind.
Yeah.
Yeah, so going back out here to this big overarching view of us 3 sitting here enjoying the competition. There we go. Seeing competitors get ready. Down at the bottom left, Stanley Chappell. Top left, Graham Siggins.
Yeah.
Top middle, Joshua Gow and Noah Swore. Top right, Tommy Cherry and Ro Hessler.
Mhm.
And in the very middle there, Miles Greco.
Yeah, I was just in the competition room, just sorting some things out, grabbing my cube covers like I keep forgetting to do. And I saw Stanley doing some warm-up solves, and he looked pretty locked in. I know he's not necessarily at the top of the top level, which is in contrast to what we've seen throughout a lot of this competition. You know, normally we're looking at him to win, and in a lot of cases this weekend, we've been looking at him to get world records, but he seems to be very dialed in. And I know multi has more or less been his focus over the past little bit here, but I am interested to see how he goes in 3 blind.
Yeah, and I think this might be a good time to mention as well, in case people are tuning in just for 3 blind. that this whole comp it was organized to be part of a documentary following Stanley Chappell, Graham Siggins, and Ro Hessler
Absolutely.
in their journeys through blind events and their lives. And that'll be coming out, I think, a while from now, but it's,
Yeah, but
Like
we're
this
still
time.
we're still at the fairly early stages, but he already has quite a lot of footage. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. I've known about the project for a little bit now.
Mhm.
So really, really excited to see what's got going on.
Absolutely.
While we're here waiting for some of our solves to start, some competitors have gone already. I know Ro Hessler has already done one attempt.
Mhm.
Yeah.
If you are not already, make sure you are following Blindfolded Ambition on Instagram as well as subscribed on YouTube. Any information will be posted there regarding the feature documentary by Michael Greco.
Yeah, and I believe that on the Blindfold Ambition social, there are already some clips and little teasers posted.
Mhm.
So, little stuff to get you an idea of what the documentary is going to look like.
Can you go to WC Live and sync real quick?
Sync.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Here we go.
You just had yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Bunch of big names in this group.
Yeah, this will be one where sub-20s will be plentiful, which
Yeah.
is a rare thing at a non-championship event.
Yeah.
Stanley Chappell on the upper right, Tommy Cherry bottom left,
Tommy
Ro
and
Hessler
right
bottom
next to
middle,
each other.
Ro Hessler right there. Oh,
Whoa.
cut off.
Noah, his first attempt,
17.
17-2. He's not going to be too super happy with that one.
Yeah.
You're solved though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hoping to
and-
get some live data, but we'll see what we can do.
Hopefully we can get the camera on Stanley a little more to the right, just so we can keep an eye on his timer.
While we're in a bit of a lull here, Keaton Ellis with a very essential question for Michael. Have you ever considered making the ends of your mustache twisty?
these are the hard-hitting questions that I'm here for,
Yeah.
and I'm happy about this. So, no.
Derpy Cuber, in case you were wondering, we are a full floor and room over from these competitors, so I can be as loud as I want with no consequences. It is
Probably.
some. Also, Keaton Ellis, what is your opinion on fanny packs? Graham Siggins solving in the top left right now.
Rowe finishing up his solve in the bottom middle, I guess.
DNF for Graham,
DNF for Graham.
but it doesn't matter. He's still got 4 more attempts.
Yeah, so what's really interesting is that there's going to be leeway. So these competitors will be allotted one DNF before things start to get on the rocks for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fairly sure that a lot of these competitors aren't too worried about going for an average right now. I mean,
Yeah.
it would be really cool.
Yeah.
But mostly just like 5 shots at a good scramble or a
Mhm.
good singles would be really nice.
So in terms of, so we sort of measure 3 blind and the quality of scrambles by how many algs they take to do. So Michael, what are we looking for in terms of a average scramble and perhaps a quality scramble?
Yeah, so, well, I'll start off with the splits that we're looking for. So,
Mhm.
for most of our solvers, a 6-second memo is pretty good. And then sub-6 is going to be very, very good unless your name is Tommy Cherry.
Mhm.
And so
In which case it would be good, but not,
he's Tommy Cherry.
insane.
He's Tommy Cherry. So he gets graded a little differently than everybody else.
Absolutely.
And then 10 algs is an average scramble. So anything, if you get something a little bit lower than that, then we might get some exciting results here.
Mhm.
See Liam Chen in the top right, getting his first ever 4 blind mean today at 9th in the world.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I mean, I was gonna say debut, but it's not even a debut. We've known about Liam Chen. I've known about him for years at this point, and I think most people, he's been on their radar at least to a certain extent, given the amount of championship podiums he has. And I imagine he's hoping to bring something home. Still no solves from Tommy, who is going to be sort of our main focus during this round.
Graham Siggins for attempt 2, it appears. Oh, Tommy in the bottom left Hopefully we can pan a little more to the left. We can see him, but maybe just a little more view would be nice. Graham Siggins, top left. A little bit of hesitation there. It is a DNF, unfortunately.
So that does mean Graham is not going to be able to get an average, but of course he's still eligible for single. Tommy with memo, going to be
Sub
like
six.
like a high five memo.
Yeah.
Hit Olo solved there. Maybe. 1586 for Tommy Cherry. Cash money in the bag.
Mm.
Still got 4 more attempts to go.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if we mentioned, but it may be important to note that even though the number of solves that you do for a 3-blind round has changed, it is still ranked based on single.
Mhm.
So getting an average or an average of 5 is possible now, but it's not essential.
Yeah. I'm going to be interested to see with the added leniency that Best of 5 gives you. It's going to be really funny to see how competitors like Andrew Tao in the top right, who sort of like to go with the flow of things, how they take that and how they decide to utilize their extra 2 solves. As we see Noah Swore in the bottom right gearing up for what I believe this is second or third solve.
Mhm.
Noah starting now. Blindfold donned at 6 seconds flat.
Yeah, Noah Swore is somebody who he's definitely a Tommy contender. He's somebody you're going to be wanting to watch out for.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Tommy, of course, still in the lead with that high 15. But Noah with a high 16 probably going to place himself firmly in second place so far. Nothing in WCA Live yet. I believe Kern Wilson, no, not Kern Wilson, the judge.
Oh, that was Keegan Joyce judging, I
I
believe.
believe so, yeah. Kern Wilson is judging Graham's upcoming attempt in the top left, though, as he starts memo now.
And Pure Sickle dropping off a cube down below for Tommy. Ooh, that is a high 7 memo for Graham.
Nice. So
1857.
yeah, so that is a little behind the top of the top pack, as Tommy does his low or high 5 memo in the bottom left.
Ooh, big pause.
though.
Yeah.
Oh.
2196 DNF. No worries, we still got 3 more attempts to see from Tommy. Andrew Tao on the top right of your screen, passing the 20-second barrier.
Mhm.
Yeah. In contrast to all of Tommy's previous comps, he can still get an average. It's just science, dude.
Yeah.
I get wonderful here. Noah Swore for his 3rd, potentially 4th, I believe 3rd. Andrew Tao with an unsuccessful 41. Stanley Chappell with an 18 on the top right of your screen.
Yeah, I don't think he's particularly pleased with the 18, but it's a solid solve that will get him into the final.
Absolutely.
So yeah, the final is the round that usually matters. Very unfortunate there for Noah Swore. DNFing is 18.4 by a slice move.
Ryan Farish in the top left of your screen.
One thing I am sort of noticing about Ryan Farish is that, he's been in the Virginia scene for a really long time, and he's been really successful in blind, but I feel like Miles Greco is almost sort of the Ryan Farish successor, you know what I mean? Like, I think what a lot of what Ryan was able to establish in the Virginia blind scene is going to be able to be picked up on by Michael. Or sorry, by Miles.
I'd like to point out that Joshua Gao, I think he has a very visually appealing blindfold. A lot of the solvers here opt for a black or black with minimal text blindfold, but red and vibrant has like images on it.
Right.
I appreciate the style.
I think it's sick. Tommy Cherry for his third, judged by the lovely Rich Tyag. Every second counts. You'd be able to knock down your blindfold without using your hands. Here we go. Tommy Cherry, number 3.
Tommy Cherry in the bottom left. Low 6 memo.
Yeah, I think it was lower mid-six memo for Tommy, which I think is a little bit on the slower side for him.
But
or
he's
compared to
moving through that turning with.
Oh. Looks like a mechanical twist there. So
Yeah.
not even that he forgot anything. It was that his hardware betrayed him.
Yeah, he was moving so fast that.
Yeah.
According to the. Is he still under the GPS 3?
No, I believe he has changed hardware recently.
Got you.
Stanley Champel, upper right. Can't make out the time.
A bit blocked on the bottom right. Not able to see if Joshua Gao has done his next solve. As we see Liam Chen in the top left. Looking to be high 6, low 7 memo. That is a success for Liam Chen on 1941.
Yeah, I would like to point out about Liam solving. He has a very relaxed turning style. If you look at Tommy solves, it's
Absolutely.
very
yes.
very hectic. It looks very chaotic, and then he gets to the cube solved very quickly. Whereas Liam, it seems like he's just going for a relaxing walk and happens to have his cube with him.
Yeah, Liam Chen's turning is the definition of flow state.
The very famous quote. Every time we have a competitor survey, Liam Chen always fills out his solving style. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast.
I mean that's poetry. I can't say it.
It's tough. Can we get snaps? Snaps?
As we see Noah Soar in your bottom right. Looks to be a
Low state, 1539 DNF by 3C. Tommy Cherry, bottom left, attempt number 4.
Yeah, I think most of our competitors to watch have already gotten success at this round, so they should all safely be into the final.
Tommy with a mid-6 memo in your bottom left. Again, nothing crazy for him thus far. I wonder if he's testing the waters. Still a 1504. Wonder if he even feels that testing the waters is necessary.
Stanley Chapel, top right of your screen, inspecting now. Executing even more now.
Stanley Chapel, top right, look to be like
7 seconds?
Yeah. 7, 8. A little bit of a pause. I mean, he doesn't seem to be super happy. It looked like to be about a 20.
Yeah, it looks like most of our competitors are finishing up here, and we have Tommy and Noah still waiting for at least one more solve. I believe Tommy's got one left, and
Noah probably also has one left.
yeah.
Noah seems to be a little disappointed in his performance thus far. His head in his hands, just maybe thinking about his results thus far.
Liam Chen in the background getting a 21. Can't see if that's solved or not, but I'm sure he's had a success faster than that.
Mm.
Just waiting now for our last two competitors here. Tommy Cherry being delivered his 5th and final attempt of the day.
And I'll have to verify this, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, whoever gets an average here will be perhaps the first in the country.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That'd
Yeah, I'll have to check that.
be interesting to see.
High five memo for Tommy.
As Noah finishes up his attempt at 1895 with quite a few pieces left to be sold.
1477 for Tommy.
777. Winner, winner, winner
Yeah,
for Tommy Cherry.
great solve. Great job finishing that one up.
Looks like Ryan still has one left, at least. Ryan finishing up 20, or no, that seems to be the other display. Not sure what the time was, but regardless, it is a DNF.
Liam Chen starting right now. Hopefully we can get another camera angle where Tommy Cherry is out of the way.
Tommy Cherry stealing the spotlight as usual.
I think Tommy's just trying to get us focused on the solve, not the time.
Bars, Michael. Bars.
That's what they brought me in for.
Yeah, Liam's turning just super smooth and super accurate. Unfortunately, DNFing, yeah.
DNFing.
Yeah, it's interesting to see though that Liam's turning style and Tommy's are total opposites, but they're still two of the best blind solvers in the world.
Absolutely.
And for a long time as well, both of them. So, you know, there's definitely more than one way to be good at blind.
Andrew Tao,
Top left.
his name in the frame in case you ever forget it.
Miles Greco, 50-55 DNF. Andrew Tao forgetting memo. Quite unfortunate.
But either way, he seems to be fine with it. He's really pondering there.
I could see the nose squinch.
I like that term.
Oh, we get there.
Oh, there you go. Okay, nice.
40.
We'll say Andrew Tao seems to be very good at recovering these blind solves after big pauses and maybe even a little bit of forgotten memo. He did that on one of his multi-blind cubes.
Ro Hessler coming in with a 21 flat average. We see at least one happen here.
Yeah. All 5 solved successes, so very impressive. I think Graham was somebody. I wasn't able to catch his exact success rate, but he seemed pretty confident in that he would not DNF as many solves. So maybe he got an average, maybe not. I'm unsure.
Stone, you want to take us through the results that we have currently?
Absolutely. So in first place, no surprise, Tommy Cherry with a 14.77 single. He is currently the only person. Never mind. He is one of 2 people.
He's currently the only person.
He is one of 2 people as of right now who is currently locked in to the next round. Second place, we have Graham Siggins with a 17.25. Nice. Second place, we have Noah Swore with a 17.25, and then Graham Siggins with a 17.72. Those are the top 3 who are locked in. Then we have Stanley Chappell, 18.33. Liam Chen, 19.41. Ro Hessler, 19.53 with a 21 flat average. Andrew Tao, 20.89 with a 30.33 average. And then Josh Gao with a 21.52 and Miles Greco with a 37.90. That was just our top 10 competitors. So our next group will be seats 11 through 20. How are we feeling after that first group?
I feel electric, Stone. I feel electric. Sorry, let me say that louder. I feel electric.
Yeah, I think it was definitely exciting to watch. I'll be curious to ask these guys after the fact if Average 5 played any role in how they felt about it.
Yeah.
I would suspect a lot of them didn't seem to have a whole lot of conviction one way or the other. They're kind of excited more attempts
Yeah.
with less rounds, which I totally understand. That's big. I wish they'd do that for me.
Yeah,
So-
the vibe didn't really seem to change throughout the round. It kind of just felt like they had 2 extra solves, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's more or less going to be the case when we're seeing 3 blind rounds that aren't head to head. I don't think we're going to feel a major shift, at least not for these top guys. I think, you know, maybe we're going to get more averages, but at the very least, they get 2 more solves.
Yeah, and I'll be curious, further down the road as the change, gets a little older, if it actually changes the meta for 3 blind solving in comp, or if it ends up just being, increasing attempts with no real strategy change.
I think the interesting thing, and I say this as somebody with very little to none to no 3 blind experience, I think the interesting thing is going to be how world records are going to be achieved at this point, because you need 4 good solves as opposed to needing 3.
Yeah.
So I think that is probably going to be the most noticeable change, a change that we may or may not see take effect in the next round, just given the amount of talent that's here. But I think that's probably the most significant aspect.
The other thing with it being an average challenge, your best solve will not cannot significantly bias your average anymore.
Right.
So I'm curious to see if that will sort of make the mean world record stagnate for a little while. But maybe not.
It might, yeah. Time will tell, but it true. We've been saying time will tell so much this weekend. Yeah, truly,
And no
it could,
clock.
and no clock. Fist bumps. Fist bumps. Yeah, time is really going to let us know. I'm trying to avoid saying it again. On like how long the mean record potentially stagnates,
The clock
as
will-
Michael Nielsen already said. But also with high-level competitors like Tommy Cherry and Charlie Eggins, like it might not even like be
Might
that
not be
deep.
very-
It might not even be that deep, and they could like just be goated
Yep.
like always.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it'll be interesting because it's so rare that we get like big regulation games. It's exciting to see what
It
happens.
only really happens once a year. Something's like really
Big bad,
big bad.
like the wolf.
Hey Lois, this is just like the time the clock pin regs changed.
Yeah.
In your screen, we have Rich Tyag, Pierce Tickle. We have Braden Adams off to the left.
Braden Adams.
We have, I believe, Eli Rogers off to the left as well.
No.
Or off to the right, I mean.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of the left, yeah.
And then Kern Wilson, Miles Recto. And then your top.
Keegan Joyce in the bottom right.
I'm not sure who that is in the top right.
Ooh, I believe that is Philip Kendall.
New competitor just dropped
New competitor just dropped.
for this comp, but he's not a first-time competitor, right?
Oh, I mean top middle. Sorry, top middle right. Yeah, not first time competitor, but new to this competition in specific.
We also have Surya Ravinatala, who never done a 3-line round before. So it'll be interesting. This will be probably one of the first competitors to compete in 3-blind who is not competing under the regulation of there being a best of 3. Like this will be one of the first competitors who will only know best of 5.
Braden Adams in the bottom left.
Hopefully.
Braden Adams.
Braden kind of speeding through this solve. Success for him. Not sure what the time is, but it did seem like he had a bit of a head shake.
Any just to answer a question I see in chat, no, the first new average for the average of 5 format will not become the new world record. It still has to beat whatever the mean world record is.
Speaking of world records, off to our right here, we have Tommy Cherry
And Michael Nielsen.
coming.
And Zach Rydell. I don't even have one of those.
Tommy coming fresh off of your first ever best of 5 round. How are you feeling?
Just felt like attempts. Like
Right.
Sorry.
I
I don't know.
It's just like I think I got more nervous than the average because I wanted to get at least something good.
Mhm.
So then when I got that 14 on the left, I was satisfied. But like this scramble set was pretty bad. Like I'd say like maybe like bottom 10% of scramble set.
Wow.
Yeah. So because there were no scrambles that are like a lucky amount of algs. So like normally, like when you float and stuff, like you get somewhere between 9 and 10 algs usually. Like mostly 10, but you know, it's a good amount of nights, bro. Okay, I didn't even say those numbers. Yeah.
You said 9 and 10.
Okay, sure, add 3, whatever you want to do. There are 3 of you guys. What have I started? Okay. Yeah, I guess only the first scramble was like, you could reduce it to a 9 alger only if you do something like kind of weird and niche that's like hard to actually implement and solve, which means they're pretty much all like average or worse than average. So I actually kind of was a bit risky with the way I memoed on some of those solves. Like the memo felt slow throughout most of it, and I just kind of visualized the last few edge pairs. Something I do sometimes, but I just did it more than average for sure this time around. And I mean, it helped, you know, on the successes I did get, like, you know, they would have been slower had I not done that. It's a little risky because you have to like kind of deduce the last few things in your memo while you're executing, so it's a bit more to pay attention to. But it ended up working out.
But overall, I think you can agree the most noticeable thing is that you just have to work the times.
Like it just keeps going.
Yeah.
It just feels so much different. I don't know if the
Breaking news, 5 is more than 3 by a quantity of 2.
What's percent change?
It is 67% after rounding. I think we have gone all day without a 6-7 joke audibly on stream. I think we have earned it.
I agree.
We have earned the 67% increase.
No, I actually made a recent YouTube video with milking the 6-7 videos. It's one of my best performing videos ever.
Maybe it's a sign.
Yeah.
A sign that has
You
a
have-
big.
Of the amount of algs I'll get tomorrow on my temple.
We do have double Braden Adams action going on here on the
Yes,
stream.
please.
Top right, bottom left, all Badams.
As well as Curran Wilson in your bottom
Right, and Keegan Joyce in your top left. Pierce Tickle in the bottom right, as well as Philip Kendall in the bottom right.
How was your guys' experience commentating an average of 5 for the first time?
An average of 5, I'd no, I'm not doing. We all saw where I was going. It was great, but like I'm used to there being 3.
Yeah.
I really wasn't affected by it. It was just like, okay, well, more cubes, yay.
Yeah.
I guess it's a weaker effect, not being a competitor. I felt like my mindset was very similar, but the feeling was different.
Right.
It's like
67% more feeling statistically.
it feels like a little more than a stake. Yeah, because there are more attempts.
Keegan Joyce in the bottom right. Another one of our competitors with not too much blind experience, so really getting him exposed.
You mean the top left?
Sorry, yeah, top left.
Turning pretty fast.
Yes,
Philip Kendall in the bottom right.
Yeah,
Braden Adams, bottom left. Curran Wilson, top right.
yeah. Philip Kendall, another one of our competitors, also with very little blind experience, so getting him exposed to a lot of rounds, a lot of attempts, and he seems to be doing relatively well. I'm unsure exactly.
Is he using like not OPOP?
Thank you.
It's a DNF, unfortunately. I saw him with rocking with some slice moves.
Yeah, off by just a few edges.
I think it's doing
By 3
slices
edges.
for setup.
Yeah, edge layer setup. edge piece setup after that's 2 layers, but yeah, 'cause, like when you have something in the layer, you want to bring it to like the top left, and you gotta bring it over to the front and back first. But some people like right, some people do layers.
Who's the guy with the knack jacket? We got a couple.
It might be Braden Adams. It might be Keegan Joyce.
Braden Adams with a slight DNF off by just a couple edges. Looked to be in the 50s. Kern Wilson in your top right, really just getting a feel for the environment around him. Really just looking everywhere but his cube.
Yeah,
Just scoping it out.
would not want this guy in the exam room.
Tommy, I believe your mom is in the chat.
Really?
Yeah.
Hi, Mom. I think that's my dad.
Yeah,
Right.
from
Mom.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
from
right,
mom.
you're right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, could be good.
literacy is down.
Yeah, whatever. Sorry. I was like reading a lot of the cube during blind and I forgot how to use one of those.
Huh?
I
No,
was,
that's
Reading a lot of the cube.
I was like tracing through, reading letters.
Okay, got it.
Wait, do you know how to do blind?
I do. I actually have the best blind attempt out of everyone on this side of the table. That last name does not rhyme with Sherry.
Oh, man.
You could have said a word that rhymed. Harry.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Like a non.
No, because when we were thinking, I said it earlier was chair, and it's like, well, chair doesn't rhyme with cherry.
Eli,
It pre-rhymes. Rhymes?
Eli Rogers in the
anything?
top right,
Anyways.
looking ready to get started with this next.
name centered on the discussion instead of the solving. My bad.
That's okay.
As you have Keegan Joyce.
Blind. I'm confused right now.
Correct.
Okay.
That's all right. Braden Adams in the bottom left. Really getting those elbows up.
A little hard to see what the time updating is, but we can clearly see that the display clock running.
Yeah.
If only we could have a zoomed in view.
Pierce Tickle moving on the bottom right. Cube looks solved. Another solved there for Keegan Joyce.
Could be a PB for him.
Potentially.
Oh, it looks like your entire fan club showed up. Maybe Harp is here too.
Hi everyone.
For all the new people joining in, saying hi to Tommy Cherry. If you want to see more of Tommy Cherry, you can see him in Blindfolded Ambition, the feature documentary by Michael Greco. Make sure you follow Blindfolded Ambition on Instagram and subscribe on YouTube for more updates regarding the documentary.
Absolutely. Still have another day of the competition as well. Tomorrow we've got another round of 3 blind, another round of 4 and 5 blind, and a couple attempts of multi.
All the events.
Braden Adams failed to solve the cube and stop the timer before removing blindfold.
Braden Adams
So a double DNF.
doing everything wrong.
I believe so, yes.
Bit of a big few, I have to say.
Eli Rogers with a 118.71.
A lot of ones.
I agree.
7 is 8 minus 1.
If you add 1 plus 1, you get 2, and you...
Amen.
Thank you for the insights.
Thank you for the insights. Aaron Mack, thank you. It is always a pleasure to hear from you. You are missed down here.
Aaron Mack coming through with W chat logs as usual.
Chat logs?
I don't know, man. It's been a long day.
Top left.
Keegan Joyce in the top left.
We got 7, 8 seconds. You can see an upside down timer display, so at least it gets a reference point.
Yeah, I believe his last solve was in the 140s range.
What was the memo on last? Do you remember?
I do not.
Alright. We'll see what happens.
Kern Wilson beginning his attempt in the bottom left, as Braden Adams is deep into memo in the top left.
Along with Philip Rivers in the bottom left, not deep into memo, but deep into execution.
Philip Kendall.
Philip Kendall.
Philip Rivers, San Diego Chargers quarterback.
I don't even know how to consider that. Sorry.
Deep into exec now at the 340, almost 5 mark.
Have you gotten a success yet?
I don't believe so, but we are not able to have
Live
Live
data
data.
entry because Sean Mack is lacking.
Yeah.
Slack. Whack.
What's the cumulative? Is there a timeline?
Excellent question.
Oh, thank you.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so probably got one more attempt after.
Probably, yeah. And that is something that's really interesting about the best of 5 format is that most competition organizers, as far as I know, Braden Adams with the success in the top left, a lot of competition organizers do prefer to stick with that 10-minute cumulative time limit. So it'll be interesting to see how, for some of these slower competitors, if they're able to even get those 5 solves in, whether or not they'll just be able to stick with 3. Definitely something I'll be interested to see for sure. Of course, not as much as of a concern for somebody like you, so like more of the top competitors, but
And yeah, myself.
right.
I am probably one of 4 people on the planet who was opposed to changing the format of blindfolded solving. Sorry.
How come?
Yeah. No, because primarily just due to scheduling issues and consistency, like how we've held the event in the past. As Stone mentioned, the slower competitors not really having as much time to go for a mean if the cumulative also doesn't increase, which would increase the amount of time that needs to be scheduled for it. But also, like, it ain't that deep.
Yeah, it is though. I mean,
I feel validated.
Tommy Contrary.
I mean, I'm not even expressing an opinion. I'm just saying, like, it does have,
You're expressing a fact that I'm correct. Awesome.
It has a notable effect on what, thousands and thousands of competitors.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know the number off the top of my head, but
Like 40. 1.
Jeez.
Okay. I've earned it.
Rich
Rich
Hayek.
Hayek.
just as confused as anyone in the audience. Let's see. I wish we were able to see the cube.
Yeah.
It's like,
Rich Hayek, one of our competitors who uses a somewhat unconventional color scheme. I believe he's been using black.
Take your time.
Yeah.
double action at the bottom.
Yeah, black on the bottom. So I'm interested to see what he's able to do with his solve.
Really hoping for Rich Tyag, one of our region's delegates. The greatest of all time.
Is it solved? Is it solved? It looks solved.
The grandest. Keegan Joyce on the bottom left, starting execution at 1:06.
With a nod on. That's
Cool.
Yeah.
Was that Rich's first success of that?
Potentially.
Potentially, yeah. We're unsure at this point.
ATP.
Somebody who I'd be interested to see is Surya, who I believe is here, right?
I'm not sure. I haven't been out of the room in a while.
Yeah, I have not been out of the room.
Yeah.
I think I've been upstairs twice today.
Yeah. But either way, one of our competitors with no blind experience. In fact, I believe our only competitor with no blind experience. So hopefully he can sort of get his first few solves today.
Yeah.
Eli Rogers analyzing what it is he messed up on with his 155-47 DNF.
What it is. The documentary is probably going to be uploaded onto Blindfolded Ambition, the YouTube channel.
But you've got a while.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a while, so that's why you want to subscribe as soon as you can. That way you can keep posted on any updates and information regarding the documentary. From what I know and everything that I have seen, it is going to be a spectacle
Absolutely.
for the eyes. That's what spectacle means. You see it.
Yeah, well, I'm very excited for it. There's been cubing documentaries in the past, but from what I've heard, this one's supposed to be a little bit different than those ones. So I'm very interested to get more cubing content, and then something new.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I hope it really goes big, goes well in all its film festivals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes the mainstream, streaming film subscription.
Niche
service.
indie film.
Yeah.
Add me on Letterboxd. I don't have a Letterboxd account. Anyone that wanted to add me on Letterboxd, deactivate that. Y'all got Letterboxd?
I have an account, but I don't use it.
So that is.
Nuts.
Dude, that's lame.
I didn't know we were doing that.
Oh, that was good. Unfortunately, not much cubing action happening right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
spoke too soon. Rich Tyack.
Yeah, manifested this. Yeah, we can tell.
I don't know how many more solves we have going on production. I think it could be cool if we had a multi-cam shot of Rich Tyag's last attempt.
I would totally agree.
Yeah, would be nice. I mean, we don't have anything else to watch right now besides people walking around. Not as entertaining.
Especially the background camera. Okay. That is the invert. Oh, okay.
Oh. I'll take it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We can see the cube at least. It's not exactly zoomed up, but it's something. Guess we're down to the last solve of the day.
Yeah.
This is it.
There's this one.
All eyes
Red
on
from
Rich. Okay.
Started his attempt. Or started his
Solve is off.
Miles Greco sashaying out of the room.
Mm.
This is really testing my vision. It's like when you go to the doctor and have to read the letters on the toilet. This is small. This is past my level.
You know what? We can work with this. We can work with this, people.
Let it ride.
Let it ride.
Yeah, it looks like he does use an unconventional color scheme like Stone was mentioning before.
Mhm.
Yes, he uses black instead of yellow.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Okay.
Do we know if this is something only for blind or if this is for all events?
As far as I know,
I think
Not
I
sure.
believe it's for all of us.
yeah, I believe it's all events. I'm not sure though. I've scrambled Rich's cubes a number of times though, and I recall more often than not. As we have,
We gotta have 6.
As we have the two greatest last name AO solvers, Andrew Tao. Nope, sorry, it's the mirror. Andrew Tao and Joshua Gao. Yeah. I'm not feeling it right now. How are you guys doing? How did you enjoy 5 salt? I can't like turn around because then I can't see that. How did you enjoy 5 3x3 blindfolded solves in one round?
My first average of 5. Exciting. I'm sure it was everyone's average of their first
I think it
average
was
of 5.
everybody's first average of fun.
Most of them didn't get an average of 5. Andrew, on the other hand, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely blanked on corners on a 6 solve, and like it was already like
We
5
s-
seconds slower.
We saw.
I was just like, I want an average of 5. You know, it doesn't
Yeah.
have to be fast. I want it.
Yeah.
I was so confused to look over at your display, and it's at like over 30 seconds. You're just looking up, not doing anything. Not Andrew. Doesn't Andrew average like 20 something?
Joshua, how did it go for you?
It's pretty all right. I mean, I was hoping for a decent score towards the end.
From what Tommy told us, Tommy said those were the bottom 10% scrambles of all time. Do you concur?
Those are like average scrambles, but
Mm.
I'm not as good as 3 as some of these, so maybe they're average for me. Bad for some.
Will you floating stuff?
I do not float. I have 0 floating,
LTC.
0 LCC.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess so.
It's me floating.
Alright, I'll count like this. They tend to be different.
And Andrew?
There was like 1 float. Right?
I think
The
so.
first
Are you ours?
Then it doesn't even
Never
matter.
noticed.
No, usually you get to float a little.
Oh, I guess.
There was the UFL float though.
Can we get results check-in? Stone Payne.
Absolutely. So in first place,
Let 'em hear it.
Tommy Cherry, 1477. Second, Noah Swore. And we have Graham Siggins, 1772. Stanley with an 1833. Liam with a 1941. Rowe with a 1953 and a 21 flat average. This is not FMC. Andrew Tao in 7th with a 2089 and a 3033 average, also not FMC. Joshua Gao in 8th with a 2152. Ryan Farish, 2538. Miles Greco with a 3791. Curran Wilson with another PR, 5603. I'm sure I won't hear the end of that one either. Braden Adams with the 5840. And then we start to head into the competitors who are not confirmed for the next round. Eli Rogers with a 1 flat.93. Rue Klippinger with a 120.93. Also a PR for her. And then we have Keegan Joyce with a 143.85. And I believe that's actually, as soon as Philip's last results are entered, we'll see who's confirmed for the next round.
I am unsure of how the results of the New Year's competition in Israel went, but we have Pierce Tickle and Rich Tyag with potentially the world's first pentuple DNF.
There was a pentuple.
There was a pentuple DNF.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
False alarms.
False. Well, now what?
How are we feeling, guys?
Awful. No, great. This is awesome. It's mayhem here in the Miller Center.
Yeah, Joshua, I don't think we've gotten to talk to you on stream yet, right?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, how have you felt about this one? Gotten well, from what we've seen, everything's been great. How do you feel about it?
On day 2, I'm definitely a lot more tired. Like during attempt 4 of the comp. I long term, I kind of knew from the start it was going to be really bad. But I finished the attempt. My midterm and short term I think are pretty good. And then long term, I don't know. I think I'd like 40 DNFs at the last pack.
Okay.
I think as far as the first round goes, like especially during that first attempt, like all eyes were sort of on you. What was your mindset like going into the second attempt, but also the third attempt, especially you got that double PR in the first round?
Going into the second attempt, so I've been like sub-houring like over 60 cubes at home. So I wasn't feeling too hot like on Friday, so I kind of started small. And I got PR on 56, so like let's step it up 1 cube. I can probably sub-hour this, and then I got 52 out of 57. I was definitely happy with that. And you know,
I'm just gonna pop out.
on Saturday or like this morning, I was just like, let's do 60 cubes. Let's see how it goes. And honestly, I'm pretty happy with what I got. It was sub-houred by about a minute. And accuracy was okay.
Right.
Not the greatest. Take it.
I gladly rushed everybody. Food's here, which is not our cutoff point, but of course the stream has to end at some point. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Can we throw the slate back up, production? Everyone goes 3, 2, 1 slate. 3, 2, 1 slate. 3, 2, 1 slate. It's like down here. Slate, there we go. 9:30. We're going to see you right then, bright and early for multi-blind attempt 2 for the final round, as well as another round each of 4 blind, 5 blind, and 3 blind. It's going to be an amazing day here in Charlottesville. We're looking forward to seeing you all then. Signing off. Us.